The marriage of brother and sister means, as we have seen, in most cases, marriage between a half-brother and a half-sister, having the same father but different mothers. Such marriages are not necessarily contrary to the principle here laid down. Polygyny breaks up the one family into as many subfamilies as there are wives who have children, and it is not possible for the father of these subfamilies to be a member of each of them in the same sense as the father is a member of the monogamous family. Nor are the children of the different mothers brought into such close contact as the children of one mother, every wife with her own family forming a little separate group and generally living in a separate hut. On the contrary, hatred and rivalry are of no rare occurrence among the members of the various subfamilies. In the Pelu Islands, according to Herr Kubery, it very seldom happens that the several wives of the same man even see each other. After speaking of the marriage of half-brother and half-sister allowed among the ancient Arabs, Professor Robertson Smith remarks, "Whatever is the origin of bars to marriage, they certainly are early associated with the feeling that it is indecent for housemates to intermarry 1971. Most of the recorded instances of intermarriage of brother and sister refer to royal families, to the exclusion of others, and there is no difficulty in accounting for incestuous unions of this sort. Among lower races, as well as in Europe, it is considered improper for royal persons to contract marriage with persons of less exalted birth. But whilst European princes may go to some friendly court for their consorts, a similar course is not open to African or Asiatic potentates. Incestuous unions may also take place on account of necessity, as among the Watata, or on account of extreme isolation, as among the Karens of the Tenasserim provinces 1972, several of the small tribes of Brazil, and especially the Vedas of Ceylon. Among the wild Vedas, the different families are separated from each other by great distances, and it is only accidentally or occasionally that any others besides the members of one family are brought together. The reason for the practice of marrying a sister, says Professor Virchow, was probably the same everywhere, in the royal families as with the naked Vedas, the lack of suitable women or of women altogether 1974. Certain instances of incestuous connection are evidently the results of vitiated instincts, the origin of which we are not able to trace. It is a remarkable fact that several of the peoples among whom incestuous intercourse is said to be practiced are at the same time expressly stated to indulge in bestiality or other unnatural vices. This shows that their sexual feelings are altogether in a perverted state. Much stress has been laid by anthropologists on the few instances of peoples who habitually or occasionally contract unions which we should consider criminal. They have been taken for surviving types of the primitive condition of man, proving that sentiments such as those which among ourselves restrain the sexual instincts are not innate 1976, but it is obvious that they prove nothing of the kind. Students of early history have often paid too much regard to exceptions and too little to rules, overlooking the fact that there is no rule which has no exceptions. It may be objected that no feeling of incest exists among the lower animals. According to Mr. Huth, incest is constantly practiced by animals and habitually by those which are polygamous. 1978. But as we have previously seen, among species that live in families, the young, without exception, leave the family as soon as they are able to shift for themselves. And Mr. Huth has adduced not the slightest evidence for his statement that polygamy among animals means the closest incest 1979. The hypothesis here advocated can, I think, account for all the facts given in the last chapter. It explains how the horror of incest may be independent of experience as well as of education, why the horror of incest refers not only to relations by blood, but very frequently to persons not at all so related, why the prohibitions of consanguineous marriages vary so considerably with regard to the prohibited degrees, applying, however, almost universally to persons who live in the closest contact with each other, and why these prohibitions are so commonly extended much farther on the one side, the paternal or the maternal, than on the other. The question now arises, how has this instinctive aversion to marriage between persons living closely together originated. We have seen that a certain degree of similarity as regards the reproductive system of two individuals is required to make their union fertile, and the progeny resulting from this union fully capable of propagation. It might then be supposed that the highest degree of similarity must be the most beneficial, but in all probability this is not the case. It seems to be necessary not only that the sexual elements which unite shall be somewhat like, but that they shall be in some way different. The similarity must not be too great. Mr. Darwin, by his careful studies on the effects of cross and self-fertilization in the vegetable kingdom, contributed more largely than anyone else to the discovery of this law. He watched, from germination to maturity, more than 1,000 individual plants, produced by crossing and self-fertilization, belonging to 57 species, 52 genera, and 30 large families, and including natives of the most various countries. The result established by this research was that cross-fertilization is generally beneficial and self-fertilization injurious, which is shown by the difference in height, weight, constitutional vigor, and fertility of the offspring from crossed and self-fertilized flowers, and in the number of seeds produced by the parent plants. Hence, whenever plants which are the offspring of self-fertilization are opposed in the struggle for existence to the offspring of cross-fertilization, the latter have the advantage, and this follows, according to Mr. Darwin, from individuals of two distinct kinds having been subjected during previous generations to different conditions, or to their having varied from some unknown cause in a manner commonly called spontaneous, because of that innate tendency to vary and to advance in organization which exists in all beings, so that in either case their sexual elements have been in some degree differentiated. As for the animal kingdom, Mr. Darwin remarks that almost all who have bred many kinds of animals and have written on the subject have expressed the strongest conviction on the evil effects of close interbreeding. Indeed, says Sir J. Sebright 336, I have no doubt, but that by this practice being continued, animals would, in course of time, degenerate to such a degree as to become incapable of breeding at all. I have tried many experiments by breeding inandin upon dogs, fowls, and pigeons. The dogs became, from strong spaniels, weak and diminutive lapdogs. The fowls became long in the legs, small in the body, and bad breeders. 1984. Mr. Huth, on the other hand, denies that breeding inandin, however close, has proved to be in itself hurtful, and quotes the evidence of numerous breeders whose choicest stocks have always been so bred. But in these cases, as Mr. Wallace remarks, there has been rigid selection by which the weak or the infertile have been eliminated, and with such selection there is no doubt that the ill effects of close interbreeding can be prevented for a long time. But this by no means proves that no ill effects are produced. 1985. The consensus of opinion on this point among eminent breeders is indeed overwhelming and cannot be reasoned away. According to Cramp's experiment with the brown rat Mus decumanus, 39 animals out of 153 born by related parents, 255%, died soon after birth, whereas of 299 animals of parents not related, this was the case with 28 only, 84%. The animals of incestuous broods were much smaller and lighter than others, and their fecundity was diminished. Mr. Huth himself observed, when breeding rabbits in Andon, that after the 4th generation there was a diminution of fecundity analogous to the disgust that the stomach would feel at the same diet long continued, though he found no evil effect in any other way. On the contrary, the Anandin-bred offspring were somewhat heavier than the non-related parent animals. Professor Preyer has made a similar observation with regard to guinea pigs. Breeding in Andon produced a considerable loss of fertility, but was accompanied with an in 337 increase of weight. This seems to indicate that the effects of close interbreeding are not always the same. There are certainly breeders who prefer connecting together the animals nearest allied in blood to one another. But as Dr. Mitchell observes, when breeding in Andon has been practiced with so-called good results, the issue is nothing but the development of a saleable defect, which, from the animal's point of view, must be regarded as wholly unnatural and artificial, and not calculated to promote its well-being or natural usefulness, 1989. Many writers suppose that all the evils from close interbreeding depend upon the combination and consequent increase of morbid tendencies common to both parents, the state of whose health decides whether union would be favorable or not to the offspring. If the parents are perfectly healthy, says 1000. Pouchet and exempt from all commencing degeneracy, they can only give birth to children at least as healthy as themselves. But if the same degeneracy has already tainted both the parents, the offspring will show it in a greater degree, and will tend towards entire disappearance. 1990. The same opinion is held by Sir John Sebright. But being, as an experienced breeder, well aware of the injurious results which almost always follow from interbreeding animals too closely, he adds that, according to his belief, there never did exist an animal without some defect, in constitution, in form, or in some other essential quality, or that at least a tendency to the same imperfection generally prevails in the same family. Mr. Darwin, however, has shown it to be highly probable that, though the injury has often partly resulted from the combination of morbid tendencies, the general cause is different. Considering the number of self-fertilized plants that were tried, he thinks it is nothing less than absurd to suppose that in all these cases the mother plants, though not appearing in any way diseased, were weak or unhealthy in so peculiar a manner that their self-fertilized seedlings, many hundreds in number, were rendered inferior in height, weight, constitutional vigor, and fertility to their crossed offspring. Moreover, self-fertilization and close interbreeding induce sterility, and this indicates something quite different from the augmentation of morbid tendencies common to both parents. Hence it seems to be almost beyond doubt that, just as the sterility of distinct species when first crossed, and of their hybrid offspring, depends on their sexual elements having been differentiated in too great a degree, the evils of close interbreeding or self-fertilization in plants result chiefly from their sexual elements not having been sufficiently differentiated. But we do not know why a certain amount of differentiation is necessary or favorable for the fertilization or union of two organisms, any more than for the chemical affinity or union of two substances. It must, however, be observed that no case of complete sterility is met with in self-fertilized seedlings, as is so common with hybrids 1995, and that interbreeding even of the nearest relations may sometimes, under very favorable circumstances, be continued through several generations without any evil results making their appearance. It is impossible to believe that a law which holds good for the rest of the animal kingdom, as well as for plants, does not apply to man also, but it is difficult to adduce direct evidence for the evil effects of consanguineous marriages. We cannot expect very conspicuous results from other alliances than those between the nearest relations between brothers and sisters, parents and children, and the injurious results even of such unions would not necessarily appear at once. Sir J. Sebright remarks that there may be families of domestic animals which go through several generations without sustaining much injury from having been bred in Anden, 1996, and the offspring of self-fertilized plants do not always show any loss of vigor in the first generations. Man cannot, in this respect, be subjected to experiments like those tried in the case of other animals, and habitual intermarriage of the very nearest relations is, as we have seen, exceedingly rare. Mr. Adam argues that there is no proof of the physical deterioration of those divisions of mankind, amongst whom incestuous unions are known more or less to have prevailed as the Egyptians and Persians. But among these nations, marriage certainly did not always take place between closely related persons, and breeders of domestic animals inform us that the mixing in even of a drop of unrelated blood is sufficient almost to neutralize the injurious effects of long-continued close interbreeding. Again, Mr. Huth asserts that, though the Ptolemies habitually married their sisters, nieces, and cousins, they were neither sterile nor particularly short-lived. Mr. Galton, on the contrary, sees in Ptolemaic experience a proof that close intermarriage is followed by sterility. In 10 marriages between brothers and sisters, uncles and nieces, or between first cousins, The average number of children was not quite 2, and 3 of the unions were entirely sterile. The Vedas of Ceylon are probably the most Anandan-bred people that ever existed. Among them, the practice of a man marrying his younger sister did not occur only occasionally. According to Mr. Bailey, it was the proper marriage. Among the Binten Vedas, it may be said to have been, for perhaps 2 generations or so, extinct, whilst among those of Nilgala, it is at most only disappearing. Mr. Bailey believes that this practice is quite sufficient to account for the short stature, as well as the weak and vacant expression of this people. He did not find many traces of insanity, idiocy, and epilepsy maladies, which such marriages, according to a common belief, might be supposed to produce. But in other respects, he says 340, the injurious effects of this custom would seem to be plainly discernible. The race is rapidly becoming extinct, large families are all but unknown, and longevity is very rare. I have been at some pains to obtain reliable data to elucidate these points. Out of 72 Vedas in Nilgala, 50 were adults and 22 children. In one small sept or family, there were 9 adults and 1 child, in another 1 child and 8 adults, and so on. In Binten, out of 308 Vedas, 175 were adults and 133 children. Here the disproportion is not so marked, but in one of the smaller tribes, more isolated than the rest, there were 20 adults and but 4 children. The paucity of children, I think, must be ascribed to the degeneracy produced by such close intermarriages, for I have never heard a suspicion of infanticide existing among them. Out of 50 adults in Nilgala, only 1 appeared to have numbered 70 years, and but 8 to have exceeded 50. In Binten, of 175 adults, 2 only seemed to have reached their 70th, and but 14 to have exceeded their 50th year. Such statistics seem to show the practical results of such connections. The Nilgala Vedas, who still maintain an almost total isolation from other people, are rapidly disappearing. The Vedas of Binten, who have abandoned the pernicious custom which I have described and still intermarry among themselves, are becoming extinct, though more gradually 200. With the exception of this case, the closest kind of intermarriage which we have opportunities of studying is that between first cousins. Unfortunately, the observations hitherto made on the subject are far from decisive. Several writers, as 1000, Perrier, Dr. Voisin, and Mr. Huth believe that there are no injurious results at all from those marriages, unless the parents are afflicted with the same hereditary morbid tendencies 2002, whilst others, as 1000, Devey and 1000, Boudin, express the most alarming opinions as to the bad effects of consanguineous marriages. Such alliances are supposed to bring evils of many different kinds upon a Papu 341 Lation, as sterility, idiocy, epilepsy, insanity, deaf mutism, congenital malformations in the offspring, cretinism, albinoism, 2003-100. But how little the statements of the various writers agree with each other appears, for instance, from the fact that 1000, Boudin found the proportion of deaf mutes born in consanguineous marriages in the Imperial Institution of Deaf Mutes at Paris to be 28-35%, whereas, according to Dr. Mitchell, it amounts to 517% in Scotch and English institutions. As it is impossible to dwell here upon the investigations of the several writers, of which Mr. Huth has given so complete an account, I shall confine myself to a statement of the general results attained by those investigators who have founded their inquiries on a more trustworthy statistical basis. Adopting a method different from that of his predecessors, Professor G.H. Darwin has endeavored first to discover the proportion of consanguineous marriages in the whole population, and then to find out whether the offspring of those marriages exhibit a greater percentage of individuals, defective in one way or another, than the offspring of non-consanguineous marriages. His investigations tend decidedly to invalidate the exaggerated conclusions of many previous writers, but he thinks that there are nevertheless grounds for asserting that various maladies take an easy hold of the offspring of consanguineous marriages. 2005, he did not find evidence that the marriage of first cousins had any effect in the production of infertility, deaf mutism, insanity, or idiocy, but he observed a slightly lowered vitality amongst the offspring of first cousins and a somewhat higher death rate than amongst the families of non-consanguineous marriages. Moreover, the numbers of boating men belonging to the 20 boats at Oxford and 30 at Cambridge, in the first and second division, and those of selected athletes from some schools in England, justified, to some extent, the belief that offspring of first cousins are deficient physically, whilst at the same time they negative the views of alarmist writers on the subject. 2007, it is curious that, in spite of such unambiguous statements, Mr. Darwin's paper has generally been quoted as an evidence of the perfect harmlessness of first cousin marriages. 1000. Stieda has found that, in the departments of France, the number of bodily or mentally infirm people increases almost constantly in proportion to the number of consanguineous marriages, as will be seen from the following table. Group number of departments, number of consanguineous marriages in each 1,000 marriages, number of infirm people in each 1,000 inhabitants, 154:23, 283:28, 3,995:3, 4,112:24, 5,125:28, 6,138:3, 7,158:35, 8,192:325, 1,492:265, 5,8,148:312,008. The Danish physician, Dr. Mig, published in 1879 a book on marriage between blood relations, which unfortunately has received much less attention than it deserves. Thanks to the trustworthiness of the method, the number of cases considered, and the author's impartiality, it is probably the most important statistical contribution hitherto issued on this subject. Dr. Mig found from the information he received from various parts of Denmark that in that country, or at least in the parishes of it which came under his observation, there occur, among the children of related persons, comparatively more idiots, lunatics, epileptics, and deaf mutes than among others. He considers it probable, too, though not proved, that such children die in a higher ratio and are more liable to certain diseases. But on the other hand, he did not notice any perceptible difference in fertility between consanguineous and crossed marriages. In these inquiries, Dr. Mig followed the method applied by the Norwegian physician Ludvig Dahl 20 years earlier. Through careful investigation of 246 marriages, 85 of which were between first cousins and 4 between still nearer relations, this inquirer was led to the conclusions that consanguineous marriages are somewhat less fertile than crossed marriages, that they produce comparatively many more stillborn and sickly children, and that insanity, idiocy, deafdumbness, and epilepsy occur about 11 times as often among the offspring of relations as among the offspring of unrelated parents. But he admitted that the numbers compared were too small to make his conclusions decisive. These results are, of course, to a great extent conjectural, but it is noteworthy that, of all the writers who have discussed the subject, the majority, and certainly not the least able of them, have expressed their belief in marriages between first cousins being more or less unfavorable to the offspring, and no evidence which can stand the test of scientific investigation has hitherto been adduced against this view. Some writers have, indeed, cited instances of communities where consanguineous marriages have occurred constantly without any evil effects having appeared. Thus the Pitcairn Island, uninhabited till the year 1790, was at that time peopled by 9 white men, and 6 men and 12 women of Tahiti. In 1800, the population consisted of 1 man, 5 women, and 19 children, and the descendants of these persons are stated by later travelers to be strong and healthy without any traces of degeneration. Omitting whatever else may be said against this case as evidence for the harmlessness of consanguineous marriages, I need only call attention to the facts that, since the colonization of this island, a few strangers have joined the little colony, that it was once removed to Norfolk Island. And that of those who returned, one was a Norfolk Islander who had married a Pitcairn girl, that the island has frequently been visited by ships with their crews, 2013, and that, as Beechey expressly states, the same restrictions with regard to intermarriage of relations exist here as in England. There are several isolated communities in Java, Peru, Great Britain, France, Scandinavia, 100, which intermarry solely among themselves without any evil effects being discernible. An often quoted case is the community of Bats 3,300 persons, situated near Croisic on a peninsula. The inhabitants of this community have been in the habit of closely intermarrying among themselves from time immemorial. Nevertheless, they are almost all very well in health without any hereditary affection. But Dr. Voisin observes, les conditions climatériques de la commune de Bats, sont voisinages de la mer, l'hygiène et les habitudes de ses habitants, semblant s'accorder pour empêcher la dégénérescence de l'espèce et paraissent expliquer l'iniquité des mariages entre consanguins qui s'y pratiquent depuis plusieurs siècles. 2015, in other isolated communities, the population is not so numerous, and the sanitary conditions are not perhaps so favorable, but in any case, we may say that this local endogamy is generally something quite different from marriage with near relations. Dr. Mitchell found that, in almost all the isolated communities along the coasts of Scotland, which had been given as instances of close interbreeding, such marriages were comparatively rare. According to Dr. Mig, the like is true of the population of Lye and Strin in Denmark, and Dr. Andrew Wood states of the fisherfolk of Newhaven that though they keep themselves much segregated, they are very careful regard 345ing intermarriage, and look upon the union of relatives as an infringement of the laws of morality. Moreover, even if it could be proved that, in particular cases, close intermarrying, though continued for a long time, has been followed by no bad consequences, this would be no evidence that consanguineous marriages are as a rule innocuous. In some parishes of Denmark, Dr. Mig found no evil effects of such marriages, whilst in others they were very conspicuous. And from the investigations of Mr. Darwin, it appears that, notwithstanding the injury which most plants suffer from self-fertilization, a few have almost certainly been propagated in a state of nature for thousands of generations without having been once intercrossed. It is impossible to understand, he says, why some individuals even of the same species are sterile, whilst others are quite fertile with their own pollen. There is evidence that the bad consequences of self-fertilization and close interbreeding may almost fail to appear under favorable conditions of life. Nandan-bred plants, when allowed enough space and good soil, frequently show little or no deterioration, whereas, when placed in competition with another plant, they often perish or are much stunted. Cramp's experiments with brown rats proved that the breeding in Nandan was much less injurious if the offspring of the related parents were well fed and taken care of than if it was otherwise, and this is in striking accordance with Dr. Mitchell's observations as to consanguineous marriages in Scotland. The results there appear to be least grave and are frequently almost nil if the parents and children live in tolerable comfort without anxiety or much thought for the morrow, and easily earning enough to procure good food and clothing, in short, when they work, but do not struggle for existence. On the other hand, when they are poor, pinched for food, scrimp of clothing, badly housed, and exposed to misery, when they have to toil and struggle for the bare necessaries of life, never having enough for today and being always fearful of tomorrow, the evil may become very marked. If this is the case, we must expect to find that consanguineous marriages are much more injurious in savage regions, where the struggle for existence is often very severe, than they have proved to be in civilized society, especially as it is among the well-off classes that such marriages occur most frequently. In England, according to Mr. G. H. Darwin, cousin marriages among the aristocracy are probably 412%, among the middle and upper middle class, or among the landed gentry, 312%. But in London, comprising all classes, they are probably only 112%. He thinks that the slightness of the evils which he found to result from first-cousin marriages perhaps depends upon the fact that a large majority of Englishmen live under what are on the whole very favorable circumstances. We must also, however, remember that there has been a great mixture of races in Europe, and that this necessarily makes marriage of kinsfolk less injurious, so far as the evil results of such unions depend upon too great a likeness between the sexual elements. The conclusion that closely related marriages produce more destructive effects among savage than civilized peoples derives perhaps some additional probability from certain ethnological facts. These facts may, at least, serve to show that such marriages and the experience of isolated communities are not everywhere in favor of Mr. Huth's conclusions. Several statements on the subject have, indeed, scarcely any value as direct evidence for the harmfulness of consanguineous marriages, but to 2 or 3 considerable weight must be attached. According to 5. Martius, who is a great authority on Brazilian ethnography, it is a well-established fact, observed everywhere, that the smaller and more isolated of the Indian communities, scarcely any members of which marry members of other communities, are much more liable to every kind of deterioration than the larger groups. It is probable, Mr. Bates, another most capable judge, remarks with reference to the savage tribes on the upper Amazons, that the strange inflexibility of the Indian organization, both bodily and mental, is owing to the isolation in which each small tribe has lived, and to the narrow round of life and thought, and close intermarriages for countless generations, which are the necessary results. Their fecundity is of a low degree, for it is very rare to find an Indian family having so many as 4 children, and we have seen how great is their liability to sickness and death on removal from place to place. 2027, touching the Asana Indians, Mr. Wallace asserts that they are said not to be nearly so numerous, nor to increase so rapidly as the Uops, which may perhaps be owing to their marrying with relations, while the latter prefer strangers. And 5. Tishuti supposes that the low fecundity of the Batacudos is caused by their endogamous habits, for when their women marry out of their own horde, especially with whites or Negroes, they are generally very fertile. The Caledonian Indians of the Isthmus of Darien, according to Mr. Gisborne, are bound never to cross the breed with foreigners, hence intermarriage is very constant, and, as he remarks, the race degenerates. The Pueblos in New Mexico, too, are said to deteriorate because of their constant intermarriage in the same village. As regards the Hottentots, Barrow remarks, the impolitic custom of hoarding together in families and of not marrying out of their own kraals has no doubt tended to enervate this race of men and reduce them to their present degenerated condition, which is that of a languid, listless, phlegmatic people in whom the prolific powers of nature seem to be almost exhausted. Few of the women have more than 2 or 3 children, and many of them are barren. But this is not the case when a Hottentot woman is connected with a white man. The fruit of such an alliance, says Barrow, is not only in general numerous, but they are beings of a very different nature from the Hottentot 2032. In 2 early marriages, the licentious habits of both sexes, and the intermarriage of near relatives, the Rev. J. Sibrey finds the causes of the infertility of the women of Madagascar. Among the Garos, the chiefs have, in comparison with the lower classes, degenerated physically, and Colonel Dalton is inclined to think that this degeneration is a result of close interbreeding. The Lundusi Dyaks, according to Sir Spencer St. John, have decreased greatly in numbers from 1,000 families to 10. They complain bitterly, he says, that they have no families, that their women are not fertile. Indeed, there were but 3 or 4 children in the whole place. The men were fine-looking, and the women well-favored and healthy, remarkably clean and free from disease. We could only account for their decreasing numbers by their constant intermarriages. 2035, Mr. Foreman thinks that the low intellect and mental debility perceptible in many families among the domesticated natives of the Philippines are due to consanguineous marriages. Mr. Batchelor connects the rapid decrease of the Ainos with their endogamous habits, and Mr. Mead remarks, with regard to the Maoris, that one of the principal causes of the diminishing population is said to be their intermarriages, which cause barrenness among the women. Of no little interest to us are the todas of the Nilgiri Hills. Mr. Marshall remarks that, among them, relationship is intimate far beyond that witnessed in any country approaching civilization, intimate to such a degree that the whole tribe, where not parents and children, brothers and sisters, are all first cousins, descended from lines of first cousins prolonged for centuries. 2039, as regards the general appearance of the people, a large proportion of both sexes and of all ages are doubtless in excellent health, and their fecundity, according to Dr. Short, is by no means of a low degree. Nevertheless, the todas are dying out. In infancy, the mortality is so great that, as a rule, there is in each family only a small number of children. It is rarely that there are more than 2 or 3 children, says the missionary Metz, and it is not at all an uncommon thing to find only a single child, while many families have none at all. The numbers of the todas have, consequently, for years past been gradually declining, and probably the time is not far distant when they will have passed away. Of course, we do not know whether this depends upon their close intermarriages, but there is, at any rate, some reason to suspect that this is the case. That the intermarrying has not produced more evil effects on the population may possibly be owing to the wealth for which the Nilgiri Hills are remarkable, and to their climate, which, for mildly invigorating properties and equable seasonal changes throughout the year, is perhaps unrivaled anywhere within the tropics. Another very much inland-bred people are the Persians. Among them, husband and wife are generally of the same family and very often cousins. Yet Dr. Pollack, who has lived in Persia for 9 years, partly as a teacher in the medical school of Tehran, partly as physician to the Shah, and during this residence has had excellent opportunities of acquainting himself with the conditions of the people, has not observed that the diseases which are supposed to result from consanguineous marriages prevail more frequently there than elsewhere. Nor has he found that the Persian women are generally less fertile than others, yet the families are exceedingly small, as the mortality among children is enormous. Of 6, perhaps 2 as a rule survive, but very often none at all, most of them dying in their 2nd year. Dr. Pollack believes, indeed, that on an average, scarcely more than 1 living child comes to each woman. A princess in Tehran was looked upon quite as a wonder because she had 8 children alive, and the European physician was asked if he ever before, in his own country, had seen a similar case. More important than any of these statements is the following testimony concerning the Karens of Burma, for which I am indebted to the Rev. Dr. Alonzo Bunker, who has been a resident among that people during more than 20 years. He says that, in some of their villages, exogamy prevails, in others endogamy, but marriages between parents and children, brothers and sisters, are prohibited everywhere, and even first cousins very seldom marry, though there is no law against such connections. There is a striking difference, with regard to stature, health, strength, and fecundity, between the inhabitants of the exogamous and those of the endogamous villages, the latter being much inferior in all these respects. Dr. Bunker has no doubt that this inferiority is owing to the intermarriage of kinsfolk, and he asserts that even the natives themselves ascribe it to this cause, though they obstinately keep up the old custom, regarding marriages out of their own village as highly unbecoming. In cases in which missionaries have been able to persuade young men to choose wives from another village, Dr. Bunker assures me that the good effects of a cross appeared at once. There are some other peoples who ascribe evil results to close intermarriage. Mr. Cousins informs me that the cisnatalian Kafirs believe that their offspring would be of a more sickly nature if such were allowed, and Mr. Isles writes that the Zulus, on the border of Pondoland, regard sterility and deformity as consequences of consanguineous unions. The Australian dowry, according to Mr. Gasson, have a tradition that, after the creation, fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, and others of the closest kin intermarried promiscuously, until the bad effects of these marriages became manifest. A council of the chiefs was then assembled to consider in what way the evil might be averted, and the result of their deliberations was a petition to the Muramura, or Good Spirit. In answer to this, he ordered that the tribe should be divided into branches and distinguished one from the other by different names, after objects animate and inanimate, such as dogs, mice, emu, rain, and so forth, and that the members of any such branch should be forbidden to marry other members of the same branch. Again, touching the Kenai, in the northwestern part of North America, Richardson states, "It was the custom that the men of one stock should choose their wives from another, and the offspring belonged to the race of the mother. This custom has fallen into disuse, and marriages in the same tribe occur. But the old people say that mortality among the Kenai has arisen from the neglect of the ancient usage 2047. In a Greenland Eskimo tale, the father of Kakamak, finding that all his grandchildren have died before reaching the age of puberty, suggests to his son-in-law, "Perhaps we are too near akin 20482. Mohammedan travelers of the 9th century tell us that the Hindus never married a relation, because they thought alliances between unrelated persons improved the offspring." In Hadith, the collection of Mohammedan traditions, it is said, "Marry among strangers, thus you will not have feeble posterity." This view, says Goldziher, coincides with the opinion of the ancient Arabs that the children of endogamous marriages are weakly and lean. To this class also belongs the proverb of Al-Maidani, "Marry the distant, marry not the near in relationship." A poet, praising a hero, says, "He is a hero, not born by the cousin of his father. He is not weakly, for the seed of relations brings forth feeble fruit." 2050. In opposition to the view that these opinions are the results of experience, it may be urged that any infraction of the customs or laws of ancestors is commonly thought to call down divine vengeance. Father Veniaminoff tells us that, among the early Aleuts, incest, which was considered the gravest crime, was believed to be always followed by the birth of monsters with walrus tusks, beard, and other disfiguration. 2051, and among the Kafirs, according to Mr. Finn, it is a general belief that the offspring of an incestuous union will be a monster punishment inflicted by the ancestral spirit. 2052. But whatever may be said of the other cases referred to, no such explanation can possibly hold good for the Arabs. Among them, marriage with a near relation involved no infringement of their marriage regulations. On the contrary, in spite of the opinions in favor of exogamy, the preference for marriage with a cousin was dominant among them, and a man had even a right to the hand of his bint am, the daughter of a paternal uncle. Taking all these facts into consideration, I cannot but believe that consanguineous marriages, in some way or other, are more or less detrimental to the species. And here, I think, we may find a quite sufficient explanation of the horror of incest, not because man at an early stage recognized the injurious influence of close intermarriage, but because the law of natural selection must inevitably have operated. Among the ancestors of man, as among other animals, there was no doubt a time when blood relationship was no bar to sexual intercourse. But variations, here as elsewhere, would naturally present themselves, and those of our ancestors who avoided inandan breeding would survive, while the others would gradually decay and ultimately perish. Thus an instinct would be developed which would be powerful enough, as a rule, to prevent injurious unions. Of course, it would display itself simply as an aversion on the part of individuals to union with others with whom they lived. But these, as a matter of fact, would be blood relations, so that the result would be the survival of the fittest. Whether man inherited the feeling from the predecessors from whom he sprang, or whether it was developed after the evolution of distinctly human qualities, we do not know. It must necessarily have arisen at a stage when family ties became comparatively strong, and children remained with their parents until the age of puberty or even longer. Exogamy, as a natural extension of this instinct, would arise when single families united in small hordes. It could not but grow up if the idea of union between persons intimately associated with one another was an object of innate repugnance. There is no real reason why we should assume, as so many anthropologists have done 2054, that primitive men lived in small endogamous communities, practicing incest in every degree. The theory does not accord with what is known of the customs of existing savages, and it accounts for no facts which may not be otherwise far more satisfactorily explained. The objection will perhaps be made that the aversion to sexual intercourse between persons living very closely together from early youth is too complicated a mental phenomenon to be a true instinct, acquired through spontaneous variations intensified by natural selection. But there are instincts just as complicated as this feeling, which, in fact, only implies that disgust is associated with the idea of sexual intercourse between persons who have lived in a long-continued, intimate relationship from a period of life at which the action of desire is naturally out of the question. This association is no matter of course, and certainly cannot be explained by the mere liking for novelty. It has all the characteristics of a real, powerful instinct, and bears evidently a close resemblance to the aversion to sexual intercourse with individuals belonging to another species. Besides the horror of incest, there is another feeling to which reference may here be made. Lammer, says Bernardin de Saint-Pierre 354, ni result que des contrastes, et plus ils sont grands, plus ils a d'énergie. C'est ce que pourra prouver par mille traits d'histoire l'influence des contrastes, en amour est si certain. Quen voyant lament on put faire le portrait de l'objet aime sans le voir vu. Pour vous quan sache seulement quil est, effect d'une forte passion 2055. Schopenhauer likewise observes that every person requires from the individual of the opposite sex a one-sidedness which is the opposite of his or her own. The most manly man will seek the most womanly woman, and vice versa. Weak or little men have a decided inclination for strong or big women, and strong or big women for weak or little men. Blondes prefer dark persons or brunettes, snub-nosed persons, hook-nosed, persons with excessively slim, long bodies and limbs, those who are stumpy and short, and so on. A similar view is held by 1000. Prosper Lucas, Mr. Alexander Walker, Professor Mantegazza, Mr. Grant Allen, and other writers. In The Love of the Sexes, says Professor Bain, the charm of disparity goes beyond the standing differences of sex, as in contrasts of complexion and of stature 2058. Some writers have suggested that love thus excited by differences is favorable to fecundity, those marriages in which it exists being more prolific than others. Thus Mr. Andrew Knight, a most experienced breeder, remarks, I am disposed to think that the most powerful human minds will be found offspring of parents of different hereditary constitutions. I prefer a male of a different color from the breed of the female where that can be obtained, and I think that I have seen fine children produced in more than one instance, where one family has been dark and the other fair. I am sure that I have witnessed the bad effects of marriages between two individuals very similar to each other in character and color, and springing from ancestry of similar character. Such have appeared to me to be like marriages between brothers and sisters 2060. These statements, of course, prove nothing, but they may perhaps derive some value from the fact that they are made by so many different observers. The statistical investigation of Professor Alphonse de Candolle, bearing upon the same question, rests on firmer ground. He has found, from facts collected in Switzerland, North Germany, and Belgium, that marriages are most commonly contracted between persons with different colors of the eye, except in the case of brown-eyed women, who are generally considered more attractive than others. He has noted further that the number of children is considerably smaller in families where the parents have the same color of the eye than where the reverse is the case. But Professor Whitrock could not, in Sweden, find any such difference in fecundity between the two categories of marriages, 2063 and Mr. Galton observes, whatever may be the sexual preferences for similarity or for contrast, I find little indication in the average results obtained from a fairly large number of cases, of any single measurable personal peculiarity, whether it be stature, temper, eye color, or artistic tastes, influencing marriage selection to a notable degree. 2064. If contrasts instinctively seek each other, this may partly account for the readiness with which love awakens love. Everyone knows some unhappy lover who has never been able to win the heart of the person he adores. But in most cases, I should say, love is mutual. And this, perhaps, is owing not only to the contagiousness of the passion, but also to the attractive power of contrasts, which acts equally upon both parties. Thus we might explain, to some extent, the extreme variation of tastes, and the fact that, besides the general standard of beauty common to the whole race, there exists a more detailed ideal special to each individual. Chapter 16. Sexual selection as influenced by affection and sympathy and by calculation. Sexual love is the passion which unites the sexes. The stimulating impressions produced by health, youth, and beauty, and ornaments, and other artificial means of attraction are all elements of this feeling. The antipathy to sexual intercourse with individuals of another species and the horror of incest belong to the same phenomenon. But the psychology of love is by no means exhausted by this. Simple et primitif, comme toutes les forces colossales, says Professor Mantegazza, l'amour paraît portant forme des elements de toutes les passions humaines. 2065, around the sexual appetite, as the leading element there are aggregated many different feelings, such as admiration, pleasure of possession, love of freedom, self-esteem, and love of approbation. A complete analysis of love would fill a volume. Here I shall discuss only one of the most important elements of this highly compound feeling, the sentiment of affection. In the lower stages of human development, sexual affection is much inferior in intensity to the tender feelings with which parents embrace their children, and among several peoples it seems to be almost unknown. Thus, speaking of the Hovas in Madagascar, Mr. Sibri says that, among them, until the spread of Christianity, there was no lack of strong affection between blood relations, parents and children, brothers and sisters, grandparents and grandchildren. But the idea of love between husband and wife was hardly thought of. On the Gold Coast, says Major Ellis, love, as understood by the people of Europe, has no existence. 2068 at Winneba, according to Mr. Duncan, not even the appearance of affection exists between husband and wife, and almost the same is asserted by 1000. Sabatier with reference to the Kabyles, by Signor Bonfanti with reference to the Bantu race. Munzinger says that, among the Beni Ama, it is considered even disgraceful for a wife to show any affection for her husband. The Chittagong Hill tribes, according to Captain Lewin, have no idea of tenderness, nor of chivalrous devotion. Marriage is among them regarded as merely a convenient and animal connection. In the island of Ponape, according to Dr. Finch, love in our sense of the term is entirely unknown. As regards the Eskimo of Newfoundland, Harriet asserts, like all other men in the savage state, they treat their wives with great coldness and neglect, but their affection towards their offspring is lively and tender. 2073 in Greenland, a man thought nothing of beating his wife, but it was an heinous offense for a mother to chastise her children. Almost the same is said of the Cutchin by Mr. Jones and of the Eskimo of Norton Sound by Mr. Dole. According to Mr. Morgan, the refined passion of love is unknown to the North American Indians in general. Such statements, however, may easily be misleading. The love of a savage is certainly very different from the love of a civilized man. Nevertheless, we may discover in it traces of the same ingredients. There are facts which tend to show that even very rude savages may have conjugal affection. Nay, that among certain uncivilized peoples, it has reached a remarkably high degree of development. Among the wretched Bushmans, according to Mr. Chapman, there is love in all their marriages. Among the races of the Upper Congo, love is ennobled by a certain poetry, 2078, and with the Tuaregs, there is a touch of almost chivalrous sentiment in the relations between men and women. Regarding the Mainating Neam, Dr. Schwainfurth asserts that they display an affection for their wives, which is unparalleled among other natives of an equally low grade. The Hos are good husbands and wives, and although they have no terms in their own language to express the higher emotions, they feel them all the same. 2081, the missionary Jellinghouse found tokens of affectionate love between married people among the Munda Kals, Mr. Fawcett among the Savaras, Sir Spencer St. John among the Sea Dyaks, Mr. Mann among the Andamanese. In New Caledonia, says 1000. Monsellen, Lamer existe, et je vous des suicides par amour. 2083 in Samoa, stories of affectionate love between husband and wife are preserved in song. In Tonga, according to Mariner, most of the women were much attached to their husbands, 2085, and in Fiji, says Dr. Seamen, even widowers, in the depth of their grief, have frequently terminated their existence when deprived of a dearly beloved wife. 2086, in several of the Australian tribes, married people are often much attached to each other and continue to be so even when they grow old. Concerning the Aborigines of Victoria, Daniel Bunce says it is an error to suppose that there exists no settled love or lasting affection between the sexes. Among the Narranniri, Mr. Taplin has known as well-matched and loving couples as he has among Europeans, and according to Mr. Barney, husband and wife among the natives of the River Darling rarely quarrel, and they show much affection for each other in their own way. 2088. Among the Eskimo of the northeast coast of North America, visited by Lyon, young couples are frequently seen rubbing noses, their favorite mark of affection, with an air of tenderness. 2089. The Takalis, as Harmon informs us, are remarkably fond of their wives, and Mr. Catlin goes even so far as to deny that the North American Indians are in the least behind us in conjugal, in filial, and in paternal affection. 2091. A statement with which Mr. Morgan does not agree. Mr. Brett asserts that, among the natives of Guyana, instances of conjugal attachment are very frequent. Azara and Mantegaza found tokens of it among some other South American tribes. 2093, and the rude Fuegians are said to show a good deal of affection for their wives. 2094. It is, indeed, impossible to believe that there ever was a time when conjugal affection was entirely wanting in the human race. Though originally of far less intensity than parental love, especially on the mother's side, as being of less importance for the existence of the species, yet it seems, in its most primitive form, to have been as old as marriage itself. It must be a certain degree of affection that induces the male to defend the female during her period of pregnancy, but often it is the joint care of the offspring, more than anything else, that makes the married couple attached to each other. With reference to the Dakotas, Mr. Prescott remarks that as children increase, the parents appear to be more affectionate. 2095. Of course, it is impossible to suppose that mutual love can generally be the motive which leads to marriage when the wife is captured or purchased from a foreign tribe. In the main, Mr. Hall's assertion as to the Eskimo visited by him, that love if it come at all comes after the marriage. 2096 holds good for many savage peoples. Among the Australians, for instance, according to Mr. Smythe, love has often no part in the preparations for marriage. The bride is dragged from her homish, is unwilling to leave it, and if fears are entertained that she will endeavor to escape, a spear is thrust through her foot or her leg. A kind husband will, however, ultimately evoke affection, and fidelity and true love are not rare in Australian families. 2097. The affection accompanying the union of the sexes has gradually developed in proportion as altruism in general has increased. Thus love has only slowly become the refined feeling it is in the heart of a highly civilized European. In Eastern countries, with their ancient civilization, there exists even now but little of that tenderness towards the woman which is the principal charm of our own family life. In China, up to recent times, it was considered good form for a man to beat his wife, and if the Chinaman of humble rank spared her a little, he did so only in order not to come under the necessity of buying a successor. In Hindu families, according to Dubois, sincere mutual friendship is rarely met with. It is in vain, he says, to expect, between husband and wife, that reciprocal confidence and kindness which constitute the happiness of a family. The object for which a Hindu marries is not to gain a companion to aid him in enduring the evils of life, but a slave to bear children and be subservient to his rule. 2099. The love of which the Persian poets sing has either a symbolic or a very profane meaning. Among the Arabs, says Burckhardt, the passion of love is indeed much talked of by the inhabitants of towns, but I doubt whether anything is meant by them more than the grossest animal desire. 2101. Mr. Fink remarks that in the whole of the Bible there is not a single reference to romantic love, and even in Greece, according to some authorities, the love of the sexes was little more than sexual instinct. It is also obvious that marriage cannot be contracted from affection, where the young women before marriage are kept quite apart from the men, as is done in Eastern countries. In China, it often happens that the parties have not even seen each other till the wedding day, and in Greece, custom was scarcely less rigorous in this respect. In vain, Plato urged that young men and women should be more frequently permitted to meet one another, so that there should be less enmity and indifference in the married life. Plutarch hopes that love will come after marriage. The feeling which makes husband and wife true companions for better and worse can grow up only in societies where the altruistic sentiments of man are strong enough to make him recognize woman as his equal, and where she is not shut up as an exotic plant in a greenhouse, but is allowed to associate freely with men. In this direction, European civilization has been advancing for centuries, and there can be no reason to fear that it will ever be permanently diverted from the path by which alone some of the most important of its ends can be attained. When affection came to play a more prominent part in human sexual selection, higher regard was paid to intellectual, emotional, and moral qualities, through which the feeling is chiefly provoked. Later on, we shall see how great are the consequences which spring from this fact. For the present, it may be enough to say that the preference given to higher qualities by civilized men contributes much to the mental improvement of the race. Dr. Stark observes that the intemperate, profligate, and criminal classes do not commonly marry, and the like is to a large extent true of persons who are very inferior in intellect, emotions, and will. Affection depends in a very high degree upon sympathy. Though distinct aptitudes, these two classes of emotions are most intimately connected. Affection is strengthened by sympathy, and sympathy is strengthened by affection. Community of interests, opinions, sentiments, culture, and mode of life, as being essential to close sympathy. 2108 is therefore favorable to warm affection. If love is excited by contrast, it is so only within certain limits. The contrast must not be so great as to exclude sympathy. Great difference of age is fatal to close sympathy. Wieland noted that most people who fall in love do so with persons of about their own age, 2109, and statistics prove the observation to be correct. Men who marry comparatively late in life usually avoid too great difference in age. The foundation of this admiration and preference, modified by age, says Mr. Walker, appears to be the similarity of objects and interests, which are inseparable from similar periods of life. The association of these with a similar intensity of sexual desire, the consequent production of similar sympathy, and the resolve that it shall be permanent. 2111. A very important factor is similarity in the degree of cultivation. It seldom happens that a gentleman falls in love with a peasant girl or an artisan with a lady. This does more than almost anything else to maintain the separation of the different classes and to preserve the existing distribution of wealth among the various groups of society. Want of sympathy prevents great divisions of human beings such as different races or nations, hereditary castes, classes, and adherents of different religions from intermarrying, even where personal affection plays no part in the choice of the mate. Thus many uncivilized peoples carefully avoid marrying out of their own tribe, the chief reason being, I think, the strong dislike which distinct savage and barbarous nations have for one another. Mr. McLennan called such peoples endogamous, in contradistinction to peoples who are exogamous. 1. Do not marry within their own tribe or clan, but this classification has caused much confusion. Exogamy and endogamy not being real contraries. For there exists among every people an outer circlito, use Sir Henry Maine's very appropriate terminology out of which marriage is either prohibited or generally avoided, as well as an inner circle, including the clan, or, at any rate, the very nearest kinsfolk, within which no marriage is allowed. Like the inner circle, the outer circle varies considerably in extent. Renger states that many of the Indian races of Paraguay are too proud to intermarry with any race of a different color or even of a different stock. In Guyana and elsewhere, Indians do not readily intermix with Negroes, whom they despise. Among the Isthmians of Central America, marriage was not contracted with strangers or people speaking a different language, 2114, and in San Salvador, according to Palacio, a man who had intercourse with a foreign woman was killed. Mr. Powers informs us of a Californian tribe who would put to death a woman for committing adultery with or marrying a white man, 2116, and among the Barrow 364 Longs, a Bechuana tribe, the same punishment was formerly inflicted on anyone who had intercourse with a European. Among the Kabyles, le mariage avec une négresse n'est pas défendu en principe, mais la famille s'oppose à une pareille union 2118. The Chinese, according to Mr. Jamieson, refuse marriage with the surrounding barbarous tribes, with whom, as a rule, they have no dealings, either friendly or hostile. The black and fairer people of the Philippines have from time immemorial dwelt in the same country, without producing an intermediate race. 2120, the Bugis of Perak have kept themselves very distinct from the people among whom they live. 2121, and in Sumatra, it is a rare thing for a Malay man to marry a Kubu woman. The Mundakals severely punish a girl who is seduced by a Hindu, whereas intercourse with a man of their own people is regarded by most of them as quite a matter of course. And in Ceylon, even those Vedas who live in settlements, although they have long associated with their neighbors, the Sinhalese, have not yet intermarried with them. Count de Gobineau remarks that not even a common religion and country can extinguish the hereditary aversion of the Arab to the Turk, of the Kurd to the Nestorian of Syria, of the Magyar to the Slav. Indeed, so strong among the Arabs is the instinct of ethnical isolation that, as a traveler relates, at Jeddah, where sexual morality is held in little respect, a Bedouin woman may yield herself for money to a Turk or European, but would think herself forever dishonored if she were joined to him in lawful wedlock. Marriages between Lapps and Swedes very rarely occur, being looked upon as dishonorable by both peoples. They are equally uncommon between Lapps and Norwegians, and it hardly ever happens that a Lapp marries a Russian. At various times, Spaniards in Central America, Englishmen in Mauritius, Frenchmen in Reunion and the Antilles, and Danish traders in Greenland have been prevented by law from marrying natives. Among the Hebrews, during the early days of their power and dominion, marriages with aliens seem to have been rare exceptions. The Romans were prohibited from marrying barbarians. Valentinian inflicted the penalty of death for such unions. Tacitus was of opinion that the Germans refused marriage with foreign nations 2131, and the like seems to have been the case with the Slavs. Among several peoples, marriage very seldom, or never, takes place even outside the territory of the tribe or community. This is the case with many tribes of Guatemala 2133, the Ots 2134, Navajos 2135, and Pueblos. In the village of Shahuil, in southern Mexico, according to Mr. Stevens, every member must marry within the rancho, and no such thing as a marriage out of it had ever occurred. They said it was impossible. It could not happen. This was a thing so little apprehended that the punishment for it was not defined in their penal code. But being questioned, after some consultations, they said that the offender, whether man or woman, would be expelled 2137, speaking of the Chaymas in New Andalusia, among whom marriages are contracted between the inhabitants of the same hamlet, only 21385. Humboldt says 366 savage nations are subdivided into an infinity of tribes, which, bearing a cruel hatred toward each other, form no intermarriages, even when their languages spring from the same root. and when only a small arm of a river or a group of hills separates their habitations 2139, this holds good especially for several of the Brazilian tribes. In ancient Peru, it was not lawful for the natives of one province or village to marry those of another. In equatorial Africa, according to Mr. Duchelu, the non-cannibal tribes do not intermarry with their cannibal neighbors, whose peculiar practices are held in abhorrence. Barrow states that the Hottentots always marry within their own kraal, 2143, and a Bushman woman would regard intercourse with anyone out of the tribe, no matter how superior, as a degradation. Among the Hovas, the different tribes, clans, and even families as a rule do not intermarry. As Mr. Sibrey says, in order to keep landed property together, as well as from a strong clannish feeling. 2145 Mr. Swan informs me that, among the Waguha of West Tanganyika, marriages out of the tribe are avoided, though not prohibited, and Archdeacon Hodgson writes that this is very often the case in eastern Central Africa. In India, there are several instances of tribal clanondogamy. The Tipperas and Aboors, for example, view with abhorrence the idea of their girls marrying out of their own clan. 2147, and Colonel Dalton was gravely assured that, when one of the daughters of Padam so demeans herself, the sun and the moon refuse to shine, and there is such a strife in the elements that all labor is necessarily suspended, till by sacrifice and oblation the stain is washed away. 2148, the Ainos not only despise the Japanese as much as the Japanese despise them, but are not very sociable even among them. 367 selves. One village does not like to marry into another. The same may be said of the Surmata Islanders, 2150, whilst the Minnehassers, 2151, the Dyaks, 2152, and the natives of New Guinea and New Britain, 2154, as a general rule, marry within their own tribe. Among the New Zealanders, according to Mr. Yate, great opposition is made to anyone taking, except for some political purpose, a wife from another tribe, and marriage generally takes place between relatives. In Australia, there are groups of tribes, so-called associated tribes, generally speaking the same dialect, who are in the habit of uniting for common defense and other purposes. Marriage between the members of associated tribes is the rule. 2156, but many tribes are mostly endogamous. In ancient Wales, according to Mr. Lewis, marriage was to be within the clan. At Athens, at least in its later history, if an alien lived as a husband with an Athenian woman, he was liable to be sold as a slave and to have his property confiscated, and if an Athenian lived with a foreign woman, she was liable to like consequences, and he to a penalty of 1,000 dram. Marriage with foreign women was unlawful for all Spartans, and was made unlawful for the Heraclid by a separate retra. At Rome, any marriage of a citizen with a woman who was not herself a Roman citizen, or did not belong to a community possessing the privilege of connubium with Rome, which was always expressly conferred, was invalid. No legitimate children could be born of such a marriage. In early times, it was even customary for a father to seek, for his daughter, a husband from his own gens, marriage out of it being mentioned as an extraordinary thing. Prohibitions of intermarriage do not refer only to persons belonging to different nations or tribes. Very often they relate also to persons belonging to different classes or castes of the same community. Yet in many, perhaps most, cases these prohibitions originally coincided. Castes are frequently, if not always, the consequences of foreign conquest and subjugation, the conquerors becoming the nobility and the subjugated the commonalty or slaves. Thus, before the Norman conquest, the English aristocracy was Saxon, after it, Norman. The descendants of the German conquerors of Gaul were, for 1,000 years, the dominant race in France, and until the 15th century, all the higher nobility were of Frankish or Burgundian origin. The Sanskrit word for caste is varna, e. Color, which shows how the distinction of high and low caste arose in India. That country was inhabited by dark races before the fairer Aryans took possession of it, and the bitter contempt of the Aryans for foreign tribes, their domineering spirit, and their strong antipathies of race and of religion found vent in the pride of class and caste distinctions. Even to this day, a careful observer can distinguish the descendants of conquerors and conquered. No sojourner in India, says Dr. Stevenson, can have paid any attention to the physiognomy of the higher and lower orders of natives without being struck with the remarkable difference that exists in the shape of the head, the build of the body, and the color of the skin between the higher and the lower castes into which the Hindu population is divided. 2164. This explanation of the origin of Indian castes is supported by the fact that it is in some of the latest Vedic hymns that we find the earliest references to those four classes: Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, the Vaisyas, 369, and the Sudrasto, which all the later castes have been traced back. The Incas of Peru were known as a conquering race, and the ancient Mexicans represented the culture heroes of the Toltecs as white. Among the Bini Ama, the nobles are mostly light-colored, while the commoners are blackish. The Polynesian nobility have a comparatively fair complexion 2168 and seem to be the descendants of a conquering or superior race. The chiefs and persons of hereditary rank and influence in the islands, says Ellis, are almost without exception as much superior to the peasantry or common people in stateliness, dignified deportment, and physical strength as they are in rank and circumstances, although they are not elected to their station on account of their personal endowments, but derive their rank and elevation from their ancestry. This is the case with most of the groups of the Pacific, but particularly so in Tahiti and the adjacent islands 2169 among the Shans, according to Dr. Anderson. The majority of the higher classes seem to be distinguished from the common people by more elongated oval faces and a decidedly Tartar type of countenance 2170 in America. At the time of the earliest European immigration, a kind of caste distinction arose, white blood being synonymous with nobility, and in La Plata, Spaniards, mestizos, and Indians were separated from each other even in church. As descendants of different ancestors, members of noble families keep up their separate position and remain almost as foreigners to the people among whom they live. Speculating on the want of sympathy among the various classes in societies in which such distinctions are recognized, Count de Tocqueville says 370 each caste has its own opinions, feelings, rights, manners, and modes of living. Thus the men of whom each caste is composed do not resemble the mass of their fellow citizens. They do not think or feel in the same manner, and they scarcely believe that they belong to the same human race when the chroniclers of the Middle Ages, who all belonged to the aristocracy by birth or education, relate the tragical end of a noble, their grief flows apace, whereas they tell you at a breath, and without wincing, of massacres and tortures inflicted on the common sort of people. Not that these writers felt habitual hatred or systematic disdain for the people. War between the several classes of the community was not yet declared. They were impelled by an instinct rather than by a passion. As they had formed no clear notion of a poor man's sufferings, they cared but little for his fate. Then, in proof of this, the writer gives extracts from Madame de Sévigne's letters, displaying a cruel jocularity which, in our day, the harshest man writing to the most insensible person of his acquaintance would not venture wantonly to indulge in. And yet Madame de Sévigne was not selfish or cruel. She was passionately attached to her children and ever ready to sympathize with her friends, and she treated her servants and vassals with kindness and indulgence. It is to this want of affection and sympathy between the different layers of society, together with the vain desire of keeping the blood pure, that the prohibition of marriage out of the class, or the general avoidance of such marriages, owes its origin. Among the arts, for instance, who take great pride in honorable birth, a patrician loses caste unless he marries a woman of corresponding rank in his own or another tribe. Among the Isthmians of Central America, the lords married only the daughters of noble blood, and in Guatemala, marriage with a slave reduced the freeman to a slave's condition. The tribes of Brazil also consider such alliances highly disgraceful. Nowhere are the different orders of society more distinctly separated from each other than in the South Sea Islands. In the Marian group, it was the common belief that only the nobles were endowed with an immortal soul, and a nobleman who married a girl of the people was punished with death. In Polynesia also, The commoners were looked upon by the nobility almost as a different species of beings. Hence, in the higher ranks, marriage was concluded only between persons of corresponding position, and if, in Tahiti, a woman of condition chose an inferior person as a husband, the children he had by her were killed. In the Indian archipelago, marriages between persons of different rank are, as a rule, disapproved, and in some places they are prohibited. Among the hovers of Madagascar, the three great divisions, the nobles, the commoners, and the slaves, with few exceptions, cannot intermarry. Neither do the three different classes of slaves marry each other. Almost the same rule holds good for the different orders of the Bini Amer and Meria, 2181, whilst, among the Tedder, the smiths form an hereditary and utterly despised caste by themselves, being obliged to marry solely with members of their own caste. By several African peoples, however, slaves and freemen are allowed to intermarry. The Inezes of Arabia never intermarry with the Shona, handicraftsmen or artisans, nor do they ever marry their daughters to fellahs or to inhabitants of towns. In India, intermarriage between different castes was in Mainus time permissible, but is now altogether prohibited. Of the original four castes, the Brahmins alone have retained their purity to any extent, but there is an almost endless number of trade castes, resulting chiefly from associations of men engaged in the same occupation. Moreover, as Sir Munyer Williams remarks, we find castes within castes, so that even the Brahmins are broken up and divided into numerous races, which again are subdivided into numerous tribes, families, or subcastes which do not intermarry. 2186 Classendogamy prevails in Ceylon 2187, Siam 2188, and Korea 2189, and in the Chittagong district. When a slave marries, the person chosen must be a slave. In China, play actors, policemen, boatmen, and slaves are not allowed to marry women of any other class than that to which they respectively belong. And in Japan, before the year 1868, when a new order of things was introduced, the different classes of nobles were not permitted to intermarry with each other or with common people. In Europe, there have been similar prohibitions. In Rome, plebeians and patricians could not intermarry till the year 455 B.C., nor were marriages allowed between patricians and clients. Cicero himself disapproved of intermarriages of ingenui and freedmen, and though such alliances were generally permitted under the emperors, yet a senator could not marry a freedwoman, nor a patroness her liberated slave. Between freemen and slaves contubernium could take place, but not marriage. Among the Teutonic peoples, in ancient times, any freeman who had intercourse with a slave was punished with slavery, and a woman guilty of such a crime might be killed. In the Scandinavian countries, slavery came to an end at a comparatively early period, but in Germany it was succeeded by serfdom, and equality of birth continued to be regarded as an indispensable condition of lawful marriage. As late as the 13th century, any German woman who had intercourse with a serf lost her liberty. From the class of freemen, both in Germany and in Scandinavia, the nobility gradually emerged as a distinct order, and marriages between persons of noble birth and persons who, although free, were not noble, came to be considered misalliances. In Sweden, in the 17th century, such marriages were punished. Modern civilization tends to pull down the barriers which separate the various classes of society, just as it tends to diminish the differences in interests, habits, sentiments, and knowledge. Birth no longer determines to the same extent as before a man's social position, and nobility has become a shadow of what it was. Thus there survive but few traces of the former classendogamy. According to German civil law, the marriage of a man belonging to the high nobility with a woman of inferior birth is still regarded as a disparagem, and the woman is not entitled to the rank of her husband, nor is the full right of inheritance possessed by her or by her children. Although in no way prevented by law, marriages out of the class are generally avoided by custom. The outer or endogamous limit within which a man or woman must marry, says Sir Henry Maine, has been mostly taken under the shelter of fashion or prejudice. It is but faintly traced in England, though not wholly obscured. It is, or perhaps was rather more distinctly marked in the United States, through prejudices against the blending of white and colored blood. But in Germany, certain hereditary dignities are still forfeited by a marriage beyond the forbidden limits. And in France, in spite of all formal institutions, marriages between a person belonging to the noblesse and a person belonging to the bourgeoisie, distinguished roughly from one another by the particle de, are wonderfully rare, though they are not unknown. Different nations, like the different classes of society, have been gradually drawing nearer to each other. National prejudices have diminished, and international sympathy has increased. During the Middle Ages, a foreigner was called in Germany eine Länder, because he stood outside the law. 2199 today, he enjoys the protection of the law in all civilized countries, and is not as a foreigner an object of prejudice. This widening of sympathy and improved means of communication have of course made intermarriages between the several nations much more common than they used to be. Religion, finally, has formed a great bar to intermarriage. In British India, the descendants of all the Mohammedan races, Arab, Iranian, Turanian, Mongol, and Hindu converts intermarry, but there are few unions between Christian men and Mohammedan women. Indeed, according to Mr. Lane, such a marriage is not permitted under any circumstances and cannot take place otherwise than by force. On the other hand, it is held lawful for a Mohammedan to marry a Christian or a Jewish woman if induced to do so by excessive love of her, or if he cannot obtain a wife of his own religion. In this case, however, the offspring must follow the father's faith, and the wife does not inherit when the husband dies. Marriage with a heathen woman is never permitted to a Mussulman. It is mainly religion that has kept the Jews a relatively pure race. The Jew, says Dr. Nuber, has no preference for, or any aversion from one race or another, provided he can marry a woman of his religion, and vice versa. 2203 Indeed, the Jewish law does not recognize marriage with a person of another belief. 2204 Though there are instances of such marriages in the early days of Israel. During the Middle Ages, marriage between Jews and Christians was prohibited by the Christians also, and universally avoided. The folklore of Europe, Mr. Jacobs remarks, regarded the Jews as something infrahuman, and it would require an almost impossible amount of large toleration for a Christian maiden of the Middle Ages to regard union with a Jew as anything other than unnatural. Mr. Jacobs thinks it may be doubted whether even at the present day there is one mixed marriage to 500 pure Jewish marriages. St. Paul indicates that a Christian was not allowed to marry a heathen. 2208, and Tertullian calls such an alliance fornication. In early times, the Church often encouraged marriages of this sort as a means of propagating Christianity, and it was only when its success was beyond doubt that it actually prohibited them. The Council of Elvira expressly forbade Christian parents to give their daughters in marriage to heathens, ordering that those who did so should be excommunicated. Even the adherents of different Christian confessions have been prohibited from intermarrying. In the Roman Church, the prohibition of marriage with heathens and Jews, impedimentum cultus disparitatis, was soon followed by the prohibition of mixed marriages, impedimentum mixti religionis, and the Protestants also originally forbade such unions. The Greek Church, on the other hand, made in this respect a distinction between schismatici, or those who dissent from the Church in non-essential points only, and heretici, or those who dissent from its fundamental doctrines. Mixed marriages are not now contrary to the civil law either in Roman Catholic or in Protestant countries, but in countries belonging to the Orthodox Greek Church, the ecclesiastical restrictions have been adopted by the state. In Russia, Greece, and Serbia, Roman Catholics and Protestants are regarded as schismatici, but in the Turkish countries as heretici. It is noteworthy that, in countries which are partly Roman Catholic, partly Protestant, mixed marriages form only a comparatively small percentage of the whole number of marriages. In no respect has modern civilization acted more beneficently than as a promoter of religious toleration. In our time, difference of faith discourages sympathy to a much less extent than it did in former ages. Hence, the number of mixed marriages everywhere tends to increase. In Bavaria, for instance, they amounted in 18,351,850 to 28%. Of the whole number of marriages, in 18,501,860 to 36%, in 18,601,870 to 44%, in 18,701,875 to 56%, and in 18,761,877 to 66%. While therefore civilization has narrowed the inner limit, within which a man or woman must not marry, it has widened the outer limit, within which a man or woman may marry and generally marries. The latter of these processes has been one of vast importance in man's history. Originating in race or caste pride, or in religious intolerance, the endogamous rules have, in their turn, helped to keep up and strengthen these feelings. Law is by nature conservative, maintaining sentiments developed under past conditions. It is only by slow degrees that the ideas of a new time become strong enough to release mankind from ancient prejudices. We have hitherto dealt only with the poetry of sexual selection love. Now something is to be said of its prose recalculation, and we may conveniently begin with man's appreciation of woman's fertility, as this has some of the characteristics of an instinct. Desire for offspring is universal in mankind. Abortion, indeed, is practiced now and then, and infanticide frequently takes place among many savage peoples, but these facts do not disprove the general rule. Speaking of the Crees, Chipewans, and other Indians on the eastern side of the Rocky Mountains, Harman says that all Indians are very desirous of having a numerous offspring. 2216 among the Ngalics, 377 children are anxiously desired, even when women have no husbands. 2217 among the Mayas, disappointed couples prayed earnestly and brought many offerings to propitiate the god, whose anger was supposed to have deferred their hopes. Be numerous in offspring and descendants is a frequent marriage benediction or salutation in Madagascar, for to die without posterity is looked upon as a great calamity and is termed dead as regards the eye. 2219, a Negro considers childlessness the greatest disaster which can happen to him. 2220 Bosman once asked one of the king's captains in Fida how many children he had, and he answered, sighing, that he was so unhappy as not to have many, could not pretend to have had. Above 70, including those who were dead. Among the Waganda and Wanioro, great rejoicings take place in the case of the birth of twins. The shaman heathens of Siberia regarded an abundance of children and cattle as the most essential condition of a man's happiness. Honest people have many children. A Japanese proverb says, 2223, the Chinese regard a large family of sons as a mark of the divine favor. 2224, and to become the father of a son is described in Indian poems as the greatest happiness which may fall to the share of a mortal. In Persia, childlessness is considered the most horrible calamity. One of the chief blessings that Moses, in the name of God, promised the Israelites was a numerous progeny, and the ancient Romans regarded the procreation of legitimate children as the real end of marriage. He who has no children has no happiness either. The South Slavonians say 2,228,378, and German folklore compares a marriage without offspring with a world without sun. A woman, therefore, is valued not only as a wife, but as a mother. Nowhere has greater stress been laid on this idea than in ancient Lacedaemon. A husband, if he considered that the unfruitfulness of the marriage was owing to himself, gave his matrimonial rights to a younger man, whose child then belonged to the husband's family, and to the wives of men who, for example, fell in battle before having children. Other men, probably slaves, were assigned, that there might be heirs and successors to the deceased husband. Among many peoples, the respect in which a woman is held is proportionate to her fecundity. 2231, and a barren wife is frequently despised as an unnatural and useless being. In Angola, according to Livingstone, in the native dances, when anyone may wish to deride another, in the accompanying song a line is introduced, so and so has no children and never will get any. The offended woman feels the insult so keenly that it is not uncommon for her to rush away and commit suicide. Among the Creeks, a man always calls his wife his son's mother, 2234, and among the Todas, in addressing a man with the casual question, "Are you married?" the ordinary way of putting it would be to say, "Is there a son?" 2235. It is obvious, then, that fecundity must be one of the qualities which a man most eagerly requires from his bride. Mr. Reed tells us that, in certain parts of Africa, especially 379 ally in malarious localities, where women are so frequently sterile, no one cares to marry a girl till she has borne a child. And among the Vatiaks, according to Dr. Butch, a girl gets married sooner if she is a mother. We have seen several instances of husband and wife not living together as married people before the birth of a child. Among the Creeks, marriages were contracted for a year, but if they proved fruitful, they were, as a rule, renewed. Again, with regard to an order of the Essenes, Josephus states that, considering succession to be the principal part of human life, they tried their spouses for 3 years, and then married them only if there was a prospect of the union being fruitful. Among many peoples, it is the practice for a man to repudiate a barren wife. The desire for offspring, with its consequence, the appreciation of female fecundity, is due to various causes. First, there is in man an instinct for reproduction. Mr. Marshall remarks, "Of this desire for progeny, I have seen many examples amongst the Todas, so strongly marked, but to all appearances apart from the sense of personal ambition, and separate from any demands of religion or requirements for support in old age, as to give the impression that it was the primitive faculty of philoprogenitiveness, acting so insensibly, naturally, as to have the character more of a plain instinct than of an intelligent human feeling." 2239. With this instinct, a feeling of parental pride is associated. "Children," says Hobbes, "are a man's power and his honor." 2240. Among the Hebrews and the ancient Aryan nations, the desire for offspring, particularly sons, had its root chiefly in religious belief, being a natural outcome of the idea that the spirits of the dead were made happy by homage received at the hands of their male posterity. The same is the case with the Chinese and Japanese. 2242, and perhaps, to a certain extent, with some peoples at a lower stage of civilization. The savage believes that the life which goes on after death differs in nothing from this life, that wants and pursuits remain as before, that consequently the dead man's spirit eats and drinks and needs fire for warmth and cooking. It is, of course, his surviving descendants who have to see that he is well provided for in these respects. Hence the offerings to deceased ancestors for various periods after death and the feasts for the dead. Among the Tlinkits, according to Holmberg, it sometimes happens that a man spends his whole fortune as well as his wife's marriage portion on such a feast, and has to live as a poor man for the rest of his life. But no doubt children are most eagerly longed for by savage men because they are of use to him in his lifetime. They are easily supported when young, and in times of want they may be left to die or be sold. When a few years old, the sons become able to hunt, fish, and paddle, and later on they are their father's companions in war. The daughters help their mother to provide food, and when grown up, they are lucrative objects of trade. Finally, when old, the parents would often suffer want had they not their children to support them. Hence, in a savage condition of life, children are the chief wealth of the family, and the same is the case at somewhat higher stages of social development. Mr. Lane remarks that, in Egypt, at the age of 5 or 6 years, the children become of use to tend the flocks and herds, and at a more advanced age, until they marry, they assist their fathers in the operations of agriculture. The poor in Egypt have often to depend entirely upon their sons for support in their old age, but many parents are deprived of these aids, and consequently reduced to beggary or almost to starvation. 2246. To a certain extent, this holds good for the uneducated classes in Europe also. With the progress of civilization, the desire for offspring has become less intense. The religious motive has of course died out in the Christian world, and in proportion as social life becomes more complicated and a professional education becomes more necessary for success in the struggle for existence, children, at least in the upper classes and among townspeople, put their parents to expense instead of being a source of wealth. A childless couple may indeed deplore the absence of children, but a woman is no longer held in respect only or principally as a mother, and marriage, according to modern ideas, is something more than an institution for the procreation of legitimate offspring. Yet it is remarkable that, in Switzerland, although barrenness is no sufficient reason for a man to repudiate his wife, 2/5 of the total number of divorces take place between married people who have no children, whilst the sterile marriages amount only to 1/5 of the number of marriages. A wife is of use to her husband not merely because she gives him laborers, but also because she herself is a laborer. Drying and preparing fish and meat, lighting and attending to the fire, transporting baggage, picking berries, dressing hides and making clothes, cooking food and taking care of the children, these are in the savage state the chief pursuits of a wife. Among agricultural and cattle farming peoples, she has besides to cultivate the soil and to tend the cattle. A wife, therefore, is chosen partly because of her ability to perform such duties. Thus, among the Greenlanders, cleverness in sewing and skill in the management of household affairs are the most attractive qualities of a woman. Among other Eskimo tribes, and in Tierra del Fuego, middle-aged men will connect themselves with old women who are best able to take care of their common comforts. The inland Colombians, according to Mr. Bancroft, make capacity for work the standard of female excellence 2,250, and among the Turkomans, young widows fetch double the price of spinsters 382 because they are more accustomed to hard labor and more experienced in household concerns. A husband's function is to protect his family from enemies and to prevent them falling into distress. A woman, as we have already seen, even instinctively prefers a courageous and strong man to one who is cowardly and feeble. But reflection also makes her choose a man who is well able to defend her and to provide food. Among the Comanches, says Mr. Parker, young girls are not averse to marry very old men, particularly if they are chiefs, as they are always sure of something to eat. 2252. At more advanced stages of civilization, money and inherited property often take the place of skill, strength, and working ability. Thus, wife purchase and husband purchase still persist in modern society, though in disguised forms. Chapter 17. Marriage by Capture and Marriage by Purchase. The practice of capturing wives prevails in various parts of the world, and traces of it are met within the marriage ceremonies of several peoples, indicating that it occurred much more frequently in past ages. Speaking of the inhabitants of Unimak, Cox says that they invaded the other Aleutian Islands and carried off women's chief object of their incursions. Among the arts, a man occasionally steals a wife from the women of his own tribe, 2,254, whilst the Bonaks of California usually take women in battle from other tribes, and the Macas Indians of Ecuador acquire wives by purchase, if the woman belongs to the same tribe but otherwise by force. All the Carib tribes used to capture women from different peoples and tribes, so that the men and women nowhere spoke the same tongue, 2,256 and 5. Martia states that, in Brazil, some tribes habitually steal their neighbors' daughters, 2257. Among the Mosquito Indians, after the wedding is all arranged and the presents paid, the bridegroom seizes his bride and carries her off, followed by her female relatives, who pretend to try to rescue her. The Araucanians considered the carrying off of the bride by pretended violence an essential prerequisite to the nuptials, and according to Mr. E.R. Smith, it is even a point of honor with the bride to resist and struggle. However willing she may be. 2259, the Yups have no particular ceremony at their marriages, except that of always carrying away the girl by force, or making a show of doing so, even when she and her parents are quite willing. 2260, almost the same is said of the Fuegians, though among them the capture is sometimes more than a ceremony. Anderson remarks that, Among the Bushmans, woman is only too often belly tetirima causa. Speaking of the Bechuanas, Mr. Kandare says, as regards wedding ceremonies, there is one of casting an arrow into the hut by the bridegroom, which is worthy of notice as symbolic. 2263, among the Wakamba, marriage is an affair of purchase, but the bridegroom must then carry off the bride by force or stratagem. 2264, the Watata and Wachaga of eastern equatorial Africa have also a marriage ceremony of capture, 2265, and the like is the case with the inland Negroes mentioned by Lord Kames 2266 and the Abyssinians. Among the tribes of eastern Central Africa described by Mr. MacDonald, marriage by capture occurs not as a symbol only. According to a common belief, the Australian method of obtaining wives is capture in its most brutal form. But contrary to Mr. Howitt, 2270, Mr. Kerr informs us that only on rare occasions is a wife captured from another tribe and carried off. The possession of a stolen woman would lead to constant attacks, hence the tribes set themselves very generally against the practice. Even elopements, according to Mr. Matthew, are now usually more fictitious than real, 2273, but there are strong reasons for believing that formerly, when the continent was only partially occupied, elopements from within the tribe frequently occurred. In Tasmania, the capture of women for wives from hostile and alien tribes was generally prevalent. Among the Maoris, the ancient and most general way of obtaining a wife was for the man to get together a party of his friends and carry off the woman by force, apparent or actual. A similar practice occurs on the larger islands of the Fiji Group 2277, in Samoa 2278, Tukopia 2279, New Guinea 2280, and extremely frequently in the Indian Archipelago 2281, and among the wild tribes of India. Among the Arabs 2283, Tartars 2284, and other peoples of Central Asia, as also in European Russia 2285, traces of capture occur in the marriage ceremony, whilst the Tangatans 2286, Samoyeds 2287, Vatiaks 2280, 8100. 2289 are still in the habit of stealing wives, or elope with their sweethearts, if the bridegroom cannot afford to pay the fixed purchase sum. Among the Laplanders 2290, Esthonians 2291, and Finns 2292, marriage by capture occurred in former days, and in some parts of Finland symbolical traces of it in the marriage ceremony have been found in modern times. The same practice prevailed among the peoples of the Aryan race. According to the laws of Manu, one of the 8 legal forms of the marriage ceremony was the Rakshasa rite. 1. The forcible abduction of a maiden from her home, while she cries out and weeps, after her kinsmen have been slain or wounded, and their houses broken open. This rite was permitted for the Kshatriyas by the sacred tradition. According to Dionysius of Halicarnassus, marriage by capture was at one time customary throughout ancient Greece, 2295, and as Plutarch informs us, it was retained by the Spartans as an important symbol in the marriage ceremony. Even now, according to Sakalarios, capture of wives occasionally occurs in Greece. Among the Romans, the bride fled to the lap of her mother and was carried off by force by the bridegroom and his friends. In the historical age, this was a ceremony only, but at an earlier time, the capture seems to have been a reality. Les Premiers Romains says 1000. Ortolan 387, D'après leurs traditions héroïques, ont it obliges de recourir à la surprise, et à la force pour enlever leurs premières femmes, 2299. The ancient Teutons frequently captured women for wives. Speaking of the Scandinavian nations, Olaus Magnus says that they were continually at war with one another, propter raptors virgins auter ripiendas, 2301. Among the Welsh, on the morning of the wedding day, the bridegroom, accompanied by his friends on horseback, carried off the bride. The Slavs in early times, according to Nestor, practiced marriage by capture, 2303, and in the marriage ceremonies of the Russians and other Slavonian nations, reminiscences of this custom still survive. Indeed, among the South Slavonians, capture de facto was in full force no longer ago than the beginning of the present century. According to Olaus Magnus, it prevailed in Muscovy, Lithuania, and Livonia, 2306, and according to Senya de Gaillard, the symbol of it occurred in his time in Poland, Prussia, and Samogithia. The list of peoples among whom marriage by capture occurs, either as a reality or as a symbol, might easily be enlarged. There are peoples, however, who seem to have nothing of the kind. As regards the Chinese, Mr. Jamieson says, of the capture of wives there is, as far as I am aware, historically no trace, nor is the form to be found among any of the ceremonies of marriage with which I am acquainted. 2309, moreover 388, it is doubtful whether the ceremonies given as instances of symbolical capture are, in every case, survivals of capture de facto in the real sense of the term, that is, taking the woman against not only her own will, but that of her parents. Mr. Spencer suggests that one origin of the form of capture may be the resistance of the pursued woman, due to coyness, partly real and partly assumed, 2310, and though this suggestion has been much attacked, it can scarcely be disproved. On the east coast of Greenland, according to Dr. Nansen, the only method of contracting a marriage is still for the man to go to the girl's tent, catch her by the hair or anything else which offers a hold, and drag her off to his dwelling without further ado. Violent scenes are often the result, as single women always affect the utmost bashfulness and aversion to any proposal of marriage, lest they should lose their reputation for modesty. But the woman's relations, meanwhile, stand quietly looking on, as the struggle is considered a purely private affair, and the natural desire of the Greenlander to stand on a good footing with his neighbor prevents him from attempting any interference with another's business. 2311 again, according to Mr. Abercrombie, marriage with capture Rebbe, which he understands capture of a bride, associated with some other form of marriage, such as that by purchase may be regarded rather as a result of the innate universal desire to display courage, than as a survival of a still older practice of taking women captive in time of war. Mr. McLennan thinks that marriage by capture arose from the rule of exogamy, but there are Peoplest Maoris, Arts 100, among whom this practice occurs or has remained as a symbol, who are nevertheless what Mr. McLennan would call endogamous. We are not entitled to say that, wherever exogamy can be found, we may confidently expect to find, after due investigation, at least traces of a system of capture. 2313, on reckoning up the peoples among whom the combination of capture and exogamy is met with. Dr. Tyler observes that the number, though enough to show that they coexist freely, falls short of what would justify the inference that they are cause and effect. 2314. It seems to me extremely probable that the practice of capturing women for wives is due chiefly to the aversion to close intermarriage existing, as we have seen, among endogamous tribes, also together with the difficulty a savage man has in procuring a wife in a friendly manner, without giving compensation for the loss he inflicts on her father. Being something quite different from the wrestling for wives, already mentioned as the most primitive method of courtship, marriage by capture flourished at that stage of social growth when family ties had become stronger, and man lived in small groups of nearly related persons, but when the idea of barter had scarcely occurred to his mind. From the universality of the horror of incest, and from the fact that primitive hordes were in a chronic state of warfare with one another, the general prevalence of this custom may be easily explained. But as it is impossible to believe that there ever was a time when friendly negotiations between families who could intermarry were altogether unknown, we cannot suppose that capture was at any period the exclusive form of contracting marriage, although it may have been the normal form. In Australia, where marriage by capture takes place between members of hostile communities, only 2316, we are aware of no tribe exogamous or endogamous living in a state of absolute isolation. On the contrary, every tribe entertains constant relations, for the most part amicable, with one, two, or more tribes, and marriages between their members are the rule. Moreover, the custom, prevalent among many savage tribes, of a husband taking up his abode in his wife's family seems to have arisen very early in man's history. And Dr. Tyler's schedules show that there are in different parts of the world even 12 or 13 well-marked exogamous peoples among whom this habit occurs. As appears from the instances quoted, the practice of capturing wives is, in the main, a thing of the past. Among most existing uncivilized peoples, a man has, in some way or other, to give compensation for his bride. Marriage by capture has been succeeded by marriage by purchase. The simplest way of purchasing a wife is no doubt to give a kinswoman in exchange for her. The Australian male, says Mr. Kerr, almost invariably obtains his wife or wives, either as a survivor of a married brother, or in exchange for his sisters, or later on in life for his daughters 2320. A similar exchange is sometimes effected in Sumatra. Much more common is the custom of obtaining a wife by services rendered to her father. The man goes to live with the family of the girl for a certain time, during which he works as a servant. This practice, with which Hebrew tradition has familiarized us, is widely diffused among the uncivilized races of America 2322, Africa 2323, Asia 2324, and the Indian archipelago. Often it is only those men who are too poor to pay cash that serve in the father-in-law's house till they have given an equivalent in labor. But sometimes not even money can save the bridegroom from this sort of servitude. In some cases, he has to serve his time before he is allowed to marry the girl. In others, he gets her in advance. Again, among several peoples already mentioned, the man goes over to the woman's family or tribe to live there forever. But Dr. Stark suggests that this custom has a different origin from the other, being an expression of the strong clan sentiment and not a question of gain. According to Mr. Spencer, the obtaining of wives by services rendered, instead of by property paid, constitutes a higher form of marriage, and is developed along with the industrial type of society. This modification, he says, practicable with difficulty among rude predatory tribes, becomes more practicable as there arise established industries affording spheres in which services may be rendered. 2328. But it should be noticed that, even at a very low stage of civilization, a man may help his father-in-law in fishing and hunting, whilst industrial work promotes accumulation of property and consequently makes it easier for the man to acquire his wife by real purchase. We find also the practice of serving for wives prevalent among such rude races as the Fuegians and the Bushmans, and in the Iabigja saga, Vigster says to the Berserk Hali, who asked for the hand of his daughter Asdi, "As you are a poor man, I shall do as the ancients did, and let you deserve your marriage by hard work." 2329. It seems then almost probable that marriage by services is a more archaic form than marriage by purchase, but generally they occur simultaneously. The most common compensation for a bride is property paid to her owner. Her price varies indefinitely. A pretty, healthy, and able-bodied girl commands, of course, a better price than one who is ugly and weak. 2330. A girl of rank. A better price than one who is mean and poor. 2331. A virgin. Generally a better than a widow or a repudiated wife. Among the Californian Karak, for instance, a wife is seldom purchased for less than half a string of dentalium shell, but when she belongs to an aristocratic family, is pretty, and skillful in making acorn bread and weaving baskets, she sometimes costs as high as 2 strings. 2333. The bride price, however, varies most according to the circumstances of the parties and according to the value set on female labor. In British Columbia and Vancouver Island, the value of the articles given for the bride ranges from 20 to 40 sterling. The Indians of Oregon buy their wives for horses, blankets, or buffalo robes. Among the Shastika in California, a wife is purchased of her father for shell money or horses, 10 or 12 cayuse ponies being paid for a maid of great attractions. 2336. Again, the Navajos of New Mexico consider 12 horses so exorbitant a price for a wife that it is paid only for one possessing unusual qualifications, such as beauty, industry, and skill in their necessary employments. 2337. And the Patagonians give mares, horses, or silver ornaments for the bride. In Africa, not horses but cattle are considered the most proper equivalent for a good wife. Among the Kaffirs, 3, 5, or 10 cows are a low price, 20 or 30 are rather high, but according to Barrow, a man frequently obtained a wife for an ox or a couple of cows. The Damaras are so poor a people that they are often glad to take one cow for a daughter. Among the Banii, many heads of cattle or goats are given to induce the parents of the girl to give her up, as it is termed 1. To forego all claim on her offspring, for if nothing is given, the family from which she comes can claim the children as part of itself. In Uganda, the ordinary price of a wife is either 3 or 4 bullocks, 6 sewing needles, or a small box of percussion caps, but Mr. Wilson was often offered one in exchange for a coat or a pair of shoes. In the Mangoni country, 2 skins of a buck are considered a fair price 2,343, and among the Negroes of Bondo, a goat, 2,344, whereas, among the Mandingos, as we are told by Cayley, no wife is to be had otherwise than by the presentation of slaves to the parents of the mistress. The Chulims paid from 5 to 50 rubles for a wife, the Chiralanses usually from 5 to 10. Rich Bashkirs pay sometimes even 3,000 rubles, but the poorest may buy a wife for a cartload of wood or hay. In Tartary, parents sell a daughter for some horses, oxen, sheep, or pounds of butter. Among the Samoyeds and Ostiaks, for a certain number of reindeer. Among the Indian Kisans, 2 baskets of rice and a rupee in cash constitute the compensatory offering given to the parents of the girl. 2349. Among the Mismais, a rich man gives for a wife 20 mithans, a kind of oxen, but a poor man can get a wife for a pig. In Timor-Laut, according to Mr. Forbes, no wife can be purchased without elephant's tusks. 2351. In the Caroline Islands, the man makes a present to the father of the girl whom he marries, consisting of fruits, fish, and similar things. 2352. In Samoa, the bride price included canoes, pigs, and foreign property of any kind which might fall into their hands. 2353. And among the Fijians, the usual price is a whale's tooth, or a musket. 2354. Among some peoples, marriage may take place on credit, though generally, the wife and her children cannot leave the parental home until the price is paid in full. In Unyoro, according to Emin Pasha, when a poor man is unable to procure the cattle required for his marriage at once, he may, by agreement with the bride's father, pay them by installments. The children, however, born in the meantime belong to the wife's father, and each of them must be redeemed with a cow. Marriage by exchange or purchase is not only generally prevalent among existing lower races, it occurs, or formerly occurred, among civilized nations as well. In Central America and Peru, a man had to serve for his bride. In China, a present is given by the father of the suitor, the amount of which is not left to the goodwill of the parties, as the term present would suggest, but is exactly stipulated for by the negotiators of the marriage. Hence, as Mr. Jamieson remarks, it is no doubt a survival of the time when the transaction was one of ordinary bargain. In Japan, the proposed husband sends certain prescribed presents to his future bride, and this sending of presents forms one of the most important parts of the marriage ceremony. In fact, when once the presents have been sent and accepted, the contract is completed, and neither party can retract. Mr. Kuchler says he has been unable to find out the exact meaning of these presents. The native books on marriage are silent on the subject, and the Japanese themselves have no other explanation to give than that the custom has been handed down from ancient times. But from the facts recorded in the next chapter, it is evident that the sending of presents is a relic of a previous custom of marrying by purchase. In all branches of the Semitic race, men had to buy or serve for their wives, the mohar or mar being originally the same as a purchasessum. In the books of Ruth and Hosea, the bridegroom actually says that he has bought the bride, 2361, and the modern Jews, according to Michaelis, have a sham purchase among their marriage ceremonies, which is called marrying by the penny. 2362. In Mohammedan countries, marriage differs but little from a real purchase. The same custom prevailed among the Chaldeans, Babylonians 2364, and Assyrians. Speaking of the ancient Finns, the Finnish philologist and traveler, Castron, remarks 396, there are many reasons for believing that a cap full of silver and gold was one of the best proxies in wooing among our ancestors. 2366, evident traces of marriage by purchase are indeed found in the Kalevala and the Cantiletta, 2367, and in parts of Finland, symbols of it are still left in the marriage ceremony. Among the East Finnish peoples, marriage by purchase exists even now, or did so till quite lately. Wife purchase, as Dr. Winternitz remarks, was the basis of Indo-European marriage before the separation of peoples took place. The Hindu bride in Vedic times had to be won by rich presents to the future father-in-law, 2371, and one of the 8 forms of marriage mentioned, though disapproved of, by Manuth Usra form was marriage by purchase. According to Dubois, to marry and to buy a wife are in India synonymous terms. Aristotle tells us that the ancient Greeks were in the habit of purchasing wives 2373, and in the Homeric age a maid was called one who yields her parents many oxen as presents from her suitor. Among the Thracians, according to Herodotus, marriage was contracted by purchase, so also throughout Teutonic antiquity. The ancient Scandinavians believed that even the gods had bought their wives. In Germany, the expression to purchase a wife was in use till the end of the Middle Ages, and we find the same term in Christian IV's Norwegian law of 1604. As late as the middle of the 16th century, the English preserved in their marriage ritual traces of this ancient legal procedure, 2378, whilst in Thuringia, according to Franz Schmidt, the betrothal ceremony even to this day indicates its former occurrence. Purchase, as Dr. Schrader remarks, cannot with equal certainty be established as the oldest form of marriage on Roman soil. But the symbolical process of co-emptiath form of marriage among the plebeians preserved a reminiscence of the original custom in force, if not at Rome, at least among the ancestors of the Romans. In Ireland and Wales in ancient times, the bride price consisted usually of articles of gold, silver, and bronze, sometimes even of land. The Slavs also used to buy their wives 2383, and among the South Slavonians, the custom of purchasing the bride still partially prevails, or recently did so. In Servia, at the beginning of the present century, the price of girls reached such a height that Black George limited it to 1 ducat. In spite of this general prevalence of marriage by purchase, we have no evidence that it is a stage through which every race has passed. It must be observed, first, that in sundry tribes the presents given by the bridegroom are intended not exactly to compensate the parents for the bride, but rather to dispose them favorably to the match. Colonel Dalton says, for example, that among the Padams, one of the lowest peoples of India, it is customary for a lover to show his inclinations whilst courting by presenting his sweetheart and her parents with small delicacies, such as field mice and squirrels, though the parents seldom interfere with the young couple's designs, and it would be regarded as an indelible disgrace to barter a child's happiness for money. The Ainos of Yesso, says Mr. Like more, do not buy their wives, but make presents to the parents of sake, tobacco, and fish, 2386, and the amount of these gifts is never settled beforehand. The game and fruits given by the bridegroom immediately before marriage, among the Puris, Corodos, and Coropos, seem to 5. Martius to be rather a proof of his ability to keep a wife than a means of exchange, whereas the more civilized tribes of the Brazilian Aborigines carry on an actual trade in women. Speaking of the Yukon Hatana, a tribe of Alaska, Petrov states that the custom of purchasing wives does not exist among them. The Californian Wintun, who rank among the lower types of the race, generally pay nothing for their brides. The Neam and some other African peoples, 239, won most of the Chittagong Hill, tribes 2392, the aboriginal inhabitants of Kola and Cabror, of the Aru archipelago, who live in trees or caves, 2393, and apparently also the Andamanese are in the habit of marrying without making any payment for the bride. Among the Vedas, according to 1000, Lemesseria, no marriage presents are given on either side, 2394, but Mr. Hartshorn states that a marriage is attended with no ceremony beyond the presentation of some food to the parents of the bride 2395. In Parnape, says Dr. Finch, marriage is not based on purchase, but this is contrary to the general custom in the Carolines 2397, as also in the adjacent Pelu Islands 2398, where women are bought as wives by means of presents to the father. In the Kingsmill group, according to Wilkes, a wife is never bought, but it is generally supposed that each party will contribute something towards the household stock. 2399. With regard to the Hawaiians, Ellis remarks, "We are not aware that the parents of the woman received anything from the husband, or gave any dowry with the wife 2400, and Mr. Angus even asserts that the practice of purchasing wives is not generally adopted in Polynesia." But the statement is doubtful, as at least in Samoa 2402, Tahiti 2403, and Nukuhiva 2404, the bridegroom gains the bride by presents to her father. And in Melanesia, marriage by purchase is certainly universal. Among the South Australian Kerne, according to Mr. Howitt, marriages were brought about most frequently by elopement, less frequently by capture, and least frequently by exchange or by gift 2406. Purchase of wives may, with even more reason than marriage by capture, be said to form a general stage in the social history of man. Although the two practices often occur simultaneously, the former has, as a rule, succeeded the latter, as barter in general has followed upon robbery. The more recent character of marriage by purchase appears clearly from the fact that marriage by capture very frequently occurs as a symbol, where marriage by purchase occurs as a reality. Moreover, there can be little doubt that barter and commerce are comparatively late inventions of man. Dr. Peschel, indeed, contends that barter existed in those ages in which we find the earliest signs of our race. But we have no evidence that it was in this way that the cave-dwellers of Perigord, of the reindeer period, obtained the rock crystals, the Atlantic shells, and the horns of the Polish saiga antelope, which have been found in their settlements, and we may not in any case conclude that commerce has existed in all ages and among all inhabitants of the world. 2407. There are even in modern times instances of savage peoples who seem to have a very vague idea of barter, or perhaps none at all. Concerning certain Solomon Islanders, Les Ballardières states, "We could not learn whether these people are in the habit of making exchanges, but it is very certain that it was impossible for us to obtain anything from them in this way, yet they were very eager to receive everything that we gave them." 2408. For some time, after Captain Weddell began to associate with the Fuegians, they gave him any small article he expressed a wish for without asking any return, but afterwards they acquired an idea of barter. 2409. Nor did the Australians whom Cook saw and the Patagonians visited by Captain Wallis in 1766 understand traffic, though they now understand it. Again, with regard to the Andamanese, Mr. Mann remarks 401, they set no fixed value on their various properties, and rarely make or procure anything with the express object of disposing of it in barter. Apparently they prefer to regard their transactions as presentations, for their mode of negotiating is to give such objects as are desired by another in the hope of receiving in return something for which they have expressed a wish, it being tacitly understood that unless otherwise mentioned beforehand, no present is to be accepted without an equivalent being rendered. The natural consequence of this system is that most of the quarrels which so frequently occur among them originate in failure on the part of the recipient in making such a return as had been confidently expected. 2411. It must also be noted that those uncivilized peoples among whom marriage by purchase does not occur are, for the most part, exceedingly rude races. As 1000, Koenigswarter and Mr. Spencer have suggested, the transition from marriage by capture to marriage by purchase was probably brought about in the following way. Abduction, in spite of parents, was the primary form. Then there came the offering of compensation to escape vengeance, and this grew eventually into the making of presents beforehand. Thus, among the arts, according to Mr. Sproat, when a man steals a wife, a purchase follows, as the friends of the woman must be pacified with presents. 2414. In New Guinea and Bali 2416, As also among the Chukmas and Araucanians 2418, it often happens that the bridegroom carries off, or elopes with his bride, and afterwards pays a compensation price to her parents. Among the Bodo and Mek, who still preserve the form of forcible abduction in their marriage ceremony, the successful lover, after having captured the girl, gives a feast to the bride's friends, and with a present conciliates the father, who is supposed to be incensed. The same is reported of the Maoris 2420, whilst among the Tangatans, according to Przewalski, the ravisher who has stolen his neighbor's wife pays the husband a good sum as compensation, but keeps the wife. It is a matter of no importance in this connection that among certain peoples, the price of the bride is paid not to the father, but to some other nearly related person, especially an uncle 2422, or to some other relatives, as well as to the father. In any case, the price is to be regarded as a compensation for the loss sustained in the giving up of the girl, and as a remuneration for the expenses incurred in her maintenance till the time of her marriage. Sometimes, as among several Negro peoples, daughters are trained for the purpose of being disposed of at a profit, but this is a modern invention, irreconcilable with savage ideas. Thus, among the Kafirs, the practice of making an express bargain about women hardly prevailed in the first quarter of this century, and the verb applied to the act of giving cattle for a girl, according to Mr. Shooter, involves not the idea of an actual trade, but rather that of reward for her birth and nurture. To most savages, there seems nothing objectionable in marriage by purchase. On the contrary, Mr. Bancroft states that the Indians in Colombia consider it in the highest degree disgraceful to the girl's family if she is given away without a price, 2426, and in certain tribes of California, the children of a woman for whom no money was paid are accounted no better than bastards, and the whole family are contemned 2427. It was left for a higher civilization to raise women from this state of debasement. In the next chapter, we shall consider the process by which marriage ceased to be a purchase contract and woman an object of trade. Chapter 18, The Decay of Marriage by Purchase, the Marriage Portion. It has often been said that the position of women is the surest gauge of a people's civilization. This assertion, though not absolutely, is approximately true. The evolution of altruism is one of the chief elements in human progress, and consideration for the weaker sex is one of the chief elements in the evolution of altruism. According as more elevated ideas regarding women grew up among the so-called civilized peoples, the practice of purchasing wives was gradually abandoned and came to be looked upon as infamous. The wealthier classes took the first step, and poorer and ruder persons followed their example. It is of no little interest to follow the course of this process. In India in ancient times, the Usura form, or marriage by purchase, was lawful for all the four castes. Afterwards it fell into disrepute and was prohibited among the Brahmins and Kshatriyas, but it was approved of in the case of a Vaisya and of a Sudra. Manu forbade it altogether. No father who knows the law, he says, must take even the smallest gratuity for his daughter, for a man who, through avarice, takes a gratuity is a seller of his offspring. 2429 purchase survived as a symbol only in the Arsha form, according to which the bridegroom sent a cow and a bull or two pairs to the bride's father. Manu expressly condemns those who call this gift a gratuity, 2431, hence the Arsha form was counted by Manu and other lawgivers as one of the legitimate modes of marriage. The Greeks of the historical age had ceased to buy their wives, and in Rome, conferitio, which suggested no idea of purchase, was in the very earliest known time the form of marriage in force among the patricians. Among clients and plebeians also, the purchase of wives came to an end in remote antiquity, surviving as a mere symbol in their coemptio. Among the Germans, according to Grimm, it was only Christianity that abolished marriage by purchase. Laferriere and Königswarter think it prevailed among the Saxons as late as the reign of Charles the Great, and that in England it was prohibited by Synod. In Lex Alamanorum, Lex Ripuarium, Gragas, and the Norwegian laws, real purchase money is not spoken of, and there is reason to believe that the Munda, mentioned in the elder Gulalag, had gradually lost its original meaning of price for a bride. In the Talmudic law, the purchase of wives appears as merely symbolic, the bride price being fixed at a nominal amount. The Mohammedan mahr is also frequently merely nominal. Among the Finns, the purchase of wives had disappeared in the remote times when their popular songs originated. Though it still was usual for a bridegroom to give presents to his bride and her parents, passages in the songs indicate that not even the memory of a real purchase survived. In China, although marriage presents correspond exactly to purchase money in a contract of sale, the people will not hear of their being called a price, 2441, which shows that, among them also, some feeling of shame is attached to the idea of selling a daughter. We may discern two different ways in which this gradual disappearance of marriage by purchase has taken place. It has been suggested that the sum with which the bridegroom bought the bride became a payment for the guardianship of her. However this may be, the purchase money became in time smaller and smaller and took in many cases the form of more or less arbitrary presents. Only a relic of the ancient custom, as we have seen, was left, often appearing as a sham sale in the marriage ceremonies. Another mode of preserving the symbol of sale was the receipt of a gift of real value, which was immediately returned to the giver. This arrangement is said by a Pastamba to have been prescribed by the Vedas in order to fulfill the law that is the ancient law by which the binding form of marriage was a sale. Generally, however, not the same but another gift is presented in return. Thus, at Athens, at some time which cannot be determined, but which was undoubtedly earlier than the age of Solon, the dower in the modern sense arose. And, as has been suggested 2444, this portioning of the bride by her father or guardian very probably implied originally a return of the price paid. Again, in China, exchange of presents takes place between the guardians of the bridegroom and the guardians of the bride, and this exchange forms the subject of a long section in the Penal Code. For the marriage articles and betrothal presents once exchanged, the parties are considered irrevocably engaged. 2445, in Japan, the bride gives certain conventional presents to her future husband and his parents and relatives 406, and as to the value of these presents, she should always be guided by the value of those brought by the bridegroom. Among the ancient Germans, according to Tacitus, the wife in her turn presented the husband with some kind of arms, and this mutual exchange of gifts formed the principal bond of their union. Grimm also suggests that the meaning of the Teutonic dowry was partly that of a return gift. On the other hand, the purchasessum was transformed into the mourning gift and the dotal portion. Apart afterwards, the whole was given to the bride, either directly by the bridegroom or by her father. Manu says, when the relatives do not appropriate for their use the gratuity given, it is not a sale. In that case, the gift is only a token of respect and of kindness towards the maidens. 2449, this gift was called kulka, or her fee, but its close connection with a previous purchase appears from the fact that it passed in a course of devolution to the woman's brothers, and one rendering of the text of Gautama, which regulates this succession, even allowed the fee to go to her brothers during her life. In modern India, according to Dubois, men of distinction do not appropriate the money acquired by giving a daughter in marriage, but lay it out in jewels, which they present to the lady on the wedding day. Among the Greeks of the Homeric age, the father did not always keep the wedding presents for his own use, but bestowed them, wholly or in part, on the daughter as her marriage portion. At a later period, the bridegroom himself gave the presents to his wife when he saw her unveiled for the first time or after the. Among the Teutons, the same process of development took place. Originally, the purchasessum went to the guardian of the bride, partly, perhaps, to her whole family, 407, but by and by it came to be considered her own property 2453, as Tacitus says, dotum non uxor marido, sed uxori maritus offert. 2454, this was the case among the Scandinavians at the date of the inditing of their laws, and among the Langobardi from the 7th century. Laudat says 1000. Genalhiek, nest otter chose quella prida la coemption and usage dans la loi salique. El fut donner la femme au lieu de lettre à ses parents, quini recurrent plus quella solidum et denarium, o la prefictif, et après la mort de l'épouse, une partie de la dot. 2456, in lex alaminorum and lex ripuarium, only a dues which the wife receives directly from her husband is spoken of. And it seems probable that the mourning gift, which has survived very long in Europe, 2458, originated in the purchasessum, or formed a part of it 2459, though it has often been considered a pretium virginitatis. According to ancient Irish law, a part of the coibch or bridal gift went to the bride's father, or if he was dead, to the head of her tribe, 2461, but another part was given by the bridegroom to the bride herself after marriage. The same was the case with the Welsh cowil, 2462, and the Slavonic word for bride price vino came to be frequently used for dues. Speaking of the ancient Babylonians, Herodotus says that the marriage portions were furnished by the money paid for the beautiful damsels 2464 among the Hebrews, as it seems the mohar, or a part of it, was given to the bride herself. We read in the book of Genesis that Abraham's servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. 2466, Professor Robertson Smith is inclined to believe that, in Arabia before Mohammed, a custom had established itself by which the husband ordinarily made a gift under the name of sadak to his wife upon marriage, or by which a part of the mahr was customarily set aside for her use. But under Islam, the difference between mahr and sadak disappeared, the price paid to the father becoming the property of the woman. But it is not only in the history of the great civilized nations that we find marriage by purchase falling into decay. Among several peoples who are still in a savage or semi-civilized state, the custom of purchasing the wife has been modified, and of a few it is expressly stated that they consider such a traffic disgraceful. The change has taken place in exactly the same way as we have seen to be the case with higher races. On the one hand, the purchase has become more or less a symbol. In some cases, the gift no longer represents the actual value of the girl. In others, it is followed by a return gift. Thus, in Oregon, the wife's relations always raise as many horses or other property for her dower as the bridegroom has sent the parents, but scrupulously take care not to turn over the same horses or the same articles 2470. The Ots consider it a point of honor that the purchase money given for a woman of rank shall sometime or other be returned in a present of equal value. Similar statements are made with reference to the Patagonians 2472 Miss Mize, 2473, and certain tribes in the Indian archipelago. Among the Bagobos of the Philippines, if the newly married couple are satisfied with each other, the father of the wife gives the half of the purchasessum back to the husband, 2475, whilst, in Sari, the girl's father, at the wedding, has to return even 5 times the price which he received from the bridegroom's father at the espousals, the return gift, however, becoming the common property of the married couple. Among the Badagas of the Nilgiris also, the return gift is generally greater in value than the sum which has been paid for her. Several other peoples contract marriages by an exchange of presents. On the other hand, there are peoples among whom the purchasessum, or a part of it, is given to the bride either by her father or by the bridegroom himself. But as this may be an indirect way of compensating the bridegroom for the price he has paid, it is in many cases almost impossible to distinguish between this custom and the one last mentioned. It is equally hard to distinguish between the cases in which the bride receives a part of the price from her father and those in which she receives a gift from the bridegroom directly. But perhaps the greatest difficulty of all is to make out whether the presents obtained from the bridegroom formed originally a part of the bride price or were only a means of gaining her own consent. Among the Eskimo, the lover presents clothes to the lady, who puts them on and is thenceforth his wife. Among the Dakotas, men ask for consent to marriage by sending the price of the girl, and in addition often give presents to the object of their esteem. Speaking of the South American Guanas, Azri says, "Touts les ceremonies du marriage si reduisent a unpetty present quella mari fate assai pretendu. 2481 again, among the Javanese 2482, Kalmucks 2483, and Al el Shemel, a Bedouin tribe of Syria 248, for the money or articles which the father receives for his daughter are generally looked upon as a settlement or provision for the wife, and among the Pelu Islanders 2485, Mismais 2486, Bashkirs 2487, Vatiaks 2480, 8100. 2489, she receives a larger or smaller part of the bride price. From marriage by purchase, we have thus reached the practice of dower, which is apparently the very reverse of it. But as we have seen, the marriage portion derives its origin partly from the purchase of wives. Whereas among the Maria, 2490, the endowment becomes the exclusive property of the husband, it is, no doubt, intended to be a compensation for the bride price, whilst among other peoples, money or goods for which the man has bought his wife are handed over to her by the father as a marriage portion which, in a certain way, belongs to her. Yet, as we shall see directly, the dowry does not in every case spring from a previous purchase. The marriage portion serves different ends, often indissolubly mixed up together. It may have the meaning of a return gift. It may imply that the wife as well as the husband is expected to contribute to the expenses of the joint household. It is also very often intended to be a settlement for the wife in case the marriage be dissolved through the husband's death or otherwise. But as, in such instances, the husband generally has the usufruct of the portion, as long as the union lasts, it is in many cases impossible to discern whether the original meaning was that of a return gift to the man or of a settlement for the woman. We read in the laws of Manu what was given before the nuptial fire, what was given on the bridal procession, what was given in token of love, and what was received from her brother, mother, or father, that is called the sixfold property of a woman. Such property, as well as a gift subsequent, and what was given to her by her affectionate husband, shall go to her offspring, even if she dies in the lifetime of her husband. 2491, the Hindu law recognizes the dominion of a married woman over this property. Her Stridhan 2492, but the husband has nevertheless power to use and consume it in case of distress. At Athens, the administration of the dower certainly belonged to the husband, who might defray with it the expenses of the marriage, and even had a right to alienate the movable objects forming a part of the marriage portion, but it did not become his property. If the marriage tie was dissolved through divorce or through the husband's death, the dower had to be restored to the woman, who, as a security for this restitution, had a mortgage, consisting generally of a piece of real property, 2495, or if, in case of divorce, the husband did not restore the dower, he paid, whilst it was retained, 9 oboli every month as interest. The Roman dues was intended to be the wife's contribution towards the expenses of the marriage state. It became the husband's property, as if it were a patrimony which he had a right not only to administer, but even to dispose of independently of the will of his wife. This confusion of the dower with the patrimony was tolerable as long as marriage was contracted for life, but became very disastrous during the period when divorces were frequent. At the end of the Republican era, therefore, the husband's right to dispose of his wife's marriage portion was limited. It had to be restored in case of divorce, as also in case of the marriage being dissolved through the husband's death. The Lex Julia de Adulteres prevented him from alienating dotal land without the wife's consent, or mortgaging it even with her consent, and the legislation of Justinian prevented alienation with the wife's consent, and declared the law on the subject applicable to provincial land. The general tradition of the Roman dues was carried on by the Church, the practical object being to secure for the wife a provision of which the husband could not wantonly deprive her, and which would remain to her after his death. The Roman dotal right, more or less modified in the laws of the different countries, underlies modern European legislation. The husband generally administers and has the use of his wife's dotation, but it remains her property. Among the Germans of early times, The bride price, which was handed over to the woman as her marriage portion, became her exclusive property, of which the husband could not dispose. Besides this dues, she received from her parents an endowment, as a sort of compensation for her inheritance or as an advance on it. This also was her private property, at least so far that it went to her if the marriage was dissolved. Among the Slavs, the dower seems originally to have been given to the wife as a security in the event of her needing independent support. And, among the Poles and Bohemians, the husband could make no use of it unless he left his own goods as a deposit. In Wales, a woman received not only a part of the bride price, cawil, but also a marriage portion from her father, called agwedi, representing the tinker of the Irish, which, during cohabitation, belonged to husband and wife jointly. In case they separated before the end of 7 years, the wife was to receive this portion back, and in any case, even if she left her husband for no reason before the 7th year, she had her cawil. If the separation took place after this period, the property which the wife brought with her was divided. The Hebrews, in early times, generally gave daughters as a dowry only a part of the mohar. Afterwards, a woman who married was endowed with a portion called nejunia, of which the husband had the usufruct as long as the marriage lasted. The Mohammedans, as a rule, settle very large dowers on their wives, and it is generally stipulated that 2/3 of the dowry shall be paid immediately before the marriage contract is made, whilst the remaining third is held in reserve, to be paid to the wife in case of her being divorced against her own consent, or in case of the husband's death. And whatever property the wife receives from her parents or any other person on the occasion of her marriage, or otherwise, is entirely at her own disposal, and not subject to any claim of her husband or his creditors. Speaking of newly married people among the Mexicans, Acosta says, when they went to house, they made an inventory of all the man and wife brought together, of provisions for the house, of land, of jewels and ornaments, which inventories every father kept. For if it chanced they made any divorce, as it was common amongst them, when they agree not, they divided their goods according to the portion that every one brought 2509. Among races at a lower stage of civilization, the dowry commonly subserves a similar end, that is, in case of separation or divorce, the wife gets back her marriage portion, though the husband, as it seems in most cases, has the usufruct of it as long as marriage lasts. But in savage life, the dowry plays no important part. Often nothing of the kind exists 2511, and where it does, the portion generally consists of some food, clothes, household goods 415, or other trifles 2512, and occasionally of cattle. Ultimately, as we have seen, the dowry is due to a feeling of respect and sympathy for the weaker sex, which on the whole is characteristic of a higher civilization. And as we have spoken of a stage of marriage by capture and another stage of marriage by purchase, we may now speak of a third, where fathers are bound by law or custom to portion their daughters. Thus the Hebrews and Mohammedans consider it a religious duty for a man to give a dower to his daughter. In Greece, the dowry came to be thought almost necessary to make the distinction between a wife and a concubine, 2517, and Isias says that no decent man would give his legitimate daughter less than 1/10 of his property. Indeed, so great were the dowers given that, in the time of Aristotle, nearly 2/5 of the whole territory of Sparta was supposed to belong to women. In Rome, even more than in Greece, the marriage portion became a mark of distinction for a legitimate wife. It was the duty of the wife to provide her husband with dues, and a woman herself had a legal claim to be provided with a dower by her father or other paternal ascendants. And though later on, Justinian in several of his constitutions declares that dues is obligatory for persons of high rank only 2522, the old custom did not fall into desuetude. The Prussian Landrecht still prescribes that the father, or eventually the mother, shall arrange about the wedding and fit up the house of the newly married couple. According to the Code Napoleon, on the other hand, parents are not bound to give a dower to their daughters 2525, and the same principle is generally adopted by modern legislation. Yet there is still a strong feeling, especially in the so-called Latin countries, in favor of dotation. This feeling, as Sir Henry Maine remarks, is the principal source of those habits of saving and hoarding, which characterize the French people and is probably descended by a long chain of succession from the obligatory provisions of the marriage law of the Emperor Augustus. In this course of development, the marriage portion has often become something quite different from what it was originally. It has in many cases become a purchasessum by means of which a father buys a husband for his daughter, as formerly a man bought a wife from her father. Euripides, transferring to the heroic age the practice of his own time, makes Medea complain that her sex had to purchase husbands with great sums of money. Pars minima est ipsa puella sui, the Latin poet sings. And in our days, a woman without a marriage portion, unless she has some great natural attractions, runs the risk of being a spinster forever. This state of things naturally grows up in a society where monogamy is prescribed by law, where the adult women outnumber the adult men, where many men never marry, and where married women too often lead an indolent life. Chapter 19. Marriage Ceremonies and Rites. Among primitive men, marriage was, of course, contracted without any ceremony whatever, and this is still the case with many uncivilized peoples. Among the Eskimo, visited by Captain Hall, there is no wedding ceremony at all, nor are there any rejoicings or festivities. The parties simply come together and live in their own tupik or igloo. 252-8. The Bonaks of California, according to Mr. Johnston, have no marriage ceremony. The man simply speaks to the girl's parents and to the girl herself, and if the couple live together for some time harmoniously, they are considered husband and wife. Among the Comanches, too, there is no marriage ceremony of any description. 2530, and the same is said of several other aboriginal tribes of America. 2531, as also of the Autanatas of New Guinea. 2532, the Solomon Islanders. 2533-418, and the Tasmanians. In Australia, wedding ceremonies are unknown in most tribes, but it is said that in some there are a few unimportant ones. In the hill tribes of North Arakan, marriage is a simple contract unaccompanied by ceremony. 2536, so also among the Kajas. 2537, Chalicata Miss Mize. 2538, Aino. 2539, Negroes of Bondo. 2540, 100. Marriage ceremonies arose by degrees and in various ways. When the mode of contracting a marriage altered, the earlier mode, from having been a reality, survived as a ceremony. Thus, as we have seen, the custom of capture was transformed into a mere symbol after purchase was introduced as the legal form of contracting a marriage. In other instances, the custom of purchase has survived as a ceremony after it has ceased to be a reality. According as marriage was recognized as a matter of some importance, the entering into it came, like many other significant events in human life, to be celebrated with certain ceremonies. Very commonly, it is accompanied by a wedding feast. Among the Nufi people, for example, the nuptials consist of the payment of the bride price, followed by eating and drinking. Among the Wanioro, the wedding is celebrated by a great deal of feasting, and the bride is taken by a procession of friends to her new lord. Often the feast continues for several days, a week, or even longer. In Mykonos, of the Cyclades, according to Mr. Bent, 10 or 15 days of festivity usually accompany a marriage. Among some peoples, the expenses are defrayed by the bridegroom. 2545, in others, by the father of the bride. Probably in the former cases, the feast is considered almost a part of the purchase sum, whilst in the latter it is, perhaps, occasionally regarded as a compensation for the bride price. The marriage ceremony often indicates in some way the new relation into which the man and woman enter to each other. Sometimes it symbolizes sexual intercourse. 2547, but far more frequently the living together or the wife's subjection to her husband. Among the Navajos, the ceremony merely consisted in eating maize pudding from the same platter. 2548, and among the Santals, says Colonel Dalton, The social meal that the boy and girl eat together is the most important part of the ceremony, as by the act the girl ceases to belong to her father's tribe and becomes a member of her husband's family. 2549 Eating together is, in the Malay archipelago, the chief and most widespread marriage ceremony. The same custom occurs among the Hovas, Hindus, Esthonians, in Ermland in Prussia, and in Sardinia. Again, in some Brazilian tribes, marriage is contracted by the husband and wife drinking brandy together. In Japan, where the ceremony seems to be regarded as the least important part of the whole proceeding, it consists in the drinking by both parties, after a prescribed fashion, of a fixed number of cups of wine. In Scandinavia, the couple used to drink the contents of a single beaker, a custom which also occurs in Russia. The joining of hands, or the bridegroom's taking the bride by the hand, is as Dr. Winter 420 Nitz remarks, one of the most important marriage ceremonies among all Indo-European peoples. The same custom occurs among the Orang Banua of Malacca, 2556, whilst, among the Orang Sakai, the little finger of the right hand of the man is joined to that of the left hand of the woman. 2557 At Kaja weddings, the couple about to be married merely sit together in one seat and receive their friends, to whom they give a dinner or feast. 2558 Among the Vedas of Ceylon, the bride ties a thin cord of her own twisting round the bridegroom's waist, and they are then husband and wife. This string is emblematic of the marriage tie, and as he never parts with it, so he clings to his wife through life. 2559 The Hindu bride and bridegroom, again, have their hands bound together with grass. Among the Gonds and Korkus, the actual marriage ceremonies consist, in part, of eating together, tying the garments together, dancing together round a pole, being half drowned together by a douche of water, and the interchange of rings, all of which may be supposed to symbolize the union of the parties. 2561 In many parts of India, bride and bridegroom are, for the same reason, marked with one another's blood. 2562 And Colonel Dalton believes this to be the origin of the custom, now so common, of marking with red lead. Thus, the Parkers use a red powder called sindur, the bridegroom sealing the compact by touching and marking with it the forehead of his bride. Among the Australian Narranieri, on the other hand, a woman is supposed to signify her consent to the marriage by carrying fire to her husband's hut and making his fire for him. The Negroes of Longo contract their marriages by the bridegroom's eating from 2 dishes, which the bride has cooked for him in his own hut. In Dahomey, according to Mr. Forbes, there is no ceremony in marriage, except where the king confers the wife, in which instance the maiden presents her future lord with a glass of rum. 2566 In Croatia, the bridegroom boxes the bride's ears in order to indicate that henceforth he is her master. And in ancient Russia, as part of the marriage ceremony, the father took a new whip, and after striking his daughter gently with it, told her that he did so for the last time, and then presented the whip to the bridegroom. Many of the ceremonies observed at our own weddings belong to the classes here noticed. The best man seems originally to have been the chief abettor of the bridegroom in the act of capture. The nuptials are generally celebrated with a feast in the house of the bride's father, and the wedding ring is a symbol of the close union which exists between husband and wife. Even the religious part of the ceremony has its counterpart among many pagan nations. It was natural that a religious character should be given to nuptials, as well as to other events of importance, by the invoking of divine help for the future union. In Hudson's Island, says Turner, hardly anything could be done without first making it known to the gods and begging a blessing, protection, or whatever the case might require. 2570 Among the Dayaks, one of the eldest male members of the assembled party smears at the wedding the hands of the bridegroom and bride with the blood of a pig and a fowl, implores the protection of the male spirit, Bak, and the female spirit, Hero Bakak, and recommends the married couple to their care, wishing them all sorts of earthly blessings. Among the Gonds, sacrifice to the gods and unlimited gorging and spirit drinking are usually the wind-up of the wedding. In Patagonia, the husband, after having brought the bride into his hut, makes a sacrifice to the foul spirit, and the Macatecas, a tribe subject to the Mexican Empire, fasted, prayed, and sacrificed to their gods for the space of 20 days after their marriage. 2573 Most commonly, a priest is called to perform the religious rite. The marriages of the Fijians, Wilkes says, are sanctioned by religious ceremonies. The ambati, or priest, takes a seat, having the bridegroom on his right and the bride on the left hand. He then invokes the protection of the god or spirit upon the bride, after which he leads her to the bridegroom and joins their hands with injunctions to love, honor, and obey, to be faithful and die with each other. 2574. This, however, happens principally among the chiefs. Among the common people, the marriage rites are less ceremonious, the priest of the tribe only coming to the house and invoking happiness upon the union. The Tahitians, too, considered the sanction of the gods essential to the marriage contract. The preliminaries being adjusted, the parties repaired to the temple, where the priest addressed the bridegroom usually in the following terms: "Will you not cast away your wife?" To which the bridegroom answered, "No." Turning to the bride, he proposed to her a like question and received a similar answer. The priest then addressed them both, saying, "Happy will it be if thus with you too." He then offered a prayer to the gods on their behalf, imploring that they might live in affection and realize the happiness marriage was designed to secure. In the Kingsmill Islands, the priest presses the foreheads of the young couple together and pours on their heads a little coconut oil. Then he takes a branch of a tree, dips it in water, and sprinkles their faces, at the same time praying for their future happiness and prosperity. Among the Kukis, the young couple are led before the Thempu, or priest, who presents them with a stoup of liquor out of which they both drink, while he continues muttering some words in his unknown language. 2578. And among the Kayuntha and Garos, 2580, a priest beseeches the gods to bless the union. Among the Igorotes of Luzon, it is a priestess that performs the marriage ceremony, praying to the spirits of the deceased in the presence of all the kinsfolk of the couple. The Jakuts require the shaman's assistance for their nuptials. 2582, and so did formerly the Kalmucks. The religious ceremonies connected with marriage are not limited to prayers, sacrifices, and other means of pleasing the gods. Efforts are also made to ascertain their will beforehand. In Siam, the parents of the parties solicit the opinion of some fortune teller on the point whether the year, month, and day of the week when the couple were born will allow of their living happily together as husband and wife. Among the Chukmas, omens are carefully observed, and many a promising match has been put a stop to by unfavorable auguries. 2585. The same is the case with other peoples of India. 2586. The Mongols. 2587. Some Turkish nations. 2588-100. In several countries, it is considered a thing of the utmost importance to find out the right day for the wedding, by consulting the stars or otherwise. Among civilized nations, marriage is almost universally contracted with religious ceremonies, either with or without the assistance of a priest. The ancient Mexicans were married by their priests. 2590, and so were the Chibchas and Mayas. In Nicaragua, the priest, in performing the ceremony of marriage, took the parties by the little finger and led them to a fire which was kindled for the occasion. He instructed them in their duty, and when the fire became extinguished, the parties were looked upon as husband and wife. By Buddhist monks, marriage is regarded only as a concession to human frailty, and in Buddhistic countries, it is therefore a simple civil contract. 2594. Nevertheless, it is commonly contracted with some religious ceremony and often with the assistance of a lama. In China, the bridal pair are conducted to the ancestral hall, where they prostrate themselves before the altar, on which the ancestral tablets are arranged. Among the Hebrews, marriage was no religious contract, and there is no trace of a priestly consecration of it either in the scriptures or in the Talmud. Yet, according to Ewald, it may be taken for granted that a consecration took place on the day of betrothal or wedding, though the particulars have not been preserved in any ancient description. Among the Mohammedans also, marriage, though a mere civil contract, is concluded with a prayer to Allah. Les lois des pupils de l'Antiquité, 1000. Glasson says, Avient un caractère à la fois religieux et civil. Il n'est donc pas étonnant qu'elles ayant le plus souvent fait du mariage un acte à la fois religieux et 153. 2599. In Egypt, at least during the Ptolemaic period, The wedding is supposed to have been accompanied by a religious ceremony. Among the ancient Persians, the betrothal was performed by a priest who joined the hands of the couple whilst reading some prayers. The Hindus used by prayers and sacrifices to invoke the help of the gods at their weddings. According to Sir W.H. Macnaghten, marriage is among them not merely a civil contract, but a sacrament, forming the last of the ceremonies prescribed to the three regenerate classes and the only one for Sudras, and an unmarried man has been declared to be incapacitated from the performance of religious duties 2603 in Greece. Marriages were generally, though not always, contracted at the divine altars and confirmed by oaths, the assistance of a priest, however, not being requisite. Before the marriage was solemnized, the gods were consulted, and their assistance implored by prayers and sacrifices, which were usually offered to some of the deities that superintended the union of the sexes, by the parents or other relations of the persons to be married. For marriage, as Musonius says, stands under the protection of great and powerful gods, and Plato teaches us that a man shall cohabit only with a woman who has come into his house with holy ceremonies. From the Homeric age, we have no instances of marriages being contracted with sacrifices and religious rites, but we must not therefore take for granted that they were entirely wanting. The Teutons, according to Weinhold, looked upon marriage as an important and holy undertaking, about which it was necessary that the gods should be consulted, and offerings were probably in use among all peoples of this branch of the Aryan race. The Romans, at their nuptials, made a sacrifice named libum ferium to the gods, and the couple were united with prayer. In the mode of marriage called conferitio, the Pontifex Maximus seems to have instructed them in the formulas, and some modern authorities even believe that he performed the marriage ceremony. But Rossbach thinks that this was scarcely the case in early times, when every housefather himself was a priest. Besides sacrifices and prayers, auspices formed a very important part of a Roman wedding, and if the gods were found to be opposed to the match, the nuptials were put off, or the match was abandoned. Even Cicero considered it wicked to marry without auspices. It has been suggested that, among primitive Aryans, religious ceremonies were requisite for the validity of marriage. This was certainly not the case in historical times, either among the Greeks or among the Teutons, and at Rome, such ceremonies were obligatory only in conferitio. But this form of marriage, peculiar to the patricians, derived its origin from a very early period, and Rossbach remarks that the farther back we go in antiquity, the more strictly we find the religious ceremonies attended to. In conferitio, they were essential even in the eye of the law, whilst in coemptio and usus sacrifices and auspices were merely of secondary importance. Later on, when indifference to the old faith increased, they became more and more uncommon, till at the end of the period of the pagan emperors, they were almost exceptional, being regarded as a matter of no significance. Christianity gave back to marriage its religious character. The founder of the Christian Church had not prescribed any ceremonies in connection with it, but in the earliest times, the Christians, of their own accord, asked for their pastor's benediction. This was not, indeed, a necessity, and for widows sacerdotal nuptials were not even allowed. Yet from St. Paul's words, 26:16, in the Vulgate translated, Sacramentum hoc magnum est, the dogma that marriage is a sacrament was gradually developed. Though this dogma was fully recognized in the 12th century, 2617 marriage was nevertheless considered valid without ecclesiastical benediction till the year 1563, when the Council of Trent made it an essentially religious ceremony. Luther's opinion that all matrimonial affairs belong not to the Church, but to the jurists, was not accepted by the legislators of the Protestant countries. Marriage certainly ceased to be thought of as a sacrament, but continued to be regarded by the Protestants as a divine institution. Hence, sacerdotal nuptials remained as indispensable as ever. It was the French Revolution that first gave rise to an alteration in this respect. The Constitution of the 3rd September, 1791, declares in its 7th article, Title II, La loi ni consider le mariage, que comme contrat, 153. Le pouvoir législatif établira pour tous les habitants, sans distinction, le mode par lequel les naissances, marriages et décès seront constatés, et il designera les officiers publics qui en recevront les actes 261-8 to this obligatory civil act, a sacerdotal benediction may be added, if the parties think proper. Since then, civil marriage has gradually obtained a footing in the legislation of most European countries, in proportion as liberty of conscience has been recognized. The French system has lately been adopted in Germany and Switzerland, whilst other nations have been less radical. Tantot says 1000. Glaçon on le choix entre le mariage civil ou le mariage religieux, en si sens que l'union bénie l'église vaut en même temps, d'après la loi, comme un mariage civil, c'est si qui lu en Angleterre et en Espagne. Tantot le mariage religieux est une condition de la validité du mariage civil, comme en Roumanie. En Italie, on peut indifféremment célébrer l'une ou l'autre des deux unions la première. Enfin, il y a des pays où le mariage civil joue un rôle purement secondaire. En Autriche, en Portugal, en Suède, en Norvège, il est subsidiaire. En Russie, il n'est établi que pour les sectaires. 2619. Civil marriage, implying the necessity of the union being sanctioned by secular authority, is not a merely European institution. Among the ancient Peruvians, the King Khan 429 voked annually, or every 2 years, at Cusco all the marriageable young men and maidens of his family. After calling them by name, he joined their hands and delivered them to their parents. Such marriages among that class were alone denominated lawful, and the governors and chiefs were, by their offices, obliged to marry, after the same formalities, the young men and women of the provinces over which they presided. In Nicaragua also, marriage was a civil rite, performed by the cacique. 2621, and among the savage Pomo of California, who have 2 chiefs, a war chief and a peace chief, the latter, as being a kind of censor morum, has to perform the marriage ceremonies, so far as they extend. 1. He causes the parties to enter into a simple covenant in presence of their parents and friends. Again, among certain tribes, no marriage is permitted without the chief's approval. But such cases seem to be exceptions among non-European peoples, especially those of a lower culture, marriage being generally considered a private matter, with which the authorities or the community have nothing to do, if only it takes place between persons who, by law or custom, are permitted to intermarry. In this chapter, reference has often been made to the validity of marriage. A lawful marriage is, indeed, quite a different thing from a marriage in the natural history sense of the term. The former, which is contracted under the formalities and in accordance with the stipulations prescribed by the written or unwritten laws of the country, implies the recognition by society both of the validity of the union and the legitimacy of the children. Every people is not so happy as the Nukahivans, among whom, according to Lysiansky, no such thing as illegitimacy is known. The Greeks regarded a union into which the woman entered without dowry as concubinage, rather than as marriage. Among other peoples, purchase is the only way of contracting a valid marriage. So it was with the ancient Germans and Scandinavians. So it is with the Californian Karok, among whom the children of a woman who is not purchased are accounted no better than bastards and constitute a class of social outcasts who can intermarry only among themselves. Often certain ceremonies are required for a marriage to be legal. Thus the Romans considered an alliance made without sponsalia, nupti, and dues concubinage. Among the Nez Perces in Oregon, the consent of the parents is all that is necessary for a marriage to be valid. Sometimes, when the parents refuse their consent, a runaway match occurs, but it is not regarded as a legal marriage, and the woman thereafter is considered a prostitute and is treated accordingly. 2627. Chapter 20. The Forms of Human Marriage. Most of the lower animal species are by instinct either monogamous or polygynous. With man, every possible form of marriage occurs. There are marriages of one man with one woman, monogamy, of one man with many women, polygyny, of many men with one woman, polyandry, and in a few exceptional cases, of many men with many women. Polygyny was permitted by most of the ancient peoples with whom history acquaints us, and is, in our day, permitted by several civilized nations and the bulk of savage tribes. The ancient Chibchas practiced polygyny to a large extent. Among the Mexicans and the Peruvian Incas 2630, a married man might have, besides his legitimate wife, less legitimate wives or concubines. The same is the case in China and Japan, where the children of a concubine have the same legal rights as the children of a wife. In Korea, the mandarins are even bound by custom, besides having several wives, to retain several concubines in their Yamen 2632. Tradition shows polygyny and concubinage to have been customary among the Hebrews during the patriarchal age. Esau married Judith and Basemath, Jacob married Leah and Rachel. Later on, we read of Solomon, who had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines 2634, and of Rehoboam, who took 18 wives and 60 concubines 2635. Indeed, polygyny was so much a matter of course that the law did not even criticize it. According to the Talmudic rite also, it was permitted, though the number of legitimate wives was restricted to 4. Among European Jews, it was still practiced during the Middle Ages, and among Jews living in Mohammedan countries, it occurs even to this day. The Quran allows a man to take 4 legitimate wives 2639, and he may take as many concubines as he likes. Between a wife and a concubine, the difference is, indeed, not great. The former has her father as her protector, whilst the latter is defenseless against the husband. A slave, on the other hand, is not permitted to have more than 2 wives at the same time. Diodorus Siculus informs us that the Egyptians were not restricted to any number of wives, but that everyone married as many as he chose, with the exception of the priesthood, who were by law confined to 1 consort. The Egyptians had concubines also, most of whom appear to have been foreign women war captives or slaves, and these were members of the family, ranking next to the wives and children of their lord, and probably enjoying a share of the property after his death. With regard to the Assyrians, Professor Rawlinson states that, so far as we have any real evidence, their kings appear as monogamists, but he thinks it is probable that they had a certain number of concubines. In Media, on the other hand, polygyny was commonly practiced among the more wealthy classes, and the Persian kings, particularly in later times, had a considerable number of wives and concubines. None of the Hindu law books restricts the number of wives whom a man is permitted to marry. We find undoubted cases of polygyny in the hymns of the Rig Veda 2648, and several passages in the laws of Manu provide for a plurality of wives without any restriction. Speaking of the modern Hindus, Mr. Balfour says, "By the law a Hindu may marry as many wives, and by custom keep as many concubines, as he may choose." 2650. The Greeks of the Homeric age frequently had concubines who lived in the same house as the man's family and were regarded half as wives. Polygyny, in the fullest sense of the term, appears to be ascribed to Priam, but to no one else. At a later period, a kind of concubinage seems to have been recognized in Greece by law and scarcely proscribed by public opinion, 2653, and bigamy was practiced by the tyrants in some of the Greek colonies. The Romans were more strictly monogamous. Among them, concubinage was always well distinguished from legal marriage, and according to Rossbach, was much less common in early times than subsequently. Among the Teutons, at the beginning of their history, we come across plurality of wives in the west 2656, and especially in the north. The Scandinavian kings indulged in polygyny 2657, and it does not seem to have been restricted to them only, nor was it unknown to the pagan Russians. In the Finnish poems, though polygyny is not mentioned, there are passages which seem to indicate that it was not entirely unheard of among the Finns of early times. Even in the Christian world, open polygyny has occasionally been permitted, or at least tolerated. It was frequently practiced by the Merovingian kings, and one law of Charles the Great seems to imply that it was not unknown even among priests. Soon after the Peace of Westphalia, bigamy was allowed in some German states where the population had been largely reduced during the 30 Years' War. And in modern Europe, polygyny, as Mr. Spencer remarks, long survived in the custom which permitted princes to have many mistresses, polygyny in this qualified form remaining a tolerated privilege of royalty down to late times 2662. Moreover, St. Augustine said expressly that he did not condemn polygyny, 2663, and Luther allowed Philip the Magnanimous of Hessen, for political reasons, to marry 2 women. Indeed, he openly declared that, as Christ is silent about polygyny, he could not forbid the taking of more than 1 wife. The Mormons, as all the world knows, regard polygyny as a divine institution. Among many savage peoples, polygyny is developed to an extraordinary extent. In Unyoro, according to Emin Pasha, it would be absolutely improper for even a small chief to have fewer than 10 or 15 wives, and poor men have 3 or 4 each. Zerpa Pinto tells us of a minister in the Barrows, who at the time of his visit to that country had more than 70 wives. In Fiji, the chiefs had from 20 to 100 wives, 2,667, and among all of the North American tribes visited by Mr. Catlin, it is no uncommon thing to find a chief with 6, 8, or 10, and some with 12 or 14 wives. In his lodge 2668, the king of Longo is said to have 7,000 wives. It is a more noteworthy fact that among not a few uncivilized peoples, polygyny is almost unknown or even prohibited. The Wyandots, according to Harriet, restricted themselves to 1 wife, 2,670, and among the Iroquois, polygyny was not permitted, nor did it ever become a practice. It is said that, among the Californian Kinkler and Yurok, no man has more than 1 wife. The Karok do not allow bigamy even to the chief, and though a man may own as many women for slaves as he can purchase, he brings obloquy upon himself if he cohabits with more than 1. Nor does polygyny occur among the Saimas, the Coco Maricopas, and several other tribes on the banks of the Gila and the Colorado, 2,674, nor among the Maquis in New Mexico, and certain nations who inhabit the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. And in several tribes of South America, the men are stated to have but 1 wife. The Guanches of the Canary Islands, except the inhabitants of Lanzarote, lived in monogamy, 2,677, and the same is the case with the Kwasama tribe in Angola, the Tuaregs, and the Beni Mzab. Among all the Moorish tribes in the Western Sahara, Vincent did not meet a single man who had a plurality of wives. In Asia, we find many instances of strictly monogamous peoples. The Vedas in Ceylon are so rigorous in this respect that infidelity never seems to occur among them. In the Andaman Islands, according to Mr. E.H. Mann, bigamy, polygamy, polyandry, and divorce are unknown 2,681, and the Nicobar Islanders, at least those on the most northern island, Car Nicobar, have but 1 wife, and look upon unchastity as a very deadly sin. 2682, among the Cock and Old Cookies, polygyny and concubinage are forbidden 2,683, whilst, among the Padams, Mikris, and Mundakals, a man, though not expressly forbidden to have many wives, is blamed if he has more than 1. The Badagas of the Nilgiri Hills, the Nagas of Upper Assam, the Kisans, and Meks confine themselves to 1 consort at the same time, 2,685, and so do the Emrus and Tauntha, who do not consider it right for a master to take advantage of his position even with regard to the female slaves in his house. Among the Santals, says Mr. E. G. Mann, a woman reigns alone in her husband's wigwam, as there is seldom, if ever, a second wife or concubine to divide his affections. Polygamy, although not exactly prohibited, being not very popular with the tribe. 2687, among the Karens of Burma, 2688, and certain tribes of Indochina, the Malay Peninsula, and the Indian Archipelago, polygyny is said either to be forbidden or unknown. The Igorotes of Luzon are so strictly monogamous that, in case of adultery, the guilty party can be compelled to leave the hut and the family forever. The Hill Dayaks marry but 1 wife, and a chief who once broke through this custom lost all his influence. Adultery is entirely unknown among them. The Ilfura of Minahassa were formerly monogamists, and the occasional occurrence of polygyny in later times, according to Dr. Hickson, was a degeneration from the old customs, brought about perhaps by Mohammedan influence. In Santa Cristina, or Toata Marquesas Islands, monogamy is said to be the exclusive form of marriage. Among the Papuans of Dowry, not only is polygyny forbidden, but concubinage and adultery are unknown. In Australia, Mr. Kerr has discovered some truly monogamous tribes. In the Eucla tribe, none of the men have more than one wife. 2,696. Among the Karola and Tunbury tribes, dwelling on the lower Diamantina, polygyny is not allowed. 2,697. And in the Buria tribe, the possession of more than one wife is absolutely forbidden, or was so before the coming of the whites. 2,698. In certain American tribes, the chiefs alone are permitted to have a plurality of wives. A similar exclusive privilege seems to have been granted to the nobility in ancient Peru. Among the Ainos of Yessi, according to 5. Siebold, only the chief of the village, and in some places, the wealthier men are allowed to have more than one wife. Even where polygyny is permitted by custom or law, it is by no means so generally practiced as is often supposed. Almost everywhere it is confined to the smaller part of the people, the vast majority being monogamous. We are told that in the New Hebrides, all the men are polygamists, generally having 3 or 4 wives apiece. 2,702. That among certain Kafir tribes, the average number of wives to each married man amongst the common people is about 3. 2,703. That among the Maasai, a poor man has generally 2 wives. But there is sufficient evidence that such peoples form exceptions to an almost universal rule. In a sociological study on the Lower Congo, Mr. Phillips remarks, "It is a mistaken opinion that in a polygamous society, most men have more than one wife. The relative numbers of the sexes forbid the arrangement being extended to the whole population. Really only the wealthier can indulge in a plurality of wives, the poorer having to be content with one or often with none." 2705, Proyart says the same of the people of Longo, adding that the rich, who can use the privilege of having many wives, are far from being numerous. 2,706, and like statements are made with reference to several other Negro peoples. Among many Kafir tribes, 2708, the Bechuanas, 2,709 Hottentots, 2710, and Eastern Central Africans, 2711,439, monogamy is the rule, whilst amongst the Tuaregs, 2,712, Tedda 2713, Meria, 2,714, Beni Ama, 2,715, 100. 2716, polygyny is expressly stated to be confined to a few men only. La plupart des Kabyles, say Messrs. Hanetau and Letternex, not qu'une femme, 2,717, and in Egypt, according to Mr. Lane, not more than one husband in 20 has 2 wives. We may indeed say with Munzinger that even in Africa, the chief center of polygynous habits, polygyny is an exception. It is so among all Mohammedan peoples in Asia and Europe, as well as in Africa. In India, says Sid Amir Ali, more than 95% of Mohammedans are at the present moment, either by conviction or necessity, monogamists. Among the educated classes versed in the history of their ancestors and able to compare it with the records of other nations, the custom is regarded with disapprobation amounting almost to disgust. In Persia, according to Colonel MacGregor's statement, only 2% of the population enjoy the questionable luxury of a plurality of wives. Moreover, although polygyny is sanctioned by custom among the Cochin Chinese, the Siamese, the Hindus, and many other races of India, the mass of these peoples are in practice monogamous. In China, among the laboring classes, it is rare to find more than one woman to one man and doctor. Gray thinks that, in the earliest ages, concubinage was a privilege of the wealthy classes only. Among the peoples of Central and Northern Asia, and generally among all the uncivilized or semi-civilized peoples belonging to the Russian Empire, polygyny is, or before the introduction of Christianity, was an exception. In the Indian archipelago, says Mr. Crawford, polygyny and concubinage exist only among a few of the higher ranks, and may be looked upon as a kind of vicious luxury of the great, for it would be absurd to regard either one or the other as an institution affecting the whole mass of society. The truth of this assertion is fully confirmed by Raffles as regards the Javanese, by Lowe and Boyle as regards the Malays of Sarawak, by Marston, Wilkin, and Forbes as regards the Sumatrans, by Schattenberg as regards the Etas of the Philippines, and so on. In various parts of the Australian continent, monogamy is said to be the rule. In the Larrakia tribe, Port Darwin, for instance, only about 10% of those who are married have 2 wives. In Tasmania, polygyny, if not unknown, was quite exceptional. Among the Maoris 441, according to Diefenbach, it is very uncommon. 2730, in the Sandwich Islands, it was practiced only by the chiefs, whose means enabled them to maintain a plurality of wives. Indeed, in almost every group of the Pacific Islands, polygyny is expressly stated to be an exception. The same is the case with the American Aborigines. Daliger states that, on the west coast of Greenland, in his time, hardly 1 man in 20 had 2 wives, and it was still more uncommon for 1 man to have 3 or 4. Among the Tlingits, as a rule, a man had but 1 wife. The Aborigines of Hispaniola, with the exception of the king or chief, seemed to Columbus to live in monogamy. And Mr. Bridges writes that, in Tierra del Fuego, polygyny is practiced in some districts very rarely, in others more frequently, but in no part generally. All the statements we have from the ancient world seem to indicate that polygyny was an exception. Speaking of the Hebrews, Dr. Sheppig says that, although our information about the marital affairs of common Hebrews is too scanty to entitle us to conclude, from the scarcity of cases of polygyny recorded, that such cases were actually rare, we may assume that keeping up several establishments was too expensive for any but the rich. In Egypt, as we may infer from the numerous ancient paintings illustrative of domestic life in that country, polygyny was of rare occurrence, and Herodotus expressly affirms that it was customary for the Egyptians to marry only 1 wife. 2738 Spiegel thinks that the ancient Persians were as a rule monogamous. 2739, and Sir Henry Maine and Dr. Schrader make a similar suggestion as to the early Indo-Europeans in general. Among the West Germans, according to Tacitus, only a few persons of noble birth had a plurality of wives, 2741, and in India, polygyny as a rule was confined to kings and wealthy lords. In a hymn of the Rig Veda, which dwells upon the duality of the 2 Aswins, the pairs of deities are compared with pairs of almost everything that runs in couples, including a husband and wife, and 2 lips uttering sweet sounds. Where polygyny occurs, it is modified as a rule in ways that tend towards monogamy. First, through the higher position granted to one of the wives, generally the first married. Secondly, through the preference given by the husband to his favorite wife as regards sexual intercourse. Among the Greenlanders, 2744 Tlingits, 2745 Kaniagmuts, 2746 Crees, 2747, and probably most of the North American tribes who practice polygyny. 2748, the first married wife is the mistress of the house. The Aleuts distinguish the first or real wife from the subsequent wives by a special name. Among the Arts, the children of a chief's extra wives have not the father's rank. The Algonquins, says Harriet, permit 2 wives to 1 husband, but the one is considered of a rank superior to the other, and her children alone are accounted legitimate. 2751, among the Mexicans, 2752 Mayas, 2753 Chibchas, 2754, and Peruvians, 2755, the first wife took precedence of the subsequent wives, or strictly speaking, they had only 1 true and lawful wife, though as many concubines as they liked. In Nicaragua, bigamy, in the juridical sense of the term, was punished by exile and confiscation of property, 2756, and in Mexico, neither the wives of second rank nor their children could inherit property. Among the Mosquitoes, Tamanacs, Uops, Mundrucus, 2758, and other South American peoples, 2759, the first wife generally has superiority in domestic affairs. Among the Brazilian Aborigines, however, no difference in rights exist between the children of different wives. The first wife is superior in authority to the others among the Western Victorians, Narranieri marries 276 100. In Samoa, a chief had, besides his wife, 1, 2, or 3 concubines, 2,763, and in Tahiti, according to Ellis, it was rather a system of concubinage than a plurality of wives that prevailed among the higher chiefs, the woman to whom the chief was first united in marriage, or whose rank was nearest his own, being generally considered his wife in the proper sense of the term, while the others held an inferior position. In the Indian archipelago, according to Mr. Crawford, the wife of the first marriage is always the real mistress of the family. The rest are often little better than her handmaids. The same holds good for the Burmese, according to Lieutenant General Fitch, for the Santals, according to Colonel Dalton. In Siam, the wife who has been the object of the marriage ceremony Mac takes precedence of all the rest, and she and her descendants are the only legal heirs to the husband's possessions. 2767 among the Comtes, Samoyeds 2768, and other Asiatic peoples 2769, the first wife is always the mistress of the household and the most respected in the family, whilst among the Ainos 2770 Mongols and Tangatans 2771 one man can take only one lawful wife, though as many concubines as he pleases. But except among the Ainos, the children of concubines are illegitimate and have no share in the inheritance. The polygyny of China is a legalized concubinage, and the law actually prohibits the taking of a second wife during the lifetime of the first. The wife is invested with a certain amount of power over the concubines, who may not even sit in her presence without special permission. She addresses her partner with a term corresponding to our husband, whilst the concubines call him Master 2774. These are generally women with large feet and of low origin, not unfrequently slaves or prostitutes, whereas the wife is almost invariably, except of course in the case of Tartar ladies, a woman with small feet. A wife cannot be degraded to the position of a concubine, nor can a concubine be raised to the position of a wife so long as the wife is alive, under a penalty in the one case of 100, in the other of 90 blows. But the question upon which the legitimacy of the offspring depends is not whether the woman is wife or concubine, but whether she has been received into the house of the man or not. In Mohammedan countries, in households where 2 or more wives belong to one man, the first married generally enjoys the highest rank. She is called the Great Lady and is commonly united with her husband for life. But all the children of the man are considered equally legitimate, even those born of female slaves. Among the Negro peoples, the principal wife, to whom the housekeeping and command over all the rest are entrusted, is in most cases the one first married. She has certain privileges, and in many cases can be repudiated only if she has been unfaithful to her husband. Among the Edias of Fernando Po, it was for the first wife alone that a man had to serve several years with his father-in-law. Speaking of the Eastern Central African tribes, Mr. MacDonald says, as a rule, a man has one wife that is free, while the other 3 or 4 are slaves. The chief wife is generally the woman that was married first. The chief wife has the superintendence of the domestic and agricultural establishment. She keeps the others at their work and has power to exercise discipline upon them. Generally, it is only by inheriting the possessions of an elder brother that a man procures more than one free wife. Among the Damaras and other South African tribes, the eldest son of the principal or first wife inherits his father's property. Speaking of the Basutos, Mr. Casales observes, a very marked distinction exists between the first wife and those who succeed her. The choice of the great wife, as she is always called, is generally made by the father, and is an event in which all the relations are interested. The others, who are designated by the name of Serit Heels, because they must on all occasions hold an inferior position to the mistress of the house, are articles of luxury to which the parents are not obliged to contribute. The chief of the Basutos, when asked by foreigners how many children he has, alludes in his answer only to those of his first wife, and if he says he is a widower, this means that he has lost his real wife and has not raised any of his concubines to the rank she occupied. Among the Zulus, the chief wife is the one first married 2784, and this is often, but not always, the case among the Kafirs. According to Rachan, polygyny in Madagascar is, in fact, a sort of concubinage. Eber suggests that the kings of ancient Egypt, although they might have many concubines, had only one real wife, as there is no instance of two consorts given in the inscriptions. Professor Rawlinson makes a similar remark as to the polygyny of the Persian kings. Regarding the Hindus, Mr. Main says, a peculiar sanctity seems to have been attributed to the first marriage, as being that which was contracted from a sense of duty and not merely for personal gratification. The first married wife had precedence over the others and her firstborn son over his half-brothers. It is probable that originally the secondary wives were considered as merely a superior class of concubines. Like the handmaids of the Jewish patriarchs 2789, it was necessary that the first married wife should be of the same caste as her husband. She sat by him at marriages and other religious ceremonies, was head of the family, and entitled to adopt a son if she had no sons at the time of her husband's death. The modified polygyny of the ancient Assyrians and Greeks has been already noted. The ancient Scandinavians had almost always only one legitimate wife, though as many concubines as they chose. Touching the pagan Russians, Ewers says that of the wives of a prince one probably had precedence. Among the Mormons, Sir R. F. Burton observes, the first wife, as among polygamists generally, is the wife and assumes the husband's name and title 2794. The difference in the position held by the several wives belonging to one man shows itself also in the demand of various peoples that the first wife shall be of the husband's rank, whilst the succeeding wives may be of lower birth. As just mentioned, there is another way in which polygyny is modified. Among certain peoples, the husband is bound by custom or law to cohabit with his wives in turn. The Caribs, when they married several sisters at the same time, lived a month with each in her separate hut. Among the wild Indians of Chile, according to Mr. Darwin, the Cazique lives a week in turn with each of his wives. The Kafirs have an old traditional law requiring a husband who has many wives to devote 3 succeeding days and nights to each of them. A Mohammedan is obliged to visit his 4 legal wives by turns, 2,799, and the same custom prevails, according to Krasheninnikov, in Kamchatka. The Negroes often follow a like rule in order to keep peace in the family. And in Samoa, the system adopted when a person has several wives is to allow each wife to enjoy 3 days supremacy in rotation 2802, but such arrangements are, no doubt, exceptions, and it is doubtful whether, in these cases, theory and practice coincide. A marriage may, in fact, be monogamous, though from a juridical point of view, it is polygynous. It is not uncommon for an Indian, says Carver, although he takes to himself so many wives, to live in a state of continence, with many of them for several years, and those who do not succeed in pleasing the husband may continue in their virgin state during the whole of their lives. 2804 Among the Apache, the chiefs can have any number of wives they choose, but one only is the favorite. 2805 In Baccara, a rich man generally has 2, 3, or 4 wives, yet according to Georgi, one of them, as a rule, holds precedence in the husband's love. Speaking of the modern Egyptians, Mr. Lane says, in general, the most beautiful of a man's wives or slaves is, of course, for a time his greatest favorite, but in many if not most cases, the lasting favorite is not the most handsome. 2807 Sometimes the wife who has proved most fruitful and given birth to the healthiest children is most favored by the husband. 2808 And among the Indians of western Washington and northwestern Oregon, according to Dr. Gibbs, the man usually lives with his first wife, at least after his interest in subsequent wives has cooled down, but it is generally the youngest wife who is the favorite. An Arabian sheikh said to Sir S. W. Baker, I have 4 wives. As one has become old, I have replaced her with a young one. Here they all are. He now marked 4 strokes upon the sand with his stick. This one carries water, that grinds the corn, this makes the bread. The last does not do much, as she is the youngest, and my favorite. 2810 In Guyana, An Indian is never seen with two young wives. The only case in which he takes a second is when the first has become old. The first wife certainly retains the management of domestic affairs, but she no longer possesses the husband's love. Statements to a similar effect are made regarding the Arabs of the Sahara, Tahitians, Central Asiatic Turks, Mormons, 100. Bigamy is the most common form of polygyny, and a multitude of wives is the luxury of a few despotic rulers or very wealthy men. The Eskimo, for example, have rarely more than two wives, and a Greenlander who took a third or fourth was blamed by his countrymen, as we are told by Krantz. The tribes of Oregon generally confine themselves to a couple of wives. Bishop Salvado never knew a West Australian native with more than two moines, peut-être que par générosité, un homme prend sa protection, la femme de son ami, au parent absent. Au bien que par voie d'hérédité il n'adopte les veuves de son frère. 2815 rich Kafirs are stated to have commonly two or three wives, 2816, and Colonel Dalton does not recollect that, among the Comtes, he ever met with a case in which more than two women were married to one husband. The Hebrews who indulged in polygyny were generally bigamists. Polyandry is a much rarer form of marriage than polygyny. In Unalaska, one of the Aleutian Islands, according to 5. Langsdorff, a woman sometimes lived with two husbands who agreed between themselves upon the conditions on which they were to share her. Among the Kaniagmuts, two or three men occasionally had a wife in common, 2820, and Veniaminoff tells us that in ancient times a Tlingit woman, besides her real husband, could have a legal paramour, who usually was the brother of the husband. Among the Eskimo also, two men sometimes marry the same woman. 2822 Father Lafitau writes, Par une suite de la gynécocratie, la polygamie, qui n'est pas permise aux hommes, lest portant aux femmes chez les Iroquois Saint-Antoines, ou il en est, lesquels ont du maris, quan regard comme legitimes. 2823 Among the Avanos and Mapurs, along the Orinoco 5. Humboldt found that brothers often had but one wife, 2824, according to Mr. Brett. The Waros do not consider the practice of one woman having two husbands to be bad, and he mentions an instance of a woman amongst them having even three. In Nukahiva, as we are told by Lysiansky, in rich families every woman had two husbands, of whom one might be called the assistant husband. In New Caledonia, according to 1000. Monselin, polyandry does not seem to have been entirely unknown, 2827, and Mr. Radfield writes to me from Lifu that an old man knew of 3 cases of polyandrous marriage having occurred in that island, but the husbands were despised by the rest of the natives. In 2 of these cases, the husbands were brothers. In the 3rd, they were unrelated. It is said that, among the Tasmanians, polyandry, or something very like it, existed, 2828, but this statement, if correct, refers to altogether exceptional cases. Bontier and Leverrier assert that in the island of Lanzarote, of the Canaries, most women had 3 husbands. Thunberg observes that among the Hottentots, there were women who married 2 men. Dr. Fritsch mentions the existence of polyandry among the Damaras, and Mr. Thiel among the mountain tribes of the Bantu race. The Hovas of Madagascar have a word to express the leave given to a wife to have intercourse with another man during a husband's prolonged absence from home. Until prohibited by the governor, Sir Henry Ward, about the year 1860, polyandry prevailed among the Sinhalese throughout the interior of Ceylon, one woman having in many cases 3 or 4 husbands, and in others 5 or 6, or even 7. It is recorded that the same practice was at one time universal throughout the island, except among the Vedas, 2833, and even now it occurs in spite of government interdict. The husbands are usually members of the same family, and most frequently brothers. Among the Todas, all brothers of one family, be they many or few, live in mixed cohabitation with 1 or more wives. If there be 4 or 5 brothers, says Dr. Short, and one of them, being old enough, gets married, his wife claims all the other brothers as her husbands, and as they successively attain manhood, she consorts with them. Or, if the wife has one or more younger sisters, they in turn, on attaining a marriageable age, become the wives of their sister's husband or husbands owing, however, to the great scarcity of women in this tribe. It more frequently happens that a single woman is wife to several husbands, sometimes as many as 6 to 835. The same practice occurs among the Kurgs of Mysore. Among the Nairs of Malabar, it is the custom for one woman to have attached to her 2 males, or 4, or perhaps more, and they cohabit according to rules. 2837 Polyandry is also found among the Miris, Doflas, Butlers, 2,838 Sissi Abors, 2,839 Kajas, 2,840,453, and Santals. It prevails in the Siwalik Mountains, Sirmaur, 2,842, Ladakh 2843, the Jaunsar and Bawar Hill districts attached to the Doon 2844, Kunawar, 2,845, Kotgar, 2,846, and especially in Tibet. This custom exists, as Mr. Wilson asserts, all over the country of the Tibetan-speaking people, that is to say, from China to the dependencies of Kashmir and Afghanistan, with the exception of Sikkim and some other of the provinces on the Indian side of the Himalaya, where, though the Tibetan language may in part prevail, yet the people are either Aryan in race or have been much influenced by Aryan ideas. 2847 Polyandry is said to occur among the Saporogan Cossacks, 2848, and Mr. Ravenstein quotes a statement of a Japanese traveler that it prevails among the Smerenkur Gilyaks in eastern Siberia. With the exception of the Nairs, Kajas, and Saporogan Cossacks, the husbands in almost every one of these cases are stated to be brothers. A colonel who lived among the Kulis of Kotga for 25 years assures us that, among that people, the husbands are always brothers. 2850, and so far as Mr. Wilson could learn, the polyandry of Central Asia must be limited to the marriage of one woman to 2 or more brothers, no other form being found there. Very curious kind of polyandry prevails, according to Dr. Short, among the Reddys. It often happens that a young woman of 16 or 20 years of age is married to a boy of 5 or 6 years, or even of a tenderer age. After marriage, the wife lives with some other man, a near relation on the maternal side, frequently an uncle, and sometimes with her boy husband's own father, the progeny so begotten being affiliated to the boy husband. When he comes of age, he finds his wife an old woman, and perhaps past childbearing. So he, in his turn, takes possession of the wife of some other boy, who will nominally be the father of her children. A similar custom is said to exist among the Velala caste in the Coimbatore district 2853 and prevailed till the emancipation of the serfs among the Russian peasants, the father being in the habit of cohabiting with the wife of his son during the son's minority. Alkvist mentions the occurrence of the same practice among the Ostiaks 2855-5. Haxthausen among the Ossetes. Passing to ancient nations, we find indications of polyandry in a hymn in the Rig Veda, which is addressed to the 2 Aswins, 2857, and in the Mahabharata, where Draupadi is represented as won at an archery match by the eldest of the 5 Pandava princes, and as then becoming the wife of all. According to Strabo, polyandry occurred in Media and in Arabia Felix, where all male members of the same family married one woman. Matwanlin states that, among the Massaget, the brothers had one wife in common, and when a man had no brothers he associated with other men, as otherwise he was obliged to live single through the whole of his life. We have in the Irish Nennius direct evidence of the existence of polyandry among the Picts 2860, and of the ancient Britain Caesar says that by 10s and by 12s husbands possessed their wives in common, and especially brothers with brothers, and parents with children. 2861. Among the ancient Scandinavians, we possibly find a trace of this custom in the mythic statement that the goddess Frigg, during the absence of her husband Odin, was married to his brothers Vili and Vi. Among the peoples of America, Africa, and the Pacific Islands, just referred to, polyandry in almost every case is confined to a very small part of the population, and among the polyandrous nations of India and Central Asia, it is by no means the exclusive form of marriage. Sir Emerson Tennant says that, in Ceylon, polyandry prevails chiefly among the wealthier classes, whilst, according to Dr. Davy, it is more or less general among the high and low, the rich and poor, other forms of marriage, however, being by no means excluded. Among the Todas, any degree of complication in perfectly lawful wedded life may be met with, from the sample of the single man living with the single wife, to that of the group of relatives married to a group of wives. 2864 Mr. Balfour says that the practice of polyandry does not seem to have ever prevailed generally amongst the Nares and many of the tier of North Malabar, from Currumbranad to Mangalore. 2865 Among the Miris, there are only a few instances of this custom. Of the Daflas, those who can afford it are polygynists. Among the Kajas, polyandry can be said to prevail only among the poorer sort, with whom, too, it would often seem to mean rather facility of divorce than the simultaneous admission of a plurality of husbands. 2868 Among the Santals, the wife of the eldest brother may be at the same time a wife for the younger brothers also. The Scythia Boers have often as many wives as they can afford to buy. 2870 And in the Kanawar Valley, polyandry is common only in the upper part of the valley, whilst polygyny prevails in the lower part. In the Kotgar Valley, according to Dr. Stulpnagel, the practice of polyandry is not universal. 456 It can scarcely be said to be even very common. If diligently searched for, he observes, single cases of polyandry will be found in the Kotgad Pargana, in Kulu, in the territory of the Ranas of Kamarsan and Kanedi, and in Busahir. Though common enough in Kanawar at the present day, it exists side by side with polygamy and monogamy. In one house there may be 3 brothers with 1 wife, in the next 3 brothers with 4 wives, all alike in common. In the next house there may be a man with 3 wives to himself, in the next a man with only 1 wife. 2872 Among the Bushas or Bodhis of Ladakh, according to Sir Alexander Cunningham, polyandry prevails only among the poorer classes, for the rich, as in all Eastern countries, generally have 2 or 3 wives, according to their circumstances. 2873 In the Jaunsar and Bawa Parganas, polyandry is almost universal, but it is apparently unknown in the hills of Garhwal on the east, or those of the Simla Superintendency on the west. Nowhere, except perhaps in the Nilgiri Hills, has polyandry prevailed more extensively than in Tibet, but it is not the only form of marriage. According to Captain J. 500, Cunningham, even among the Lamaic Tibetans, any casual influx of wealth, as from trade or other sources, immediately leads to the formation of separate establishments by the several members of a house. 2875 We may thus take for granted that polyandry, although frequently practiced in certain parts of India and Central Asia. 2876 Nowhere excludes the simultaneous occurrence of other forms of marriage. The instances of ancient Aryan polyandry in India evidently form exceptions to the general rule among the people of the Vedic period. The father of Draupadi is represented by the compilers of the epic as shocked at the proposal of the princes to marry his daughter. You who know the law, he says, must not commit an unlawful act which is contrary to usage and the Vedas. In the Ramayana, the giant Viradha attacks the 2 divine brothers Rama and Lakshmana and their wife Sita, saying, "Why do you 2 devotees remain with 1 woman? Why are you, O profligate wretches, corrupting the devout sages?" 2877 And in the Ajarya Brahmana, we read that 1 man has many wives, but 1 wife has not many husbands at the same time. 2878 Indeed, with the exception of the Massaget, the account of whom cannot be critically checked, there is no people among whom polyandry is stated to be the only recognized form of marriage. Like polygyny, polyandry is modified in directions tending towards monogamy. As 1, usually the first married wife in polygynous families is the chief wife. 1, usually the first husband in polyandrous families is the chief husband. This was the case with the Aleuts, among whom, according to Erman, the secondary husband was generally a hunter or wandering trader, and with the Kaniagmuts, among whom, as we have already seen, he acted as husband and master of the house during the absence of the true lord. Upon the latter's return, the deputy not only yielded to him his place, but became in the meantime his servant. In Nukahiva, the subordinate partner sometimes was chosen after marriage, but in general, says Lisiansky, two men present themselves to the same woman, who, if she approves their addresses, appoints one for the real husband and the other as his auxiliary. The auxiliary is generally poor, but handsome and well-made. 2880. In Ladakh, according to Moorcraft and Trebek, should there be several brothers in a family, the juniors, if they agree to the arrangement, become inferior husbands to the wife of the elder. All the children, however, are supposed to belong to the head of the family. The younger brothers have, indeed, no authority. They wait upon the elder as his servants and can be turned out of doors at his pleasure, without its being incumbent upon him to provide for them. On the death of the eldest brother, his property, authority, and widow devolve upon his next brother. In Kamon, too, where the brothers of a family all marry one wife, the children are attributed to the eldest brother. The same is the case in the Jaunsar district, as it was formerly with the Massaget. Touching the polyandrous tribes of Arabia Felix, Strabo tells us that the eldest brother was the ruler of the family, and that the common wife spent the nights with him. Among the ancient Britons, as described by Caesar, the children were regarded as belonging to him who had first taken the virgin to wife. In Tibet, the choice of a wife is the right of the elder brother, and the contract he makes is understood to involve a marital contract with all the other brothers, if they choose to avail themselves of it. The children call the eldest husband father, the younger husbands uncles. Among the Todas also, the eldest brother seems to be the real husband. If the husband has brothers or very near relatives, all living together, says Mr. Marshall, they may each, if both she and he consent, participate in the right to be considered her husband also, on making up a share of the dowry that has been paid. 2887 again, in Speedy, where polyandry no longer prevails, the same object is attained by the custom of primogeniture, by which only the eldest son marries, while the younger sons become monks. Speaking of the Kayantha, a Chittagong hill tribe, Captain Lewin observes 459 after marriage, a younger brother is allowed to touch the hand, to speak and laugh with his elder brother's wife, but it is thought improper for an elder even to look at the wife of his younger brother. This is a custom more or less among all hill tribes. It is found carried to even a preposterous extent among the Santals 2889. In this custom, there is perhaps a trace of ancient polyandry. Summing up the results reached in this chapter, we may safely say that, although polygyny occurs among most existing peoples and polyandry among some, monogamy is by far the most common form of human marriage. It was so also among the ancient peoples of whom we have any direct knowledge. Monogamy is the form which is generally recognized as legal and permitted. The great majority of peoples are, as a rule, monogamous, and the other forms of marriage are usually modified in a monogamous direction. We have still to inquire how the matter stood in early times and to trace the general development of the forms of human marriage. But in accordance with our method of investigation, we must first examine the causes by which these forms have been influenced. Chapter 21. The Forms of Human Marriage. Continued. It has also been asserted that monogamy is the natural form of human marriage because there is an almost equal number of men and women. But this is by no means the case. The numerical proportion between the sexes varies, and in some cases varies greatly among different peoples. In the whole district of Nootka, it seemed to Mears that there were not so many women as men, whereas, further north, the women decidedly preponderated. Among the Kutchin, according to Kirby, women form the minority, 2,891, and they seem to hold the same position among the Upper Californians and Western Eskimo. But as a rule, among the North American Aborigines, the opposite is apparently the case. Thus, there are more women than men among certain Eskimo tribes, according to Dr. King. Among the natives of the Sitka Islands, according to Lisiansky, among the Californian Shastika, according to Mr. Powers. The census of the Creeks taken in the year 1832 showed 6,555 men and 7,142 women. That of the Indian population around Lake Superior, Huron, Michigan, the Upper Mississippi, 100. In the same year, 3144 men and 3571 women, excluding children, that of the Nez Perces in Oregon, taken in 1851 by Dr. Dart, 698 men and 1182 women. Among the Blackfeet and Cheyenne, according to Mr. Morgan, among the Punkas and some other tribes, according to Mr. Catlin, the number of women is said to be twice as large as that of men, and in some cases even 3 times as large. In Yucatan, according to Stevens, there are 2 women to 1 man. Among the Guaranis, according to Azara, 14 women to 13 men. In Cochabamba, according to Gibbon, even 5 to 1. Among the Zapotecs and other nations of the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, the women are greatly in excess of the men, 2,897, whereas, among the Tarumas, 2,898, Havanos, Maypures, 2,899, and Guanas 2900, the men are stated to be more numerous than the women. Von Martius says that among the Indians of Brazil, the number varied in some villages in favor of the male sex, in others in favor of the female. In Australia, the men seem generally to be in the majority. Speaking of the Australian natives, the Rev. 50. Fisson says, I think we may suppose that the number of males generally exceeds that of females among the lower savages. At least, quite a number of observers declare that such is the fact 2903 among the Western Australians. According to Mr. Oldfield, at all times the males are in excess of the other sex. 2,904,462. Wilhelmy makes a similar statement with regard to several other tribes, 2,905, but this rule does not apply to all the Australians. On Herbert River, says Herr Lumholtz, the women are more numerous than the men. This is also the case among the tribes southwest of the Carpentarian Gulf and elsewhere. But according to accurate observations, the opposite is the case in a large part of Australia. In some tribes of the interior, Mr. Sturt found that among children there were about 2 girls to 1 boy. In Tasmania, according to Breton, the men greatly exceeded the women in number. So also in Tahiti, where at the time of Mr. Ellis' arrival, there were probably 4 or 5 men to 1 woman, 2,909 in Maupiti, where the disproportion between the sexes among adults was at the rate of 3 men to 2 women, 2,910, and in Easter Island, where according to the estimates of Cook and La Perouse, the men were twice as numerous as the women. In the Sandwich Islands, Nukuhiva, and some islands belonging to the Solomon Group, the male sex predominated, 2,912, and among the Maoris, according to a census taken in the year 1881, there were 24,370 men and 19,729 women. In Makin Island, of the Kingsmill Group, on the other hand, Wood represented the women as outnumbering the men. The same was to a very great extent the case in Tukopia, 2,915, and D. Albertis says that in Naabui, a village in New Guinea with 300 inhabitants, there are more women than men by about a third, 2,916. Both sexes are nearly equally represented at Port Moresby, 2,917, and according to Marston, in Sumatra. In Sarawak, the women are less numerous than the men. In Ceylon, a considerable disparity is exhibited by the returns. According to Pridham, it is found in the greatest degree among the Sinhalese, among whom the surplus of men averages 12%. But it is also observable in the case of the Malabar population in the northern province, where the surplus of men averages 6%. Robert Orme states that, in India, the number of women exceeds that of men, 2,921, but this is certainly not the case in every part of the country. In a census of the Northwest provinces, taken during the year 1866, the proportions between the sexes were found to be 100 men to 866 women, and in the Panjab, even 100 to 818. In some districts of the Himalayas, there is a surplus of males, in others of females. In Kashmir, the proportion of men to women is as 3 to 1. In the Buddhist country of Ladakh, says Sir A. Cunningham, it will be observed that the females outnumber the males, while the reverse is the case in the Musalman districts along the Indus 2925 in Malwa, in central India. The number of women surpasses the number of men 2926, and the same, according to Sir John Bowring, is to a great extent the case in China. The Todas of the Nilgiri Hills, on the other hand, amounted in the year 1867, according to Mr. Breeks, to 455 males and 249 females of all ages, whilst Mr. Marshall some few years ago found the Toda males of all ages bear the proportion to females of all ages of 100 to 75. Among the Mongols, as we are informed by Przewalski, 464, the women are far less numerous than the men, 2,929, and the same is said to have been the case with the Massaget, and to be the case still in Kamchatka. As for the peoples of Africa, I have found two cases only of an excess of men, the one among the population of Gaelga to the northeast of Madagascar, the other among the Kwasama tribe in Angola. The reverse seems decidedly to be the rule. Thus, from Morocco, Dr. Churcher writes to me that there appears to be a striking disproportion, though there is no such thing as statistics in this land. In Ma Bung, in the Timini country, Major Lane counted 3 women to 1 man. A census taken in Lagos in 1872 showed among the population of African origin 27,774 men and 32,353 women. Among the Negroes of the Gold Coast, according to Bosman, in Latuka, according to Emin Pasha, among the Waguha of West Tanganyika, according to Mr. A.J. Swan, among the Watata, according to Mr. Joseph Thompson, women predominate. Mr. Cousins is inclined to think that the same is the case with the cisnatalian Kafirs, as there are few bachelors, and the majority of men have more than one wife. 2935 in Uganda, says the Rev. 100. T. Wilson, the female population is largely in excess of the male, the proportion being about 3.5 to 1. 2936. In European countries, the number of men and of women from 15 to 20 years of age is generally almost the same, but in an earlier period of life there are more men than women, and, in a later, more women than men. This disparity in the numbers of the sexes is due to various causes. The preponderance of women depends to a great extent upon the higher mortality of men. Dr. Sutherland found that the average age of 109 Eskimo was nearly 22 years, that of the females 245, that of the males 193 years. The men pass most of their time at sea, in snow and rain, heat and cold, and many of them are drowned. The result of this troublesome and dangerous life is that few of them attain the age of 50, whereas many women reach the age of 70 or even 80. This, according to Dr. King, is the reason why, among this people, there are generally fewer men than women. Mr. Bancroft states that, among the Ngalics near the mouth of the Yukon, some of the women reach 60, while the men rarely attain more than 4 to 5 years. In Europe, the death rate is higher among men than among women, partly because of the greater dangers they are exposed to. Among many savage and barbarous peoples, however, the greater mortality of the male population depends chiefly upon the destructive influence of war. As all nations of Indians in their natural condition, says Mr. Catlin, are unceasingly at war with the tribes that are about them, their warriors are killed off to that extent, that in many instances 2, or sometimes 3 women to a man are found in a tribe. 2942, according to Ellis, it is supposed by the missionaries in Madagascar that, in consequence of the destructive ravages of war, in some of the provinces there are among the free portion of the inhabitants 5, and in other 3, women to 1 man, whilst the proportion of the sexes seems to be equal at birth. But I am inclined to think that this cause operates principally at tolerably advanced stages of civilization, and only in a smaller degree among the rudest savages, who, devoid of any definite tribal organization, live a wandering life, scattered in families or hordes consisting of a few persons. Thus, with regard to the Yagans of Tierra del Fuego, Mr. Bridges writes to me, on several occasions when some hundreds of natives have been gathered together, I have taken censuses of them, and have always found the sexes equal or nearly so. War was unknown, though fightings were frequent, but women took part in them as energetically as the men, and suffered equally with them, if anything, more. Among the Australians also, as we have seen, wars do not cause any disproportion between the sexes. The surplus of males is often due to female infanticide, 2944, and among certain peoples there is another cause which must be taken into account. Captain Lewin states that, among the Tauntha, women die at a comparatively early age because of the constant labor which their sex entails upon them, whereas the men live very long. And the same is said by Mr. Kirby with regard to the Cochin. Moreover, there is a disproportion between the sexes at birth. Among some peoples, more boys are born, among others more girls, and the surplus is often considerable. Mr. Ross thinks that, among the Eastern Tinne, the proportion of births is rather in favor of females, whilst the Ott women seem to have more boys than girls. Von Humboldt found by examining baptismal registers that more boys than girls were born in some communities of New Spain. The same, according to 1000. Belly, is the case among the Indians of Guatemala and Nicaragua. In the interior of Australia, Mr. Sturt met with several smaller tribes in which the number of girls was considerably greater than the number of boys, though in other tribes the proportion of births is in favor of males. Sir G. Gray drew up a list of 222 births, and of these 93 were females, 129 males. In Tasmania, where the men were more numerous than the women, female infanticide was very rare. The same is the case with the Sinhalese. They hold in abhorrence the crime of exposing children, says Dr. Davy, and it is never committed except in some of the wildest parts of the country, and even there only when the parents themselves are on the brink of starvation and must either sacrifice a part of the family or die. Haeckel assures us that among this people there is a permanent disproportion between male and female births, 10 boys being born, on the average, to 8 or 9 girls. Among the Todas, as we are informed by Mr. Marshall, the male children under 14 years of age bear to the female children of the same periodages estimated from their personal appearance ratio of 100 to 8,002,955, though female infanticide is never practiced, having long since become extinct through the action of the British government. Mr. Mann's inquiries tended to show that, among the Andamanese, there is a slight predominance of female over male births. Bruce observes, from a diligent inquiry into the south and scripture report of Mesopotamia, Armenia, and Syria, from Mosul or Nineveh to Aleppo and Antioch, I find the proportion to be fully 2 women born to 1 man. There is indeed a fraction over, but not a considerable one. From Latakia, Laodicea, Admire, down the coast of Syria to Sidon, the number is very nearly 3 or 2 3/4 to 1 man. Through the Holy Land, the country called Horan, in the Isthmus of Suez, and the parts of the Delta unfrequented by strangers, it is something less than 3. But from Suez to the Straits of Babelmandeb, which contains the 3 Arabias, the portion is fully 4 women to 1 man, which, I have reason to believe, holds as far as the line and 30 beyond it. The manner in which Bruce came to these conclusions he describes as follows. Whenever I went into a town, village, or inhabited place, dwelt long in a mountain, or traveled journeys with any set of people, I always made it my business to inquire how many children they had, or their fathers, their next neighbors or acquaintance. This not being a captious question, or what anyone would scruple to answer, there was no interest to deceive. I say, therefore, that a medium of both sexes arising from 300 or 400 families indiscriminately taken shall be the proportion in which one differs from the other 2958. This statement has been contradicted, but so far as I know, it has not been proved to be wholly without foundation. It is to some extent made credible by what Dr. Churcher informs me regarding the disproportion of the sexes among the Moors of Morocco. As the result of his own observation and that of a Mohammedan friend of his, he writes, there is certainly a disproportion also at birth. It would be safe to say that the female births are in the proportion of 3 females to 1 male. This partly accounts for the great rejoicing when a son is born. It reacts, however, in this way that the people say, Allah has given us more women than men, hence it is evident that polygamy is of God. In the Monbatu country, according to Emin Pasha, far more female children are born than males 2959, And regarding the disproportion between the sexes in Uganda, Mr. Wilson says 469 careful observation has established the fact that there are a good many more female births than male. And on taking the groups of children playing by the roadside, there will always be found to be more girls than boys. 2960 confronted by these definite statements, and by the fact that, in many African countries, there is a striking excess of women, we cannot with Susmulch and Chervin dismiss as wholly groundless Montesquieu's well-known assertion that in the hot regions of the Old World more girls are born than boys. 2962, although such disproportion certainly does not exist in every tropical country. In Europe, the average male births outnumber the female by about 5%, the stillborn being excluded, but the rate varies in the different countries. Thus, in Russian Poland, only 101 boys are born to 100 girls, whilst in Romania and Greece, the proportion is 111 to 100. The excess of male over female births is less when they are illegitimate than when legitimate. Ever since Aristotle's days, inquirers have sought to discover the causes which determine the sex of the offspring, but no conclusion commanding general assent has yet been arrived at. The law of Hofecker and Sadler, according to which more boys are born if the husband is older than the wife, more girls if the wife is older than the husband, has attracted the greatest number of adherents. But Noirot and Breslau have lately come to the opposite result, and from the data of Norwegian statistics, Berner has shown that the law is untenable. Dr. Gohlert has modified it so far that he holds the sex to be influenced not by the relative but by the absolute ages of the parents. But W. Stieda has found from the registers of births in Alsace-Lorraine that neither the relative nor the absolute ages of the parents exercise this sort of influence. Again, Platter, in a paper in Statistische Monatschrift Vienna for 1875, concludes from the examination of 30 million births that the less the difference in the age of the parents, the greater is the probability of boys being born. It has further been suggested that polygyny leads to the birth of a greater proportion of female infants. Dr. J. Campbell, however, who carefully attended to this subject in the harems of Siam, concludes that the proportion of male to female births is the same as from monogamous unions. It has also been maintained, in a paper read before the Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland by Mr. John Sanderson, that among the Kaffirs resident in Natal and the adjoining countries, there was no surplus of female births in polygynous families. The mass of facts collected by Mr. Sanderson is, however, too small to warrant any positive general deductions, and the like must be said of the information on the subject which Mr. Cousins and Mr. Isles have sent me from the same part of South Africa, according to 1000. Ramai and Mr. Hyde, on the other hand, the censuses of the Mormons show a great excess of female births, but it is impossible to believe that polygynous intercourse per se can cause such an excess. Hardly any animal, as Mr. Darwin remarks, has been rendered so highly polygynous as English racehorses. Nevertheless, their male and female offspring are almost exactly equal in number. Of all the theories relating to this subject, the one set forth by Dr. Dusing is by far the most important. Accord 471 to him, the characters of animals and plants which influence the formation of sex are due to natural selection. In every species, the proportion between the sexes has a tendency to keep constant, but the organisms are so well adapted to the conditions of life that, under anomalous circumstances, they produce more individuals of that sex, of which there is the greatest need. When nourishment is abundant, strengthened reproduction is an advantage to the species, whereas the reverse is the case when nourishment is scarce. Hence, the power of multiplication, depending chiefly upon the number of female organisms, when unusually well nourished, produce comparatively more female offspring. In the opposite case, more male. Dr. Dusing, and before him, Dr. Ploss 2976, have adduced several remarkable facts, which seem to indicate that such a connection between abundance and the production of females, and between scarcity and the production of males, actually exists. It is, for example, a common opinion among furriers that rich regions give more female furs, poor regions more male. It is an established fact that male births are in greater excess in country districts, the population of which is often badly fed, than in towns, where the conditions of life are shown to be, as a rule, more luxurious. A similar excess is found among poor people as compared with the well-off classes. Especially remarkable is Dr. Ploss' statement that in highlands, comparatively, more boys are born than in lowlands. He found that, in Saxony, in the years 18,471,849, the proportion between male and female births was 1059 to 100, in the region not exceeding 500. Paris feet above the level of the sea, 1073 to 100, at a height of between 1,001 and 1,500,472 feet, and 1078 to 100, at a height of between 1501 and 2000. The evidence adduced by Dr. Ploss and Dr. Dusing is certainly not strong enough to permit us to regard their inference otherwise than as an hypothesis. But it is an hypothesis in which there seems to be some truth. There are ethnological facts which fully harmonize with it. According to the census made by the collectors of districts in 1814, the whole population of the Old English possessions in Ceylon formed a grand total of 475,883 souls, the males outnumbering the females by 27,193. Above the age of puberty, there were 156,447 males and 142,453 females. Below that age, 95,091 males and 81,892 females. Davy, who thinks that the census is not far from the truth, remarks, "The disproportion appears to be greatest in the poorest parts of the country, where the population is thinnest, and it is most difficult to support life, and smallest where there is least want." Indeed, in some of the fishing villages, where there is abundance of food, the number of females rather exceeds that of the males. May it not be a wise provision of provident nature to promote, by extreme poverty, the generation of males rather than of females? 2981. Very remarkable is the striking coincidence of polyandry with the great poverty of the countries in which it prevails. It seems to be beyond doubt that this practice, as a rule, is due to scarcity of women. This is the view taken by most of the authorities to whom we owe our knowledge of polyandrous peoples, and this disproportion between the sexes cannot, at least in many instances, be explained as a result of female infanticide. It was formerly said that the excess of men among the Todas was owing to the fact that all the girls beyond a certain number were destroyed in the cradle. But later investigations, as we have seen, show that the excess depends upon a striking disproportion between male and female births. Dr. Seaman states that, among those Eskimo tribes who practice polyandry, and among whom men are more numerous than women, female infanticide seems to be unknown. With regard to the inhabitants of the Jaunsar district of the Himalayas, Mr. Dunlop says, wherever the practice of polyandry exists, there is a striking discrepance in the proportions of the sexes among young children as well as adults. Thus, in a village where I have found upwards of 400 boys, there were only 120 girls, yet the temptations to female infanticide, owing to expensive marriages and extravagant dowers which exist among the Rajputs of the plains, are not found in the hills where the marriages are comparatively inexpensive, and where the wife, instead of bringing a large dowry, is usually purchased for a considerable sum from her parents. In the Garhwal Hills, moreover, where polygamy is prevalent, there is a surplus of female children. I am inclined to give more weight to nature's adaptability to national habit than to the possibility of infanticide being the cause of the discrepance found in Jaunsar. 2984 female infants are killed only where they are a burden to the family or community to which they belong. But it will be shown subsequently that this is by no means the case with the inhabitants of the Himalayas. Hence, it seems almost probable that, among the polyandrous peoples of these regions, as among the Todas and Sinhalese, more boys are born than girls. It has been said that Tibetan polyandry depends upon the scarcity of women in a marriageable state, and that this scarcity is due to the Lama nunneries absorbing so many of the girls. But Köppen clears the religion of Tibet of any responsibility for polyandry, showing that the practice existed in the country before the introduction of Buddhism. Mr. Baber states the very remarkable fact that polygamy obtains in valleys, while polyandry prevails in the uplands. 2987, according to Mr. Rockhill, female infanticide is not practiced in Tibet, except among the women married to Chinese. 2988, and Grosier and Duhalde expressly assert that more males than females are born there. Much stress must be laid on the fact that polyandry prevails chiefly in poor countries. Polyandry, says Lieutenant Cunningham, appears to be essential in a country in which the quantity of cultivable land is limited, and in which pastures are not extensive, in which there are but few facilities for carrying on commerce, and in which there is no mineral wealth readily made available. 2990 Il est connu, says 1000. Vincent Quesseur la côte de Malabar la polyandrie est établie pour obvier à la pénurie des subsistances. 2991, the Santals live in a country, a great part of which is poor and sterile. Regarding the Cunawari, Miss Gordon Cumming remarks, there is a curious distinction in the social customs of the people in the upper and lower part of this valley. Below Wangtu, it is said that polygamy prevails, as elsewhere, every man buying his wives from their parents for a given number of rupees. Farther up the valley, however, where the people are very poor, and the tiny ridges of cultivation will not support large families, polyandry is common. 2993, speaking of the Bodhis of Ladakh. Sir A. Cunningham asserts that polyandry was a most politic measure for a poor country, which does not produce sufficient food for its inhabitants. 2994-475. Mr. Bellew holds the same view with regard to polyandry in Lamjaro in Ladakh. The population is kept down to a proportion which the country is capable of supporting, for the only parts of it which are habitable are the narrow valleys through which its rivers flow, and the little nooks in the mountains which are watered by their torrent tributaries. 2995, according to Mr. Wilson, even one of the Moravian missionaries defended the polyandry of the Tibetans as good for the heathen of so sterile a country, since superabundant population in an unfertile country would be a great calamity and produce eternal warfare or eternal want. 2996. A similar opinion is pronounced by Köppen, Turner, de Ujfalvi, and Wilson. It is commonly asserted that this coincidence of polyandry with poverty of material resources depends upon the intention of the people to check an increase of population, or upon the fact that the men are not rich enough to support or buy wives for themselves. But the accuracy of these assumptions is very doubtful. Among no polyandrous people, except the Tibetans with their nunneries, do we know of a class of unmarried women. Moreover, even if a woman is sometimes a burden to her husband in a tribe that lives by hunting, her position is very different among a pastoral or agricultural people. In the Himalayas, as Mr. Fraser remarks, women are useful in the fields and in domestic labors and fully earn their own subsistence. Again, Turner, who had many opportunities of seeing Western Tibet, asserts that polyandry there is not confined to the lower ranks alone, but is frequently found in the most opulent families, a statement with which Mr. Wilson agrees. In Ceylon, as we have seen, it prevails chiefly among the wealthier classes, and in the villages of the Kotgar district in the Himalayas, according to Dr. Stulpnagel, most of the cases of polyandry are found among well-to-do peoples. It is the poor, he says 476, who prefer polygamy, on account of the value of the women as household drudges. 3001. All these facts are certainly in favor of Dr. Dusing's theory and Dr. Floss' statement as to the excess of male births in the highlands of Saxony becomes very important when we consider that polyandry chiefly occurs among mountaineers in South Africa, as we have seen, as well as in Asia. Dr. Dusing has, moreover, inferred that incest is less common in proportion as the number of males is great. The more males, he says, the farther off they have to go from their birthplace to find mates. Incest is injurious to the species, hence incestuous unions have a tendency to produce an excess of male offspring. Thus, according to Dr. Nagel, certain plants, when self-fertilized, produce an excess of male flowers. According to Dr. Gohlert's statistical investigation, in the case of horses, the more the parent animals differ in color, the more the female foals outnumber the male. Among the Jews, many of whom marry cousins, there is a remarkable excess of male births. In country districts where, as we have seen, comparatively more boys are born than in towns, marriage more frequently takes place between kinsfolk. It is for a similar reason, says Dr. Dusing, that illegitimate unions show a tendency to produce female births. The evidence given by Dr. Dusing for the correctness of his deduction is then exceedingly scanty if, indeed, it can be called evidence. Nevertheless, I think his main conclusion holds good. Independently of his reasoning, I had come to exactly the same result in a purely inductive way. There is some ground for believing that mixture of race produces an excess of female births. In his work on the tribes of California, Mr. Powers observes 477, it is a curious fact, which has frequently come under my observation, and has been abundantly confirmed by the pioneers, that among half-breed children, a decided majority are girls. Often I have seen whole families of half-breed girls, but never one composed entirely of boys, and seldom one wherein they were more numerous. 3005, when I mentioned this statement to a gentleman who had spent many years in British Columbia and other parts of North America, he replied that he himself had made exactly the same observation. Mr. Starkweather has found that, according to the United States statistical tables of the sex of mulattoes born in the southern states, there is an excess of from 12 to 15% of female mulatto children, whilst, taking the whole population together, the male births show an excess of 5%. In Central America, according to Colonel Galindo, an extraordinary excess is observable in the births of white and Ladino females over those of the males, the former being in proportion to the latter as 6, or at least as 5 to 4. Among the Indians, the births of males and females are about equal 3007. Mr. Stevens asserts that, among the Ladinos of Yucatan, the proportion is even as 2 to 1, taken in connection with the fact mentioned by Mr. Squeer that the whites in Central America are as 1 to 8 in comparison with the mixed population 3009. These statements accord well with the following observation of 1000. Bellias regards Nicaragua si como paret etre la fate general. He says, "Cest que dans les villes au l'element blanc domaine, il si procrien effet plus de fils, que de garcons mais dans les campagnes, et partout au la race indienne l'emporte. C'est le contraire qui si produit, et des lors la prépondérance du sexe masculin si maintient par la prépondérance de l'élément indigène. Le même phénomène avait déjà été observé au Mexique, 3010. Concerning the proportion of the sexes at birth among the mixed races of South America, I have unfortunately no definite statements at my disposal. But Mr. J. S. Roberton informs me from Chanral in Chile that in that country, with its numerous mongrels, more females are born than males. According to the list of the population of the Capitana of Sao Paulo in the year 1815 given by 5. Spix and 5. Martius, a list which includes more than 200,000 persons, the proportion between women and men is, among the mulattoes, 11,465 to 100, among the whites, 1093 to 100, among the blacks, 100 to 129. But this last proportion is of no consequence, as we have no account of the number of Negro slaves annually imported into the Capitana. Sir R. F. Burton found, from the census returns of 1859 for the town of São João del Rei, where there is a large intermixture of the white race with the colored women, an excess of nearly 50% of women as compared with men. A census of the population in the province of Rio, taken in the year 1844, also shows a considerable excess of women, not only, however, among the mixed population, but among the Indian and Negro Creoles as well, 3013 and 1000. De Castelnau was astonished at the disproportionately large number of females in Goiás. In the northern parts of the United States, According to Cole, female children predominate in the families of the crossbreeds arising from the intercourse of Frenchmen with Indian women. This statement is very much like Graph 5. Gortz that the families of the offspring of Dutchmen and Malay women in Java Liplaps consist chiefly of daughters. A census taken in the 18th century, given by Sussmilch, proves also that among these mongrels there is a great excess of women over men. From Stanley Poole in Congo, Dr. Sims writes to me 479, it is the subject of general remark here that the half-caste children are generally girls. Out of 10 I can count, 2 only are boys. At the same time he states that, among the native Bake people, no disproportion between the sexes is observable. Mr. Cousins informs me that, in the western province of Cisnatalian Kafferland, in the Karoo district from Caledon up to Mossel Bay, there is a half-caste or mixed race called Bruin Mention, generally known as bastards, among whom more females than males are born. Dr. Felkin found that, among the foreign women imported to Uganda, the excess of females in the first births was enormous, viz. 510 females to 100 males, as compared with 102 females to 100 males in first births from pure Waganda women, whilst in subsequent pregnancies of these imported women, the ratio was 137 females to 100 males. As a matter of fact, in the families of the poorer classes of Uganda, who do all in their power to marry pure Waganda women, the sexes are as evenly balanced as in Europe, whereas this is certainly not the case among the children of chiefs and wealthy men who have large harems supplied mainly with foreign wives. I found, says Dr. Felkin, that of the women captured by the Slaverators in Central Africa and brought down to the east coast, either near Zanzibar or through the Soudan to the Red Sea, those who had been impregnated on the way usually produced female children. Hence, the Soudan slave dealers, instead of having only one slave to sell, have a woman and a female child. 3018. Dr. Felkin suggests, as an explanation of this excess of female births, that the temporarily superior parent produces the opposite sex. But the facts stated seem strongly to corroborate the theory that intermixture of race is in favor of female births. Very remarkable are 2 statements in the Talmud, that mixed marriages produce only girls. Mr. Jacobs informs me that his collection of Jewish statistics includes details of 118 mixed marriages. Of these, 28 are sterile, and in the remainder, there are 145 female children and 122 malathat, is 11,882 to 100 males. We must not, of course, take for granted that what applies to certain races of men holds good for all of them, but it should be observed that the cases mentioned refer to mongrels of very different kinds. It is indeed scarcely probable that anything else than the crossing can be the cause of this excess of females, as facts tend to show that unions between related individuals, or, generally, between individuals who are very like each other, produce a comparatively great number of male offspring. In all the Anandan bred stocks of the Bates herd at Kirklivington, according to Mr. Bell, the number of bull calves was constantly very far in excess of the heifers. Of the Anandan bred Warlaby branch of Shorthorns, Mr. Carr says that it appears to have a most destructive propensity to breed bulls. 3021. Dr. Gohlert's statement, as regards horses, just referred to, is corroborated by Cramp's investigations, which included more than 2,000 different cases, all tending to prove that female foals predominate in proportion as the parent animals differ in color. We have seen that the Todas of the Nilgiri Hills are probably the most Anandan bred people of whom anything is known, and we have also seen how, among them, the disproportion between male and female births is strikingly in favor of the males. Among the Badagas, a neighboring people who, like the Todas, have numerous subdivisions of caste, each of which differs in some social or ceremonial custom. 3023, and all of which, probably, are endogamous, there is also a considerable surplus of men. Now it is very remarkable that in another tribe inhabiting the same hill ranges, the Khattars, who do not intermarry with the inhabitants of their own village, but always seek a wife from another Katagiri, women are not so scarce as among the Todas and the Badagas. Among the endogamous Maoris, the men outnumber the women. So also among the Sinhalese, who consider marriage between the father's sister's son and the mother's brother's daughter the most proper union. Among the polyandrous Arabs mentioned by Strabo, marriage between cousins was the rule. The polyandrous mountaineer of South Africa, in almost every case, marries a daughter of his father's brother. And with the Jews, among whom cousin marriages occur perhaps 3 times as often as among the surrounding populations, 3027, the proportion of births is probably more in favor of the males than among the non-Jewish population of Europe. All these facts, taken together 482, seem to render it probable that the degree of differentiation in the sexual elements of the parents exercises some influence upon the sex of the offspring, so that, when the differentiation is unusually great, the births are in favor of females, when it is unusually small, in favor of males. We certainly cannot, from the numerical proportion of the sexes, especially at birth, draw any inference as to the form of marriage characteristic of the species. Among birds living in a state of nature, polyandry is almost unheard of, though according to Dr. Brame, the males are generally more numerous than the females. As for man, there are several non-polyandrous peoples among whom the men are considerably in excess of the women, whilst among other peoples polygyny is forbidden, though the women are in excess of the men. Nevertheless, the form of marriage depends to a great extent upon the proportion between the male and female population. Polyandry, as already said, is due chiefly to a surplus of men, though it prevails only where the circumstances are otherwise in favor of it. And, as regards polygyny, I cannot agree with 1000. Chervin that it is quite independent of the proportion between the sexes. It has been observed that in India, polyandry occurs in those parts of the country where the males outnumber the females, polygyny in those where the reverse is the case. Indeed, in countries unaffected by European civilization, polygyny seems to prevail wherever women form the majority. Thus the causes which determine the proportion of the sexes exercise some influence also upon the form of marriage. Among the Eskimo, for instance, who, according to Armstrong, take more than one wife, when the women are sufficiently numerous, 3032, polygyny results chiefly from the dangerous life the men have to lead in order to gain their subsistence. Among the Indians of North America, it is, to a large extent, due to the wars which destroy many of the male population. In certain countries, it seems to be furthered by physiological conditions leading to an excess of female births. As for polyandry, we have some reason to believe that it is due, on the one hand, to poor conditions of life, on the other to close intermarrying. As a matter of fact, the chief polyandrous peoples either live in sterile mountain regions or are endogamous in a very high degree. There are several reasons why a man may desire to possess more than one wife. First, monogamy requires from him periodical continence. He has to live apart from his wife, not only for a certain time every month 3033, but among many peoples during her pregnancy also. Among the Shawanese, for instance, as soon as a wife is announced to be in a state of pregnancy, the matrimonial rites are suspended, and continency preserved with a religious and mystical scrupulosity. 3035, this suspension of matrimonial rites is usually continued till a considerable time after childbirth. Among the northern Indians, a mother has to remain in a small tent placed at a little distance from the others during a month or 5 weeks, 3036, and similar customs are found among many other peoples. Very commonly, in a state of savage and barbarous life, the husband must not cohabit with his wife till the child is weaned. And this prohibition is all the more severe, as the suckling time generally lasts for 2, 3, 4 years, or even more. In Sierra Leone, it was looked upon as a crime of the most heinous nature if a wife cohabited with her husband before the child was able to run alone. Among the Makonde in Eastern Africa, says Mr. Joseph Thompson, when a woman bears a child, she lives completely apart from her husband till the child is able to speak, as otherwise it is believed that harm, if not death, would come to the infant 3040 in Fiji. The relatives of a woman take it as a public insult if any child should be born before the customary 3 or 4 years have elapsed. 3041, this long suckling time is due chiefly to want of soft food and animal milk. But when milk can be obtained 3043, and even when the people have domesticated animals able to supply them with it 3044, this kind of food is often avoided. The Chinese, who are a Tartar people and must have descended at one time from the land of grass, entirely eschew the use of milk. Professor Bastian suggests that it is on hygienic grounds, though almost instinctively, that a man abstains from cohabitation with his wife during her pregnancy and as long as she suckles her child. But the reason seems rather to be of a religious character. Diseases are generally attributed by savages to the influence of some evil spirit. Among many peoples, the attainment of the age of puberty is marked by most superstitious ceremonies. A woman, during the time of menstruation, is looked upon with a mystic detestation. It is therefore quite in accordance with primitive ideas that the appearance of a new being should be connected in some way with supernatural agencies. Among the Ashantis, according to Mr. Reed, when conception becomes apparent, the girl goes through a ceremony of abuse and is pelted down to the sea, where she is cleansed. She is then set aside, charms are bound on her wrists, spells are muttered over her, and by a wise sanitary regulation, her husband is not allowed to cohabit with her from that time until she has finished nursing her child. 3050, a woman in childbed is very commonly considered unclean. In China, a man of the upper classes does not speak to his wife within the first month after the birth of a child, and no visitor will enter the house where she lives. According to early Aryan traditions, as 5. Zmigrodzki remarks, a witch and a woman in childbed are persons so intimately connected that it is impossible to make any distinction between them. One of the chief causes of polygyny is the attraction which female youth and beauty exercise upon man. Several instances have already been mentioned of a fresh wife being taken when the first wife grows old. Indeed, when a man, soon after he has attained manhood, marries a woman of similar age, not to speak of such countries as China and Korea, 486, where the first wife is generally a woman from 3 to 8 years older than her husband 3054, he will still be a man in the prime of life, when the youthful beauty of his wife has passed away forever. This is especially the case among peoples at the lower stages of civilization, among whom, as a rule, women get old much sooner than in more advanced communities. Thus in California, according to Mr. Powers, women are rather handsome in their free and untoiling youth, but after 25 or 30, they break down under their heavy burdens and become ugly. Among the Mandans, the beauty of the women vanishes soon after marriage. The Kachin women get coarse and ugly as they grow old, owing to hard labor and bad treatment. 3057 Patagonian women are said to lose their youth at a very early age, from exposure and hard work. And among the Warraus, according to Schomburg, when the woman has reached her 20th year, the flower of her life is gone. 3058 in New Zealand, Tahiti, Hawaii, and other islands of the South Sea, the beauty of women soon decays. The result, says Mr. Angers, of hard labor in some cases, and in others of early intercourse with the opposite sex, combined with their mode of living, which rapidly destroys their youthful appearance. 3059. Women of 50 in Europe, Stavronis observes, look younger and fresher than those of 30 in Batavia. 3060. At 2 and 20, Dayak beauty has already begun to fade, and the subsequent decay is rapid. 3061. Among the Manipuris and Garos, the women, pretty when young, soon become hags. 3062, and this is true also of the Aino women in Yesso. Partly, it is said, because of the exposed life they led as children, partly because of the early age at which they marry and become mothers, and partly because of the hard life they continue to lead afterwards. In Africa, female beauty fades quickly. The Egyptian women, from the age of about 14 to that of 18 or 20, are generally models of loveliness in body and limbs, but when they reach maturity, their attractions do not long survive. In Eastern Africa, according to Sir R. F. Burton, the beauty of women is less perishable than in India and Arabia, but even their charms are on the wane at 30, and when old age comes on, the women are no exceptions to the hideous decrepitude of the East. 3065 Arab girls in the Sahara preserve only till about their 16th year that youthful freshness which the women of the North still possess in the late spring of their life, 3066, and among the Bakwale, women have no trace of beauty after 25. Speaking of the Wolofs, Mr. Reed remarks that the girls are very pretty with their soft and glossy black skin, but when the first jet of youth is past, the skin turns to a dirty yellow and creases like old leather. Their eyes sink into the skull, and the breasts hang down like the udder of a cow or shrivel up like a bladder that has burst. 3068 Among the Damaras, Ovambo, and Kafirs, women soon after maturity begin to wither, as we are told, on account of hard labor. 3069 And the Bushman women, it is said, soon become sterile from the same cause. Among the Fula, it is rare for a woman older than 20 to become a mother, and in Unyoro Emin Pasha never saw a woman above 25 with babies. Early intercourse with the opposite sex is adduced by several writers as the cause of the short prime of savage women, but I am disposed to think that physical exertion has a much greater influence. Even from a physiological point of view, hard labor seems to shorten female youth. Statistics show that, among the poorer women of Berlin, menstruation ceases at a rather earlier age than among the well-off classes. It has been suggested that in hot countries women lose their beauty much sooner than in colder regions. 3073 Whereas men are not affected in the same way by climate. But so far as I know, we are still in want of exact information on this point. Further cause of polygyny is man's taste for variety. Marilla de Sorrento asserts that the Negroes of Angola, who used to exchange their wives with each other for a certain time, excused themselves, when reproved, on the ground that they were not able to eat always of the same dish. 3074. And in Egypt, according to Mr. Lane, fickle passion is the most evident and common motive both to polygamy and repeated divorces. 3075. Motives due to man's passions are not, however, the only causes of polygyny. We must also take into account his desire for offspring, wealth, and authority. The barrenness of a wife is a very common reason for the choice of another partner. Among the Greenlanders, for instance, who considered it a great disgrace for a man to have no children, particularly no sons, a husband generally took a second wife, if the first one could not satisfy his desire for offspring. Among the Bodis of Ladakh, says Lieutenant Cunningham, should a wife prove barren, a second can be chosen, or should she have daughters only, a second can be chosen similarly. 3077 In the Mutsa tribe of Indochina, polygyny is allowed only if the wife is sterile. 3078 And among the Patua or Huanga, the Eskimo at Prince Regent's Bay, and several other peoples, already referred to, a man scarcely ever takes a second wife if the first wife gives him children. Among the Tusky, if a man's wife bears only girls, he takes another until he obtains a boy, but no more. 3080 In China and Tonquin, and among the Munda Khals of Chota Nagpur, it sometimes happens that the barren wife herself advises her husband to take a fresh partner. 3081 As Rachel gave Jacob Bilhah. The polygyny of the ancient Hindus seems to have been due chiefly to the fact that men dreaded the idea of dying childless, and 1000. Laplace observes that even now in the East the desire for offspring is one of the principal causes of polygyny. Dr. Gray makes the same remark as to the Chinese. 3084 Herr Andry as to the Jews. In Egypt, says Mr. Lane, a man having a wife who has the misfortune to be barren, and being too much attached to her to divorce her, is sometimes induced to take a second wife, merely in the hope of obtaining offspring. 3086. The more wives, the more children, and the more children, the greater power. Man in a savage and barbarous state is proud of a large progeny, and he who has most kinsfolk is most honored and feared. Regarding certain Indians of North America, among whom the dignity of chief was elective, Harriet remarks that the choice usually fell upon him who had the most numerous offspring, and who was therefore considered as the person most deeply interested in the welfare of the tribe 3088 among the Chippewas. Says Mr. Keating, 490, the pride and honor of parents depend upon the extent of their family. 3089. Speaking of African polygyny, Sir R.F. Burton observes that the culture of the marriage tie is necessary among savages and barbarians, where, unlike Europe, a man's relations and connections are his only friends, besides which, a multitude of wives ministers to his pride and influence, state, and pleasure. 3090. Bosman tells us of a viceroy tributary to the Negro king of Fida, who, assisted only by his sons and grandsons with their slaves, repulsed a powerful enemy who came against him. This viceroy, with his sons and grandsons, could make out the number of 2,000 descendants, not reckoning daughters or any that were dead. Moreover, in a state of nature, next to a man's wives, the real servant, the only one to be counted upon, is the child. A husband's desire for children often leads to polygyny in countries where the fecundity of women is at a low rate. More than 100 years ago, Dr. Hewitt observed that women are naturally less prolific among rude than among polished nations. This assertion, though not true universally, 3094, is probably true in the main. It is a very rare occurrence for an Indian woman, says Mr. Catlin, to be blessed with more than 4 or 5 children during her life, and generally speaking, they seem contented with 2 or 3. 3095. This statement is confirmed by the evidence of several other authorities, and it holds good not only for the North Amory 491 Can Indians, but upon the whole, for a great many uncivilized peoples. Some writers ascribe this slight degree of prolificness to hard labor 3098 or to unfavorable conditions of life in general. That it is partly due to the long period of suckling is highly probable, not only because a woman less easily becomes pregnant during the time of lactation, but also on account of the continence in which she often has to live during that period. The mortality of children is very great among savages 3100, and this, cooperating with other causes to keep the family small, makes polygyny seem to many peoples absolutely necessary. Speaking of the equatorial Africans, Mr. Reed says, propagation is a perfect struggle. Polygamy becomes a law of nature, and even with the aid of this institution, so favorable to reproduction, there are fewer children than wives. 3101. A man's fortune is increased by a multitude of wives, not only through their children, but through their labor. An Eastern Central African, says Mr. MacDonald, finds no difficulty in supporting even hundreds of wives. The more wives he has, the richer he is. It is his wives that maintain him. They do all his plowing, milling, cooking. 100. They may be viewed as superior servants, who combine all the capacities of male servants and female servants in Britain who do all his work, and ask no wages. 3102. Manual labor among savages is undertaken chiefly by women, and as there are no day laborers or persons who will work for hire, it becomes necessary for anyone who requires many servants to have many wives. Mr. Wood remarks that, when an Indian can purchase 4 or 5 wives, their labor in the field is worth even more to the household than his exertions in hunting. The object of the Cutchin, says Mr. Kirby, is to have a greater number of poor creatures whom he can use as beasts of burden for hauling his wood, carrying his meat, and performing the drudgery of his camp. 3104. A Modoc defends his having several wives on the plea that he requires one to keep house, another to hunt, another to dig roots. In the Solomon Islands, in New Guinea, at the Gold Coast, and in other places where the women cultivate the ground, a plurality of wives implies a rich supply of food. 3106. Whilst, among the Tartars, according to Marco Polo, wives were of use to their husbands as traders. A multitude of wives increases a man's authority, not only because it increases his fortune and the number of his children, or because it makes him able to be liberal and keep open doors for foreigners and guests. 3108, but also because it presupposes a certain superiority in personal capabilities, wealth, or rank. Statements such as a man's greatness is ever proportionate to the number of his wives, or polygamy is held to be the test of his wealth and consequence, are very frequently met with in books of travels. Thus the Apache who can support or keep, or attract by his power to keep, the greatest number of women, is the man who is deemed entitled to the greatest amount of honor and respect 3109. However desirable polygyny may be from man's point of view, it is, as we have seen, altogether prohibited among many peoples, and in countries where it is an established institution, it is practiced, as a rule to which there are few exceptions, only by a comparatively small class. The proportion between the sexes partly accounts for this, but there are other causes of no less importance. In ethnographical descriptions, it is very often stated that a man takes as many wives as he is able to maintain. Where the amount of female labor is limited, where life is supported by hunting, where agriculture is unknown, and no accumulated property worth mentioning exists, it may be extremely difficult for a man to keep a plurality of wives. Among the Patagonians, for instance, it is chiefly those who possess some property who take more than one wife. Regarding the Tusky, Mr. Hooper states that each man has as many wives as he can afford to keep, the question of food being the greatest consideration 3111 in Unalaska, according to 5. Langsdorff, a man who had many wives, if his means decreased, sent first one, then another back to their parents. Again, where female labor is of considerable value, the necessity of paying the purchasessum for a wife very often makes the poorer people content with monogamy. Thus, among the Zulus, Mr. Isles writes, many men have but one wife because cattle have to be paid for women. Among the Gonds and Korkus, according to Mr. Forsyth, polygamy is not forbidden, but women being costly chattels, it is rarely practiced. 3113 among the Bechuanas, says Anderson, there is no limit, but his means of purchase, to the number of wives a man may possess. And the same is observed with reference to a great many other peoples, especially in Africa, where the woman trade is at its height. Polygyny is, moreover, checked to some extent by the man's obligation to serve for his wife for a certain number of years, and even more by his having to settle down with his father-in-law for the whole of his life. So far as the woman is allowed to choose, she prefers, other things being equal, the man who is best able to support her, or the man of the greatest wealth or highest position. Naturally, therefore, wherever polygyny prevails, it is the principal men, whether they owe their position to birth, skill, or acquired wealth, who have the largest number of wives, or it may be that they alone have more than one wife. Speaking of the Ainos of Yesso, Commander H. 100, St. John says that a successful or expert hunter or fisher sometimes keeps two wives, and if a woman finds her husband an unsuccessful Nimrod, she abandons him. Among the Aleuts, the number of wives was not limited, except that the best hunters had the greatest number. 3116 among the Kutchin, polygamy is practiced generally in proportion to the rank and wealth of the man, 3117, and among the Brazilian Aborigines and the Araucanians, polygyny occurs only or chiefly among rich men and chiefs. Touching the equatorial Africans, Mr. Reed remarks, the bushman can generally afford but one wife, who must find him his daily bread, but the rich man can indulge in the institutions of polygamy and domestic slavery. 3119 in Dahomey, as we are told, the king has thousands of wives, the nobles hundreds, others tens. While the soldier is unable to support 13120 in the New Hebrides, polygyny prevails especially among the chiefs. In Nayabui of New Guinea, the headmen only have more than 2 or 3 wives, and in South Australia, the old men secure the greatest number 3121. Thus polygyny has come to be associated with greatness 495, and is therefore, as Mr. Spencer remarks, thought praiseworthy, while monogamy, as associated with poverty, is thought mean. Indeed, plurality of wives has everywhere tended to become a more or less definite class distinction, the luxury being permitted, among some peoples, only to chiefs or nobles. One of the most important of the influences which determine the form of marriage is the position of women, or rather the respect in which they are held by men, for polygyny implies a violation of woman's feelings. Several statements tend to show that jealousy and rivalry do not always disturb the peace in polygynous families. Sometimes happens that the first wife herself brings her husband a fresh wife or a concubine, or advises him to take one, when she becomes old herself, or if she proves barren, or has a suckling child, or for some other reason. In equatorial Africa, according to Mr. Reed, the women are the stoutest supporters of polygyny. If a man marries, he says, and his wife thinks that he can afford another spouse, she pesters him to marry again and calls him a stingy fellow if he declines to do so. 3124, speaking of the Makalalo women, Livingstone observes, on hearing that a man in England could marry but one wife, several ladies exclaimed that they would not like to live in such a country. They could not imagine how English ladies could relish our custom, for, in their way of thinking, every man of respectability should have a number of wives as a proof of his wealth. Similar ideas prevail all down the Zambesi, among the Californian Modoc also, according to the Hun. A. B. Meacham, the women are opposed to any change in the polygynous habits of the men, but such statements may easily be misinterpreted. Often the wives live peacefully together only in consequence of the strict discipline of the husband. They put up with polygyny, thanks to long custom. They even approve of it where it procures them advantages. The consideration of the whole family, and especially of the first wife, is increased by every new marriage the husband concludes. Where the wife is her husband's slave, polygyny implies a greater division of labor. This is the reason why, among the Apache, the women do not object to it, why, among the Bagobos of the Philippines, they rejoice at the arrival of a new wife, why, in the Mohammedan East, they themselves encourage the husband to marry more wives. Among the Arabs of Upper Egypt, says Baker, one of the conditions of accepting a suitor is that a female slave is to be provided for the special use of the wife, although the slaves of the establishment occupy, at the same time, the position of concubines. Von Weber tells us of a Kafir woman who, on account of her heavy labor, passionately urged her husband to take another wife. Nevertheless, polygyny is an offense against the feelings of women, not only among highly civilized peoples, but even among the rudest savages. For jealousy is not exclusively a masculine passion, although it is generally more powerful in men than in women. The Greenlanders have a saying that whales, muskoxen, and reindeer deserted the country because the women were jealous at the conduct of their husbands. 3133, regarding the Northern Indians, Hearn says 497 the men are in general very jealous of their wives, and I make no doubt but the same spirit reigns among the women, but they are kept so much in awe of their husbands that the liberty of thinking is the greatest privilege they enjoy. 3134 Franklin tells us of an Indian woman who committed suicide by hanging herself in a fit of jealousy, and another woman threw herself into the Mississippi with her child when her husband took a new wife. As regards the Dakotas, Mr. Prescott says that polygamy is the cause of a great deal of their miseries and troubles. The women, most of them, abhor the practice, but are overruled by the men. Some of the women commit suicide on this account. 3136 The natives of Guyana, according to the Rev. W. H. Brett, live in comfort, as long as the man is content with one wife. But when he takes another, the natural feelings of woman rebel at such cruel treatment, and jealousy and unhappiness have, in repeated instances, led to suicide. 3137 among the Tamanacs, says 5. Humboldt, the husband, calls the second and third wife the companions of the first, and the first treats these companions as rivals and enemies. Ipik Jadoj. 3138 among the Charruas, it often happens that a woman abandons her husband if he has a plurality of wives, as soon as she is able to find another man who will take her as his only wife. And when a Fuegian has as many as 4 women, his hut is every day transformed into a field of battle, and many a young and pretty wife must even atone with her life for the precedence given her by the common husband. In the islands of the Pacific similar scenes occur. The missionary William's wife once asked a Fiji woman who was minus her nose, "How is it that so many of your women are without a nose?" "It is due to a plurality of wives," was the answer. "Jealousy causes hatred, and then the stronger tries to cut or bite off the nose of the one she hates." 3141 In Tucopia, many a wife who believed another woman to be preferred by the husband committed suicide. Among the Australian Aborigines, the old wives are extremely jealous of their younger rivals, so that a new woman would always be beaten by the other wife, and a good deal would depend on the fighting powers of the former whether she kept her position or not. 3143 Among the Narranieri, according to the Rev. A. Mayer, the several wives of one man very seldom agree well with each other. They are continually quarreling, each endeavoring to be the favorite. The black women, says Herr Lumholtz, are also capable of being jealous. 3145. Among the Sea Dyaks, according to Sir Spencer St. John, the wife is much more jealous of her husband than he is of her. In China, many women dislike the idea of getting married, as they fear that, should their husbands become polygynists, there would remain for them a life of unhappiness. Hence some become Buddhist or Taoist nuns, and others prefer death by suicide to marriage. Mr. Balfour asserts that, among the Mohammedans and ruling Hindu races who permit and practice polygyny, it causes much intriguing and disquiet in homes. According to Mr. Todd, it is the fertile source of evil, moral as well as physical, in the East. 3149. The same view is taken by Piscon and D. Escarac de Locher with regard to the polygyny of the Mohammedans. In Persia, says Dr. Pollack, a married woman cannot feel a greater pain than if her husband takes a fresh wife, whom he prefers to her. Then she is quite disconsolate. In Egypt, quarrels between the various women belonging to the same man are very frequent, and often the wife will not even allow her female slave or slaves to appear unveiled in the presence of her husband. In the description, in the Book of Proverbs, of domestic happiness, it is assumed that the husband has only one wife, 3153, and in the latter part of the Rig Veda, there are hymns in which wives curse their fellow wives. The Abyssinian women are described as very jealous, and in the polygynous families of the Eastern Africans, Zulus, Basutos, 100, quarrels frequently arise. The Hova word for polygyny is derived from the root Raphi, which means an adversary. So invariably, says the Rev. J. Sibri, has the taking of more wives than one shown itself to be a fruitful cause of enmity and strife in a household, that this word, which means the making an adversary, is the term always applied to it. The different wives are always trying to get an advantage over each other, and to wheedle their husband out of his property. Constant quarrels and jealousy are the result, and polygamy becomes inevitably the causing of strife. The making an adversary 3156 statements of this kind cannot but shake our confidence in the optimistic assertions of Dr. Laban and other defenders of polygyny. In order to prevent quarrels and fights between the wives, the husband frequently gives each of them a separate house. It is probably in part for the same reason that, among several peoples, wives are usually chosen from one family. In General 500, says Domnech, when an Indian wishes to have many wives, he chooses before all others, if he can, sisters, because he thinks he can thus secure more domestic peace. This is true of many of the North American Aborigines. 3159. A man who marries the eldest daughter of a family secures, in many cases, the right to marry all her sisters as soon as they are old enough to become his wives. The same practice is said to prevail in Madagascar 3161, and combined with polyandry among certain peoples of India. But it is obvious that the evils of polygyny are not removed by such arrangements. Where women have succeeded in obtaining some power over their husbands, or where the altruistic feelings of men have become refined enough to lead them to respect the feelings of those weaker than themselves, monogamy is generally considered the only proper form of marriage. Among monogamous savage or barbarous races, the position of women is comparatively good, and the one phenomenon must be regarded as partly the cause, partly the effect of the other. The purely monogamous Iroquois, to quote Schoolcraft, are the only tribes in America, North and South, so far as we have any accounts, who gave to woman a conservative power in their political deliberations. The Iroquois matrons had their representative in the public councils, and they exercised a negative, or what we call a veto power, in the important question of the declaration of war. They had the right also to interpose in bringing about a peace. 3162. Moreover, they had considerable privileges in the family. Among the Nicaraguansa people almost wholly monogamous, the husbands are said to have been so much under the control of their wives that they were obliged to do the housework, while the women attended to the trading. Among the Zapotecs and other nations inhabiting the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, who do not permit polygyny, gentleness, affection, and frugality characterize the marital relations 3165 in New Hanover, and among the Dyaks, 3167, the wife seems to have a kind of authority, and among the Minnehassers, according to Dr. Hickson, the woman is, and probably has been for many generations, on a footing of equality with her husband. 3168 Mr. Mann states that, in the Andaman Islands, the consideration and respect with which women are treated might with advantage be emulated by certain classes in our own land. 3169. The Padam wives are treated by their husbands with a regard that seems singular in so rude a race. But I have seen, says Colonel Dalton, other races as rude who in this respect are an example to more civilized people. It is because with these rude people the inclination of the persons most interested in the marriage is consulted, and polygamy is not practiced. 3170. The Mundakals of Chota Nagpur call a wife the mistress of the house, and she takes up a position similar to that of a married woman in Europe. The Santal women, who enjoy the advantage of reigning alone in the husband's wigwam, according to Mr. E. G. Mann, hold a much higher status in the family circle than their less fortunate sisters in most Eastern countries. The Kans, Bodo, and Dimmels treat their wives and daughters with confidence and kindness, and consult them in all domestic concerns. Among the monogamous Moors of the Western Soudan, the women exercise a considerable influence on the men, who take the greatest pains to pay them homage. The Tuareg wives' authority is so great that, although Islam permits polygyny, the men are forced to live in monogamy. Among the monogamous Tedda, the women hold a very high position in the family. As for European monogamy, there can be no doubt that it owes its origin chiefly to the consideration of men for the feelings of women. The form of marriage is, further, influenced by the quality of the passions which unites the sexes. When love depends entirely on external attractions, it is necessarily fickle, but when it implies sympathy arising from mental qualities, there is a tie between husband and wife which lasts long after youth and beauty are gone. It remains for us to note the true monogamous instinct, the absorbing passion for one, as a powerful obstacle to polygyny. The sociable interest, Professor Bain remarks, is by its nature diffused. Even the maternal feeling admits of plurality of objects. Revenge does not desire to have but one victim. The love of domination needs many subjects, but the greatest intensity of love limits the regards to one. 3177. The beloved person acquires, in the imagination of the lover, an immeasurable superiority over all others. The beginnings of a special affection, the same psychologist says, turn upon a small difference of liking, but such differences are easily exaggerated, the feeling and the estimate acting and reacting, till the distinction becomes altogether transcendent. 3178. This absorbing passion for one is not confined to the members of civilized societies. It is found also among savage peoples and even among some of the lower animals. Hermann Muller, Brehm, and other good observers have proved that it is experienced by birds, and Mr. Darwin found it among certain domesticated mammals. The lovebird rarely survives the death of its companion, even when supplied with a fresh and suitable mate. 1000. Huzo states, on the authority of Frederick Cuvier, Lorsque l'un des oustitis harpeljaccus du jardin des plantes de Paris vint, a mourir lepus survivant fut inconsolable. Il carse longtemps le cadavre de sa compagne. Et quand à la fin il fut convaincu de la triste réalité, il s'y mit les mains sur les yeux, et resta sans bouger et sans prendre de nourriture, jusqu'ici quil eut l'homme succumb. 3181. Among the Indians of western Washington and northwestern Oregon, says Dr. Gibbs, a strong sensual attachment undoubtedly often exists, which leads to marriage, as instances are not rare of young women destroying themselves on the death of a lover. 3182. The like is said of other Indian tribes, in which suicide from unsuccessful love has sometimes occurred even among men. Colonel Dalton represents the Paharia lads and lasses as forming very romantic attachments. If separated only for an hour, he says, they are miserable. 3184. Davis tells us of a Negro who, after vain attempts to redeem his sweetheart from slavery, became a slave himself rather than be separated from her. In Tahiti, unsuccessful suitors have been known to commit suicide, 3186, and even the rude Australian girl sings in a strain of romantic affliction. I never shall see my darling again, 3187. As a man, under certain circumstances, desires many wives, so a woman may have several reasons for desiring a plurality of husbands. But the jealousy of man does not readily suffer any rivals, and as he is the stronger, his will is decisive. Hence, where polyandry occurs, it is only exceptionally a result of the woman's wishes. Various causes have been adduced for this revolting prac 504 tice. The difficulty of raising the sum for a wife and the expense of maintaining women may perhaps in part account for it. Regarding polyandry in Kunawar, the Rev. W. Rebsch says that the cause assigned is not poverty, but a desire to keep the common patrimony from being distributed among a number of brothers. Some writers believe that polyandry subserves the useful end of preventing the woman from being exposed to danger and difficulty when she is left alone in her remote home during the prolonged absences of her lord. According to the Sinhalese, the practice originated in the so-called feudal times, when the enforced attendance of the people on the king and the higher chiefs would have led to the ruin of the rice lands, had not some interested party been left to look after the tillage. But Sir Emerson Tennant remarks that polyandry is much more ancient than the system thus indicated. It is shown to have existed at a period long antecedent to feudalism, 3191, to whatever other causes the practice may be attributed. The chief immediate cause is, no doubt, a numerical disproportion between the sexes. Chapter 22. The Forms of Human Marriage. Concluded. As to the history of the forms of human marriage, two inferences regarding monogamy and polygyny may be made with absolute certainty. Monogamy, always the predominant form of marriage, has been more prevalent at the lowest stages of civilization than at somewhat higher stages, whilst at a still higher stage, polygyny has again, to a great extent, yielded to monogamy. As already said, wars, often greatly disturbing the proportion of the sexes among peoples with a highly developed tribal organization, exercise a much smaller influence in that respect in societies of a ruder type. As in such societies all men are nearly equal, and to quote Mr. Wallace, each man scrupulously respects the rights of his fellow, and any infraction of those rights rarely or never takes place. 3192. No great scope is left for polygynous habits. Plurality of wives has comparatively few attractions for the men of rude communities, where life is supported chiefly by hunting, and female labor is of slight value. In societies of a higher kind, the case is different. True, in such societies a man has to buy his wife, and women are often costly chattels, but this obstacle to polygyny is more than counterbalanced by the accumulation of wealth and the distinction of classes. Nothing, indeed, is more favorable to polygyny than social differentiation. In its highest and regulated form, Mr. Morgan justly observes, it presupposes a considerable advance of society, together with the development of superior and inferior classes and of some kinds of wealth. 3193. Speaking of the Iroquois, Colden long ago remarked that, in any nation where all are on a par as to riches and power, plurality of wives cannot well be introduced. 3194. According to Waits, the reason why polygyny is very rare among the Hottentots is that they do not know of any disparity in rank and wealth. The Rock Vedas have no class distinction, and though each party among them has a headman, most energetic senior of the tribe, he exercises scarcely any authority. Almost the same may be said of most of the monogamous savage peoples whom we have mentioned. Thus, among the Padams, all except slaves are equal in rank. 3197, and of the Kukis, it is said that all eat and drink together, and that one man is as good as another. 3198. This is true of the Chittagong Hill tribes in general, who enjoy a perfect social equality, their nomadic life precluding any great accumulation of wealth. Among the Hill Dyaks, as Mr. Spencer observes, Chiefs are unable to enforce genuine subordination. The headman of each Bodo and Dimmel village has but nominal authority, and the governor of a Pueblo town is annually elected. In Tana, where the authority of a chief does not seem to extend a gunshot beyond his own dwelling, few chiefs have more than 3 wives, and most of them have only 1 or 2. On the other hand, throughout Africa, polygyny and great class distinctions occur simultaneously. We may therefore safely conclude that polygyny became more prevalent in proportion as differentiation increased with the progress of civilization. It is a notable fact that the higher savages and barbarians indulge in this practice to a greater extent than the very lowest races. These, with few exceptions, are either strictly monogamous or but little addicted to polygyny. The lowest forest tribes in Brazil and the interior of Borneo are monogamous. Among the Vedas and Andamanese, monogamy is as rigidly insisted upon as anywhere in Europe. According to Captain Lewin, the monogamous Tauntha are unamenable to the lures of civilization, and he thinks it will be found difficult, if not impossible, to wean them from their savage life. The Emrus are despised as wild men by the polygynous Kantha 3203 and the Californians, who, according to Mr. Powers, were far less addicted to polygyny than the Atlantic Indians, are a humble and a lowly race, one of the lowest on Earth 3204. Certain peoples who were originally monogamous are known to have adopted polygyny under the influence of a higher civilization. Thus, according to Professor Vambury, there is not a single indication that polygyny was an institution of the primitive Turco-Tartars, and even now it is almost unknown among the nomadic peoples of that race. Dr. Mason and Mr. Smeaton state that, among the Karens, it is occasionally practiced only by those who are brought much in contact with the Burmese. Among the Hindus, according to Mr. Dutt, polygyny seems to have grown in the latter part of the Vedic age, as there are scarcely any allusions to it in the earlier hymns. Goggett observes that fables which can be traced back to the earliest times give us no instance of any man's having more than 1 lawful wife. 3208, although the majority of the heroes in the writings of Kalidasa are described as polygynists, 3209, the principal divinities whom the Hindus acknowledge are Repref 508, scented as married to but 1 legitimate wife. The higher position so generally granted to the first married wife in polygynous families seems to indicate in most cases a transition from monogamous to polygynous habits, and not vice versa, as has often been suggested. Monogamy is the more likely to have prevailed almost exclusively among our earliest human ancestors, since it does so among the man-like apes. Mr. Darwin certainly mentions the gorilla as a polygamist, 3212, but the majority of statements we have regarding this animal are to the opposite effect. Relying on the most trustworthy authorities, Professor Hartman says, the gorilla lives in a society consisting of male and female, and their young of varying ages 3213. We may thus take for granted that civilization up to a certain point is favorable to polygyny, but it is equally certain that in its higher forms it leads to monogamy. One of the chief advantages of civilization is the decrease of wars. The death rate of men has consequently become less, and the considerable disproportion between the sexes which, among many warlike peoples, makes polygyny almost a law of nature, no longer exists among the most advanced nations. No superstitious belief keeps the civilized man apart from his wife during her pregnancy and whilst she suckles her child, and the suckling time has become much shorter since the introduction of domesticated animals and the use of milk. To a cultivated mind, youth and beauty are by no means the only attractions of a woman, and civilization has made female beauty more durable. The desire for offspring, as we have seen, has become less intense. A large family, instead of being a help in the struggle for existence, is often considered an insufferable burden. A man's kinsfolk are not now his only friends, and his wealth and power do not depend upon the number of his wives and children. A wife has ceased to be a mere laborer, and for manual labor we have to a great extent substituted the work of domesticated animals and the use of implements and machines. Polygyny has thus, in many ways, become less desirable for the civilized man than it was for his barbarian and savage ancestors. and other causes have cooperated to produce the same result. When the feelings of women are held in due respect, monogamy will necessarily be the only recognized form of marriage. In no way does the progress of mankind show itself more clearly than in the increased acknowledgement of women's rights, and the causes which, at lower stages of development, may make polygyny desired by women themselves, do not exist in highly civilized societies. The refined feeling of love, depending chiefly upon mutual sympathy and upon appreciation of mental qualities, is scarcely compatible with polygynous habits, and the passion for one has gradually become more absorbing. Will monogamy be the only recognized form of marriage in the future? This question has been answered in different ways. According to Mr. Spencer, the monogamic form of the sexual relation is manifestly the ultimate form, and any changes to be anticipated must be in the direction of completion and extension of it. 3215 Dr. Laban, on the other hand, thinks that European laws will, in the future, legalize polygyny. 3216 and 1000. Letourneau remarks that, although we may now look upon monogamy as superior to any other form of marriage yet known, we need not consider it the ultima thule in the evolution of connubial ceremonies. 3217, but we may without hesitation assert that, if mankind advance in the same direction as hitherto, if consequently the causes to which monogamy in the most progressive societies owes its origin continue to operate with constantly growing force, if especially altruism increases and the feeling of love becomes more refined and more exclusively directed to one, the laws of monogamy can never be changed, but must be followed much more strictly than they are now. Mr. McLennan suggests that, in early times, polyandry was the rule and monogamy and polygyny exceptions. According to his view, the only marriage law in which female kinship could have originated was polyandry of the ruder sort, in which the husbands are not kinsmen. And it is, he says, impossible not to believe that the lever-rat, that is, the practice of marrying a dead brother's widow, is derived from polyandry. The fallacy of the first inference, which assumes the system of kinship through females only to depend upon uncertainty as to fathers, has already been shown. The second inference will be found to be equally erroneous. The leveret is undoubtedly a widespread custom, 3219, and if it could be proved to be a survival of polyandry, we should be compelled to conclude that this form of marriage was at one time very common. Where women are regarded as property, they are, of course, inherited like other possessions. In many cases, the brother, or, in default of a brother, the nearest male relation, is expressly stated to be entitled to have the widow. And if he does not marry her, he has nevertheless the guardianship over her and may give her away or sell her to some other man. But there are several peoples who consider the leveret a duty rather than a right. Among the Tlinkits, for example, when a husband dies, his brother or his sister's son must marry the widow, and the neglect of this obligation has occasioned bloody feuds. The law requiring a man to take care of a sister-in-law is analogous to other duties devolving on kinsfolk, such as the vendetta. 100. Mr. McLennan lays stress on the fact that it is the deceased husband's brother who inherits his widow. How came the right of succession, he says, to open, as in the ruder cases, to the brother in preference to the son of the deceased? We repeat that the only explanation that can be given of this is that the law of succession was derived from polyandry. 3224, but among many of the peoples who have the custom of the leveret, sons either inherit nothing or are preceded by brothers in succession. Among the Santals, for instance, when the elder brother dies, the next younger inherits the widow, children, and all the property. 3226 among a few peoples. The widow, together with the other property of the dead man, goes either to his brother or to his sister's son. But it is more natural, where succession runs in the female line, that the widow should be married by the brother than by the nephew, because, as a rule, she is much older than the nephew, and he, in many cases, is too young to marry and to maintain her properly. Even when a son inherits the other property of his father, it is easy to understand why he does not inherit the widow. To inherit her is, generally speaking, to marry her. But nowhere is a son allowed to marry his own mother. Hence it is natural, at least where monogamy prevails, that the right of succession in this case should belong to the brother. In Pali 513 Janus families, on the other hand, it often happens that the eldest son or all the sons inherit the father's widows, the mother being in each case excepted. Among the Bacalai, a tribe in equatorial Africa, widows are permitted to marry the son of their deceased husband, and if there be no son, they may live with the deceased husband's brother. As regards the Negroes of Benin, Bosman states that, if the mother of the eldest son, the only heir, be alive, he allows her a proper maintenance, but his father's other widows, especially those who have not had children, the son takes home, if he likes them, and uses as his own, but if the deceased leaves no children, the brother inherits all his property. Among the Mismais, the heir obtains the wives, with the exception of his own mother, who goes to the next male relation. Concerning the Kafirs of natal, Mr. Shooter observes that, when a man dies, those wives who have not left the kraal remain with the eldest son. If they wish to marry again, they must go to one of their late husband's brothers. 3232. The rules of succession are thus modified according to circumstances, and they are not uniform even among the same people. It frequently happens that the brother succeeds to the chieftainship, whilst the son inherits the property of the dead man. 3233. No doubt, because the brother, being older and more experienced, is generally better fitted for command than the son. Mr. McLennan calls attention to the fact that, among certain peoples, the children begotten by the brother are accounted the children of the brother deceased. It is obvious, he says, that it could more easily be feigned that the children belong to the brother deceased, if already, at a prior stage, the children of the brotherhood had been accounted the children of the eldest brother. 1e. If we suppose the obligation to be a relic of polyandry 3236, but this explanation is very far-fetched. As Dr. Stark justly observes, a man may, from a juridical point of view, be the father of a child, though he is not so in fact. In New Guinea, says 1000. Binck à la mort du père, c'est l'oncle frère du père qui s'y charge de la tutelle. Si l'enfant devient orphelin, il reconnaît son oncle comme son père. 3238. In Samoa, the brother of a deceased husband considered himself entitled to have his brother's wife, and to be regarded by the orphan children as their father. And among the Kafirs of Natal, the children of a deceased man's widow born in marriage with his brother belong to his son. Quite in accordance with these facts, the children of a widow may be considered to belong to her former husband. Indeed, where death without posterity is looked upon as a horrible calamity, the ownership of the children is a thing of the utmost importance for the dead man. It is only when the deceased has no offspring that the Jewish, Hindu, and Malagasy laws prescribe that the brother shall raise up seed to him. Mr. McLennan has thus failed in his attempt to prove that polyandry has formed a general stage in the development of marriage institutions, and we may almost with certainty infer that it has always been exceptional. We have already pointed out the groundlessness of Mr. McLennan's suggestion that in all, or nearly all, the primitive hordes there was a want of balance between the sexes, the men being in the majority on account of female infanticide. Moreover, though polyandry is due to an excess of men, it would be a mistake to conclude that an excess of men always causes polyandry. This practice presupposes an abnormally feeble disposition to jealousy, a peculiarity of all peoples among whom polyandry occurs. The Eskimo are described as a race with extraordinarily weak passions. Among the Sinhalese, says Dr. Davy, jealousy is not very troublesome among the men, and the infidelity of a woman is generally easily forgiven. The people of Ladakh are a mild, timid, and indolent race. The Kulu husbands sont très peu jaloux. 3245. The same is said by Mr. Fraser with regard to the people of Surmore. The women are entirely at the service of such as will pay for their favors, without feeling the slightest sense of shame or crime in a practice from which they are not discouraged by early education, example, or even the dread of their lords, who only require a part of the profit. 3246. The Tibetans are represented as very little addicted to jealousy 3247 being, as Mr. Wilson remarks, a race of a peculiarly placid and unpassionate temperament. But such a lack of jealousy, as we have seen, is a rare exception in the human race, and utterly unlikely to have been universal at any time. Polyandry seems, indeed, to presuppose a certain amount of civilization. We have no trustworthy account of its occurrence among the lowest savage races. Mr. Bridges writes that the Yagans of Tierra del Fuego consider it utterly abominable. With regard to the Vedas, Mr. Bailey states 516 polyandry is unknown among them. The practice is alluded to with genuine disgust. I asked a Veda once what the consequence would be if one of their women were to live with two husbands, and the unaffected vehemence with which he raised his axe, and said, "A blow would settle it," showed conclusively to my mind the natural repugnance with which they regard the national custom of their Kandyan neighbors 3249. These neighbors are much superior to the Vedas in civilization, and the other peoples practicing polyandry have left the lowest stages of development far behind them. The Eskimo are a rather advanced race, and so are the polyandrous nations of the Asiatic continent. Speaking of the people of Surmor, Mr. Fraser observes, "It is remarkable that a people so degraded in morals, and many of whose customs are of so revolting a nature, should in other respects evince a much higher advancement in civilization than we discover among other nations, whose manners are more engaging, and whose moral character ranks infinitely higher. Their persons are better clad and more decent, their approach more polite and unembarrassed, and their address is better than that of most of the inhabitants of the remote highlands of Scotland, and their houses, in point of construction, comfort, and internal cleanliness, are beyond comparison superior to Scottish Highland dwellings 3250. On the arrival of the Spaniards, the polyandrous inhabitants of Lanzarote were distinguished from the other Canarians, who were strictly monogamous, by marks of greater civilization. We have seen that in polyandrous families the husbands are generally brothers, and that the eldest brother, at least in many cases, has the superiority, the younger husbands having almost the position, if the term may be used, of male concubines. It is a fair conclusion that, in such instances, polyandry was originally an expression of fraternal benevolence on the part of the eldest brother, who gave his younger brothers a share in his wife, if, on account of the scarcity of women, they would otherwise have had to live unmarried. If additional wives were afterwards acquired, they would naturally be considered the common property of all the brothers. In this way, the group marriage of the Toda type seems to have been evolved. Chapter 23. The duration of human marriage. The time during which marriage lasts varies very considerably among different species. According to Dr. Brame, most birds pair for life 3252, while among the mammals, with the exception of man and perhaps the anthropomorphous apes, the same male and female scarcely ever live together longer than a year. In human marriage, every degree of duration is met with from unions, which, though legally recognized as marriages, do not endure long enough to deserve to be so called, to others which are dissolved only by death. There are few remarkable instances of peoples among whom separation is said to be entirely unknown. In the Andaman Islands, according to Mr. Mann, no incompatibility of temper or other cause is allowed to dissolve the union. 3254, the same is said of certain Papuans of New Guinea 3255, and of several tribes of the Indian archipelago who have remained in their native state and continue to follow ancient custom. The Vedas of Ceylon have a proverb that death alone separates husband and wife, and Mr. Bailey assures us that they faithfully act on this principle. As a general rule, however, human marriage is not necessarily contracted for life. The Indians of North America dissolve their unions as readily as they enter into them. The Wyandots had, it is said, marriages upon trial, which were binding for a few days only. In Greenland, husband and wife sometimes separate after living together for half a year. Among the Creeks, marriage is considered only as a temporary convenience, not binding on the parties more than 1 year, the consequence being that a large portion of the old and middle-aged men, by frequently changing, have had many different wives, and their children scattered around the country are unknown to them. 3260. Speaking of the Bartacudos, Mr. Keene remarks that their marriages are all of a purely temporary nature, contracted without formalities of any sort, dissolved on the slightest pretext, or without any pretext, merely through love of change or caprice. 3261. In Ruck, it frequently happens that newly married husbands repudiate their wives. 3262. And, in the Pellew and Kingsmill groups, and among the Aborigines of northern Queensland, divorces are of common occurrence. Tasmanian lords, says Dr. Milligan, had no difficulty, and made no scruple, about a succession of wives. 3264. Again, in Samoa, if the marriage had been contracted merely for the sake of the property and festivities of the occasion, the wife was not likely to be more than a few days or weeks with her husband. 3265. In several of the islands of the Indian archipelago, in the regular marriages, the parties are always betrothed to each other for a longer or shorter time, sometimes not for more than a month, and at others for a period of years. 3266. Among the Dyaks, 519, there are few middle-aged men who have not had several wives, and instances have been known of young women of 17 or 18 who had already lived with 3 or 4 husbands. Among the Yenderlines in Indochina, it is rare for any woman to arrive at middle age without having a family by 2 or more husbands. The Maldivians, as we are informed by Mr. Rossett, are so fond of change that many a man marries and divorces the same woman 3 or 4 times in the course of his life. Among the Sinhalese, according to Knox, both men and women have frequently to marry 4 or 5 times before they can settle down contented. 3270. And Father Burian says of the mantras of the interior of the Malay Peninsula that it is not uncommon to meet individuals who have married even 40 or 50 different times. Among the Mundakals, Khajas, Tartars 3272, and most Mohammedan peoples 3273, divorces are very frequent. According to Dr. van der Berg, an even more fatal influence is exercised on family life in the East by this laxity of the marriage tie than by polygyny. Burkhardt knew Bedouins 4 to 5 years old who had had more than 50 wives. A Sai wife in Persia is taken in marriage for a certain legally stipulated period, which may vary from 1 hour to 99 years. In Cairo, according to Mr. Lane, there are not many persons who have not divorced one wife if they have been married for a long time, and many men in Egypt have in the course of 2 years married as many as 20, 30 or more wives, whilst there are women, not far advanced in age, who have been wives to a dozen or more men successively. Mr. Lane has even heard of men who have been in the habit of marrying a new wife almost every month. In Morocco, Dr. Churcher writes to me, a terrible state of things springs from the ease with which divorce is obtained. A man repudiates his wife on the slightest provocation and marries again. One of the servants here, he continues, is reported to have had 19 wives already, though he is still only middle-aged. Indeed, among the Moors of the Sahara, according to Mr. Reed, it is considered low for a couple to live too long together, and the leaders of fashion are those who have been the oftenest divorced. 3278 Lobo tells us that, in Abyssinia, marriage was usually entered upon for a term of years, 3279, and among the Somals, separation is exceedingly common. Many Negro peoples marry upon trial or for a fixed time. Among the Negroes of Bondo, a man may so often send away his wife and take a new one that it is difficult to know who is the father of the children born. Regarding the ancient Persians, Professor Rawlinson observes that the easiness of divorce among the Magians was in accordance with Iranian notions on the subject of marriage, notions far less strict than those which have commonly prevailed among civilized nations. 3283 Among the Greeks, especially the Athenians 3284, and among the Teutons 3285, divorce often occurred. And in Rome, at the close of the Republic and the commencement of the Empire, it prevailed to a frightful extent. Among uncivilized races, as a rule, and among many advanced peoples, a man may divorce his wife whenever he likes. The Aleuts used to exchange their wives for food and clothes. In Tonga, a husband divorces his wife by simply telling her that she may go. Among the Hovas of Madagascar, until the spread of Christianity, marriage was compared to a knot so lightly tied that it could be undone with the slightest possible touch. In Yucatan, a man might divorce his wife for the merest trifle, even though he had children by her. Among the ancient Hebrews 3291, Greeks 3292, Romans 3293, and Germans 3294, dislike was considered a sufficient reason for divorce, which was regarded as merely a private act. Nevertheless, among a great many peoples, although a husband may divorce his wife, he does so only under certain exceptional conditions, marriage, as a rule, being concluded for life. The Greenlanders seldom repudiate wives who have had children. Among the Californian Wintun, according to Mr. Powers, it is very uncommon for a man to expel his wife. In a moment of passion, he may strike her dead or ignominiously slink away with another. But the idea of divorcing and sending away a wife does not occur to him. 3297 among the Nodos's. Divorce is so rare that Carver had no opportunity of learning how it is accomplished. Speaking of several tribes on the eastern side of the Rocky Mountains, Harmon remarks that separation between husband and wife is seldom permanent, the parties, after a few days' absence from one another, generally having an inclination to come together again. The Iroquois in ancient times regarded separation as discreditable to both man and woman, hence it was not frequently practiced. If an Yuop takes a new wife, the elder one is never turned away, but remains the mistress of the house. Among the Charruas and Patagonians, marriage lasts, as a rule, during the whole of life, if there are children. And concerning the Yagans, Mr. Bridges writes that there have been many instances amongst them of husband and wife living together until separated by death. The same is the case in Lifu, as I am informed by Mr. Radfield. In Tonga, according to Mariner, more than half of the number of married women were parted from their husbands only by death. Among the Maoris and the Solomon Islanders 3305, and in New Guinea 3306, divorce is exceptional, and even in Tahiti, the birth of children generally prevented the dissolution of marriage. In many of the islands of the Indian archipelago, divorce may, by law or custom, be readily obtained, but Mr. Crawford says that it is very rarely sued for. The Garrows, according to Colonel Dalton, will not hastily make engagements, because, when they do make them, they intend to keep them. 3309 among the Karens, Dr. Bunker writes, separations, save by death, are rare. Mr. Ingham informs me that, among the Bakongo, there are plenty of instances of husband and wife living together till death. Archdeacon Hodgson states the same regarding the Eastern Central Africans, Mr. Swan regarding the Waguha, Mr. Isles regarding the Zulus. Among the cis-Natalian Kafirs, according to Mr. Cousins, marriage, in the majority of instances, is contracted for life. In the early days of Hebrew history, says Ewald, it was only in exceptional cases that husbands made an evil use of the right to divorce a wife. Among the Greeks of the Homeric age, divorce seems to have been almost unknown, though it afterwards became an everyday event in Greece, 3312, and in Rome, in the earliest times, it was probably very little used. Among many peoples, custom or law has limited the husband's power to dispose of his wife, permitting divorce only under certain conditions. Thus, among the Kukis, if a woman has a son by her husband, the marriage is indissoluble, though if they do not agree and have no son, the husband can cast off his wife and take another. The Red Karens in Indochina allow divorce if there are no children, but should there be one child, the parents are not permitted to separate. 3315 in the tribes of Western Victoria, described by Mr. Dawson, a man can divorce a childless wife for serious misconduct, but in every case, the charge against her must first be laid before the chiefs of his own and his wife's tribes, and their consent to her punishment obtained. If the wife has children, she cannot be divorced. Among the Santals and the Tipperas, divorce can be effected only with the consent of the husband's clansmen or a jury of village elders. Several tribes of the Indian archipelago do not allow a man to repudiate his wife, except in case of adultery, 3318, and certain Negro peoples have a similar rule, so far as the chief or first wife is concerned. Among the Hottentots, according to Kalben, a man may divorce his wife only upon showing such cause as shall be satisfactory to the men of the kraal, where they live 3320 Mr. Casales states that, among the Basutos, sterility is the only cause of divorce which is not subject to litigation, 3321, and according to Toda custom, the separation of married couples does not seem to be lightly tolerated. Among certain lower races, the consent of the wife appears generally to be necessary for separation. Civilized nations, more commonly than savages, consider marriage a union which must not be dissolved by the husband except for certain reasons stipulated by law. Among the Aztecs, it was looked upon as a tie binding for life, and divorce was always discouraged both by the magistrates and the community. The husband could repudiate even his concubines only for just cause and with the sanction of the courts, and the chief wife only for malevolence, dirtiness, or sterility. In Nicaragua, the sole offense for which a wife could be divorced was adultery. The Chinese code enumerates 7 just causes of divorce: barrenness, lasciviousness, inattention to parents-in-law, loquacity, thievishness, ill temper, and inveterate infirmity, and a husband, except for one of these reasons, may not put away his wife on pain of receiving 80 blows. But these pretexts for divorce are very elastic. In one of the old Chinese books, we read 525, when a woman has any quality that is not good, it is but just and reasonable to turn her out of doors. Among the ancients, a wife was turned away if she allowed the house to be full of smoke, or if she frightened the dog with her disagreeable noise. 3327. Nevertheless, according to Mr. Medhurst, divorce is rare in China. In Japan, a man might repudiate his wife for the same reasons as in China. But Professor Rain remarks that the Japanese seldom made use of this privilege, especially if there were children, as education and custom required that, in such cases, the wife should be treated with kindness and consideration. In Arabia, Mohammed regulated the law of divorce. In the absence of serious reasons, says Ibrahim Halbi, no Mussulman can justify divorce in the eyes either of religion or the law. If he abandon his wife or put her away from simple caprice, he draws down upon himself the divine anger, for the curse of God, said the Prophet, rests on him who repudiates his wife capriciously. 3330. Practically, however, a Mohammedan may, whenever he pleases, without assigning any reason, say to his wife, "Thou art divorced," and she must return to her parents or friends. According to the laws of Manu, a wife who drinks spirituous liquor is of bad conduct, rebellious, diseased, mischievous, or wasteful, may at any time be superseded by another wife. A barren wife may be superseded in the 8th year, one whose children all die in the 10th, one who bears only daughters in the 11th, but one who is quarrelsome without delay. 3332. At present, in southern India, divorce is common among many of the lower castes, but it is not practiced at all among the Brahmins and Kshatriyas or among the higher classes of Sudras. In Rome under the Christian emperors, the husband's right to put away his wife was restricted by imperial constitutions, which pointed out what were considered just causes of divorce. The dogma of the indissoluble nature of marriage, early vindicated by many fathers in accordance with the injunction, "What God hath joined together, let not man put asunder," came into full force only by degrees. The Council of Trent definitely suppressed the last traces of divorce as a legal practice. 3335. A decree which has exercised a powerful influence on the legislation of Roman Catholic nations. In Spain, Portugal, and Italy, a husband can demand a judicial separation, a divorce a mensa et thoro, but the marriage contract cannot be dissolved. In France, divorce was reintroduced by the law of 27 July 1884. In all Protestant countries, divorce is allowed. In every one of them, a man may be divorced from a wife who has committed adultery, but the other legal grounds on which a divorce, in most of them, may be obtained vary in different states. According to the Prussian Landrecht, the list includes, among other causes, drunkenness and a disorderly life, insanity lasting longer than a year, and the mutual consent of the husband and wife, if they have no children. 3336, in Norway and Denmark, mutual consent, if the parties have been judicially separated for 3 years previously. 3337, in Austria, aversion proved to be invincible through several preceding divorces from bed and board. The French law recognizes as causes of divorce, besides adultery, excès, sévices, injures graves, as also condemnation, a une peine afflictive et infamante. 3339. Marriage may be dissolved not only by the man, but by the woman. In Madagascar, says Mr. Sibry, although the power of divorce is legally in the husband's hand, a wife can practically divorce herself in several cases. The like holds true for many of the lower races. 3341, whilst, among others, Cus 527 Tom, or law, seems to permit a wife to separate at least under certain conditions. Among the inland Colombians, according to Mr. Bancroft, either party may dissolve the marriage at will. 3343, if a Bannock wife gets up and leaves the man, he has no claim ever after on her. Among the Navajos, when a woman marries, she becomes free and may leave her husband for sufficient cause. 3345, regarding the Guanas, Azara states, le divorce est libre aux deux sexes, comme tout le reste, et les femmes y sont transportées. 3346, in the Sandwich Islands, a man and woman live together as long as they please, and may, at any time, separate and make choice of other partners. 3347, in Tahiti, parts of New Guinea, and in the Marian Group, the marriage time may, it is said, be dissolved whenever either of the parties desires it. In some of the smaller islands of the Indian archipelago, a wife can sue for divorce if her husband ill-treats her, if he is unfaithful, or for other reasons. Among the Shands, 528, should the husband take to drinking or otherwise misconducting himself, the woman has the right to turn him adrift and to retain all the goods and money of the partnership. 3350, in Burma, if one of the parties is unwilling to separate, the other is free to go, provided all property except the clothes in wear is left behind, and a wife can demand a divorce for ill-treatment or if her husband cannot properly maintain her. Among the Urulas of the Nilgiris, the option of remaining in union or of separating rests principally with the woman. According to Can custom, a wife can return to her father's house within 6 months after the marriage on the articles which had been paid for her being restored, and if childless, she can at any time quit her husband. In no case, says Sir W.W. Hunter, can the husband forcibly reclaim her, but a wife separated on any grounds whatsoever from her husband cannot marry again. 3353, in Eastern Central Africa, divorce may be effected if the husband neglects to sew his wife's clothes, or if the partners do not please each other. And among the Garangans, according to Mr. Arnott, a wife may leave her husband at any time, if she cares to do so. 3355. Passing to more advanced nations, we find that, among the ancient Mexicans, the wife, as well as the husband, might sue for separation. In Guatemala, she could leave him on grounds as slight as those on which he could leave her. In China, on the other hand, a woman cannot obtain legal separation, and the same was the case in Japan till the year 1873. According to the Talmudic law, the wife is authorized to demand a divorce if the husband refuses to perform his conjugal duty, if he continues to lead a disorderly life after marriage, if he proves impotent during 10 years, if he suffers from an insupportable disease, or if he leaves the country forever. According to Mohammedan legislation, divorce may 529 in certain cases take place at the instance of the wife, and if cruelly treated or neglected by her husband, she has the right of demanding a divorce by authority of justice. The ancient Hindus and Teutons allowed a wife to separate from her husband only in certain exceptional cases. According to Gallic laws, a wife could quit her husband without losing her dues, see leprosus sit ver, see habet fetidum annihilatum, et si cum e concumber non possit. 3363, among the Saxons and Danes in England, marriage might be dissolved at the pleasure of either party, the wife, however, being obliged to return the price paid for her if she deserted the husband without his consent. At Athens, a woman could demand a divorce if she was ill-treated by her husband, in which case she had merely to announce her wish before the Rossbach thinks that, in Rome, a marriage with Manus could be dissolved by the husband only, a marriage without Manus by the wife's father also. But Lord Mackenzie observes that, whatever effect conventio in manum may have had in ancient times, it did not, in the age of Gaius, limit the wife's freedom to seek divorce. In those Christian states of Europe, where absolute divorce is permitted, the grounds on which it may be sued for are nearly the same for the man and the woman except in England, where the husband must be accused of one or other of several offences besides adultery. In Italy, Spain, and Portugal, a judicial separation may always be decreed on the ground of the adultery of the wife, but on the ground of the adultery of the husband only if it has been committed under certain aggravating circumstances. The causes by which duration of human marriage is influenced are, on the whole, the same as those which determine the form of marriage. Man's appetite for youth and beauty often induces him to repudiate a wife who has grown old and ugly. According to Cook, it was much more common for a Tahitian to cast off the first wife and take a more youthful partner than to live with both. Among the Aleuts, when a wife ceases to possess attractions or value in the eyes of her proprietor, she is sent back to her friends. 3370 A Malay, in many cases, turns away his wife as soon as she becomes ugly from hard work and maternal cares. In Switzerland, marriage is much oftener dissolved through divorce when the wife is the husband's senior than when the reverse is the case. Dr. Beringer Farad observes that the Moors in the region of the Senegal divorcent avec une facilité extrême, non seulement sous le prétexte le plus futile, mais souvent, et même uniquement, pour le plaisir de changer 3373, according to 5. Oettingen, the statistics of divorce and remarriage in Europe prove that the taste for variety is often the chief cause of the dissolution of marriage. As the desire for offspring is a frequent cause of divorce 3375, so the birth of children is generally the best guarantee for the continuance of the marriage tie. Speaking of some Indian tribes of North America, Schoolcraft says, the best protection to married females arises from the ties of children, which, by bringing into play the strong natural affections of the heart, appeal at once to that principle in man's original organization, which is the strongest 3376. Where women are regarded almost as beasts of burden, it often happens that a wife who is a bad worker is divorced. The Dayak husbands coolly dismiss their helpmates when too lazy or too weak to work, and select partners better qualified to undergo the toils of life. 3377, among the Sinhalese, according to Mr. Bailey, sickness is perhaps the most common reason why a husband repudiates his wife. The heartless desertion of a sick wife, he says, is the worst trait in the Candian character, and the cool and unconcerned manner in which they themselves allude to it shows that it is as common as it is cruel. 3378. However desirable separation, in many cases, may be for the husband, there are various circumstances which tend to prevent him from recklessly repudiating his wife. In many instances, divorce implies for the man a loss of fortune. Though not, as a rule 3379, obliged to provide the divorced wife with the full means of subsistence, he must, as already mentioned, usually give her what she brought with her into the house, and among several peoples, a certain proportion, often the half of the common wealth. Among the Karens, if a man leaves his wife, the rule is that the house and all the property belong to her, nothing being his but what he takes with him. Among the Manipuris, according to Colonel Dalton, a wife who is put away without fault on her part takes all the personal property of the husband, except one drinking cup and the cloth round his loins. Similar rules prevail among the Gaola and in the Marian group. As to the ancient Teutons, 1000, Glasson observes, Les lois barbars vouliant de leurs que, sauf le cas d'adultère, la femme repudiut son existence assuri. Le mari devait lui laisser la maison et tout si quel contenait. Il était même obligé de lui abandonner l'équivalent du mondium et de payer une amende au fisc s'il repudiait sa femme sans aucun motif sérieux. 3384. The practice of purchasing wives forms a very important obstacle to frequent repudiation. If the wife proves barren, or is unfaithful, or otherwise affords sufficient cause of divorce, The husband generally receives back what he has paid for her, 3,386, but if he repudiates her without satisfactory grounds, the purchase sum is usually forfeited. Cases of divorce are very frequent, says Mr. Casales, where the price of the wife is of small value. Among the basutos, where it is of considerable amount, the dissolution of marriage is attended with much difficulty 3388, and Dr. Finch ascribes the frequency of divorce in Panape to the fact that wife purchase does not exist there. Moreover, when he divorces his wife, a man very often loses his children at the same time. Among several peoples, they remain the property of the father. Among others, they are taken in some cases by the man, in others by the woman. In Samoa, the young children followed the mother, the more advanced the father, 3,392, whilst, among the Sinhalese, boys are taken by the latter, girls by the former. But among many uncivilized peoples, all the children, if young, follow the mother 3394, as Colden says, according to the natural course of all animals 3395. Another factor which has much influence upon the stability of marriage is the position held by women. When some regard is paid to their feelings, a husband does not, of course, put his wife away for trivial reasons, divorce meaning for her, in many cases, misery and distress. Dr. Churcher informs me from Morocco that the divorced woman too often goes to swell the ranks of the prostitutes, and the same is the case in China and among the Arabs of the Sahara. When a man and woman unite with one another from love, there is, of course, more security that the marriage contract will be lasting. The mantras, says Father Burian, frequently marry without previously knowing one another and live together without loving. Is it then astonishing that they part without regret, and that divorce is frequent among them? The facility of Mohammedan divorce, as Mr. Bowes 534 Worth Smith remarks, is the necessary consequence of the separation of the sexes. A man would never embark in the hazardous lottery of Eastern marriage if he had not the escape of divorce from the woman whom he has never seen, and who may be in every way uncongenial to him. 3398, a union with a first cousin among Mohammedans is generally lasting, because early associations may have led to an attachment at a tender age. Separation is especially rare when the uniting passion is not merely of a sensual nature, but involves mutual sympathy depending upon mental qualities. Many of the factors which influence the duration of marriage, so far as it depends upon the will of the husband, operate also in cases where marriage may be dissolved by the wife. But the woman's subordinate position and her inability to support herself make separation more difficult for her than for the man. Moreover, if the woman claims a divorce, the purchase sum paid for her has to be returned 3401, and she may even, in certain cases, forfeit her dowry and whatever property she brought with her at marriage. If she must lose her children also, she will naturally shrink from the idea of separation. Since the causes which influence the duration of marriage are, to so great an extent, the same as those which influence the form of marriage, so far as monogamy and polygyny are concerned, we might expect strict monogamy to be associated with stability of marriage and extensive polygyny. With instability, but this is only partly the case. When monogamy is chiefly due to the man's inability to support many wives, or when he secures no economical advantage by a plurality of wives, he tries in many cases to make up for the inconveniences of monogamy by a frequent change of mate. Mr. Bikemore thinks that the reason why polygyny is not more generally practiced by the Mohammedan Malays is to be found in the facility with which divorce is obtained and a new marriage contracted. And the Arabs of Asia and the Moors of the Western Sahara, according to Burkhardt and Chavan, indemnify themselves through a succession of wives for their monogamous habits. Considering, further, that the proportion between the sexes and the monogamous instinct which man in early times probably shared with others of the higher primates, have affected the forms of human marriage, but scarcely at all its duration, we may infer that the development of the latter, at least at the lower stages of civilization, has been somewhat different from that of the former. As has already been pointed out, it is extremely probable that, among primitive men, the union of the sexes lasted till after the birth of the offspring. We have also perhaps some reason to believe that the connection lasted for years. Lieutenant de Crespigny met orangutan families consisting of male, female, and 2 young ones, and 5. Carpenfels saw similar groups of the gorilla, but whether the male was the father of both the young ones, it is of course impossible to decide. In any case, there is abundant evidence that marriage has, upon the whole, become more durable in proportion as the human race has risen to higher degrees of cultivation, and that a certain amount of civilization is an essential condition of the formation of lifelong unions. It is evident that, at the early stage of development at which women first became valuable as laborers, a wife was united with her husband by a new bond more lasting than youth and beauty. The tie was strengthened by the bride price and the marriage portion. And greater considera, 536 tian for women, a higher development of the paternal feeling, better forethought for the children's welfare, and a more refined love passion have gradually made it stronger, until it has become, in many cases, almost indissoluble. A husband in the most advanced societies is no longer permitted to repudiate his wife whenever he likes. A wife cannot, without more ado, divorce herself from her husband. Marriage has become a contract the keeping of which is superintended by the state, and which may be dissolved only under certain stipulated conditions. Although there can be no doubt that the psychical causes which have strengthened the marriage tie tend to become more potent, we must not conclude that divorce will in future be less frequent and more restricted by the laws than it is now in European countries. It must be remembered that the laws of divorce in Christian Europe owe their origin to an idealistic religious commandment, which, interpreted in its literal sense, gave rise to legal prescriptions far from harmonizing with the mental and social life of the mass of the people. The powerful authority of the Roman Church was necessary to enforce the dogma that marriage is indissoluble. The Reformation introduced somewhat greater liberty in this respect, and modern legislation has gone further in the same direction. Chapter 24, Summary. Our investigation has now come to an end. The development of human marriage in all its aspects has been examined, according to the methods suggested in the introductory chapter. Many of the conclusions are more or less hypothetical, but not a few, I think, are necessary deductions from trustworthy evidence. As they are based on a great accumulation of facts, it may be well to present a general view of the argument as a whole. We defined marriage as a more or less durable connection between male and female, lasting beyond the mere act of propagation till after the birth of the offspring. It is found among many of the lower animals, it occurs as a rule among the anthropomorphous apes, and it is universal among mankind. It is closely connected with parental duties. The immediate care of the children belongs chiefly to the mother, whilst the father is the protector and guardian of the family. Being a necessary requirement for the existence of certain species, it obviously owes its origin to an instinct developed through the powerful influence of natural selection. If, as seems probable, there was a human pairing season in early times, the continued excitement of the sexual instinct cannot have played a part in the origin of human marriage, assuming that the institution existed among primitive men. And it is highly probable that it did exist, as the marriage of the primates seems to be due to the small number of young and the long period of infancy. Later on, when mankind became chiefly carnivorous, the assistance of an adult male became still more necessary for the subsistence of the children, as the chase everywhere devolves on the man. The suggestion that, in olden times, the natural guardian of the children was not the father, but the maternal uncle, has no foundation in fact. Neither has the hypothesis that all the males of the tribe indiscriminately were their guardians. All the evidence we possess tends to show that among our earliest human ancestors, the family, not the tribe, formed the nucleus of every social group, and in many cases was itself perhaps the only social group. The man-like apes are not gregarious, and the solitary life they generally lead is almost certainly due chiefly to the difficulty they experience in getting sufficient quantities of food. we may infer that our fruitating human or half-human ancestors were not more gregarious than they. Afterwards, when man passed beyond his frugivorous stage, he continued, as a rule, this solitary kind of life, as gregariousness is a disadvantage to all large animals who live chiefly on flesh. Even now, there are savage peoples of the lowest type who live rather in separate families than in tribes, and facts indicate that the chief reason for this is want of sufficient food. The sociability of man, therefore, sprang in the main from progressive intellectual and material civilization, whilst the tie that kept together husband and wife, parents and children, was, if not the only, at least the principal factor in the earliest forms of man's social life. Human marriage, in all probability, is an inheritance from some ape-like progenitor. Most anthropologists who have written on prehistoric customs believe, indeed, that man lived originally in a state of promiscuity or communal marriage, but we have found that this hypothesis is essentially unscientific. The evidence given for it consists of notices of some savage nations said to live promiscuously, and of some curious customs which are assumed to be survivals from a time when marriage did not exist. Many of the assertions made as to peoples living in promiscuous intercourse have, however, been shown to be erroneous, and the accuracy of the others is at least open to question. But even if some of the statements were true, it would be a mistake to infer that these quite exceptional cases represent a stage of development through which all mankind have passed, and it is certainly not among the lowest peoples that sexual relations most nearly approach to promiscuity. Equally unwarranted is the inference of a primitive condition of communal marriage from the fact that in some parts of the world the sexes may cohabit freely before marriage. There are numerous savage and barbarous peoples among whom sexual intercourse out of wedlock is of rare occurrence, unchastity on the part of the woman being looked upon as a disgrace or a crime. Contact with a higher culture has proved pernicious to the morality of savage peoples, and we have some reason to believe that irregular connections between the sexes have, on the whole, exhibited a tendency to increase along with the progress of civilization. Moreover, free sexual intercourse previous to marriage is quite different from promiscuity, which involves a suppression of individual inclinations. The most general form of it is prostitution, which is rare among peoples living in a state of nature untouched by foreign influence. Customs which have been interpreted as acts of expiation for individual marriagia, sort of religious prostitution found in the East. The jus primi noctis granted to the friends of the bridegroom, or to all the guests at a marriage, or to a particular person, chief or a priest, and the practice of lending wives to visitors may be far more satisfactorily explained otherwise. This is true also of the fact that, among certain peoples, courtesans are held in greater estimation than women married to a single husband. Mr. Morgan's view that the former prevalence of marriage in a group and promiscuity are proved by the classificatory system of relationship in force among many peoples presupposes that the nomenclature was founded on blood relationship, as near as the parentage of individuals could be known, but it can scarcely be doubted that the terms for relationships were originally mere terms of address, given chiefly with reference to sex and age, as also to the external or social relationship in which the speaker stood to the person whom he or she addressed. It has been suggested that the system of kinship through females only 540 implying, chiefly, that children are named after their mothers, not after their fathers, and that property and rank succeed exclusively in the female lineages due to the uncertain paternity which resulted from early promiscuity. But the ties of blood have exercised a far less direct influence on this system than is generally assumed. We have seen that there may be several reasons for naming children after the mother rather than after the father, apart from any consideration of relationship. The custom in accordance with which, among many peoples, a man, on marrying, goes to live with his wife in the house of her father deserves special notice in this connection. It is probable that the causes which make children take their mother's name have also directly influenced the rules of succession, but the power of the name itself seems to have been of even higher importance. Moreover, so far as we know, there is no general coincidence of what we consider moral and immoral habits with the prevalence of the male and female line among existing savages, and among various peoples the male line prevails, although paternity is often actually uncertain on account of their polyandrous marriage customs. Avowed recognition of kinship in the female line only by no means implies an unconsciousness of male kinship. Finally, there are many rude peoples who exhibit no traces at all of a system of kinship through females only. Thus the facts put forward in support of the hypothesis of promiscuity do not entitle us to assume that promiscuity has ever been the prevailing form of sexual relations even among a single people. Whilst the hypothesis is opposed to all the correct ideas we are able to form with regard to the early state of man. Promiscuous intercourse between the sexes tends to a pathological condition very unfavorable to fecundity, and the almost universal prevalence of jealousy among peoples unaffected by foreign influence, as well as among the lower mammals, makes it most unlikely that promiscuity ever prevailed at any stage of human development. As we have seen, the idea that a woman belongs exclusively to one man is so deeply rooted among various peoples that it has led to several revolting practices. In the chapter on marriage and celibacy, we noted that the single state is comparatively rare among savage and barbarous races, who, as a rule, marry earlier than civilized men. A celibate is, indeed, looked upon almost as an unnatural being. Very much the same was the case with the ancient civilized nations, both of the Old World and the New, as is still the case in the East. In modern civilization, on the other hand, there are several factors partly economical, partly psychical and favorable to marriage. As a consequence, the proportion of unmarried people has been gradually increasing in Europe, and the age at which people marry has risen. A curious kind of celibacy, met with among various peoples at different stages, is the enforced celibacy of persons devoted to religion. This evidently depends upon the notion that sexual intercourse is impuria notion, which seems to have grown up originally from the instinctive feeling against intercourse between members of the same family or household. In the courtship of almost all animal species, the male plays the most active part and has generally to fight with other males for the possession of the female. The same was no doubt the case with our early human ancestors, and this mode of courtship survives even now among some of the lower races. Much more commonly, however, courtship means on the part of the man a prolonged making of love, and the woman is far from being completely passive. We have seen how savage men and women in various ways endeavor to make themselves attractive to the opposite sex by ornamenting, mutilating, painting, and tattooing themselves. That these practices essentially subserve this end appears chiefly from the fact that the time selected for them is the age of puberty. It seems also probable that clothing, at least in a great many cases, was originally adopted for a similar reason, and that the feeling of shame, far from being the original cause of man's covering his nakedness, is, on the contrary, a result of this custom. Whilst the men are generally the courtiers, the women may in many, perhaps most, cases accept or refuse their proposals at pleasure. Though a daughter among the lower races is regarded as an object of property, and is in many instances betrothed in her earliest youth, women are not, as a rule, married without having any voice of their own in the matter. Among existing savages, their liberty of selection is very considerable, and under more primitive conditions when every grown-up individual earned his or her own living, when there was, strictly speaking, no labor, and when a daughter consequently was neither a slave nor an object of tradewoman, was doubtless even more free in that respect than she is now among most of the lower races. At a latter stage, the case was different. Among peoples who have reached a relatively high degree of civilization, the father's power, in connection with a more fully developed system of ancestorship, has invariably become more extensive, more absolute. Not only the full-grown daughter, but the full-grown son, who among savages enjoys perfect independence, stands so much in awe of the father that, among many of these peoples, no marriage is concluded without his consent. We have given some account of this strengthened paternal authority among various nations. We have found that it has formed only a transitional stage in the history of human institutions, and we have indicated the stages of its gradual decline. The important subject of sexual selection has necessarily claimed a good deal of attention. In an introductory chapter, we pointed out the contradiction between Mr. Darwin's theories of natural and sexual selection, and endeavored to show that the sexual selection of the lower animals is entirely subordinate to the great law of the survival of the fittest. From the way in which the sexual colors, odors, and sounds of animals are distributed among different species, we drew the conclusion that, though they are always to a certain extent hurtful to the species, they are upon the whole advantageous, inasmuch as they make it easier for the sexes to find each other. Whereas, if we accept Mr. Darwin's theory, we are compelled to suppose that the inexplicable aesthetic sense on which his hypothesis is founded has been developed in the way most dangerous to the species. We also found that there are facts incompatible with Mr. Darwin's explanation of the connection between love and beauty in Mankind 543 and of the origin of the different human races. There is an ideal of beauty common to the whole human race, but this ideal is a mere abstraction, as general similarities in taste are accompanied by specific differences. Men and women find beauty in the full development of the visible characteristics belonging to the human organism in general, of those peculiar to the sex, of those peculiar to the race. As a certain kind of constitution is best suited for certain conditions of life, and the racial type is on the whole that which best harmonizes with the external relations in which the respective peoples live, we may infer that the full development of racial characters indicates health, that a deviation from them indicates disease. Physical beauty is therefore in every respect the outward manifestation of physical perfection, and the development of the instinct which prefers beauty to ugliness, healthiness to disease, is evidently within the power of natural selection. According to Mr. Darwin, racial differences are due to the different standards of beauty, whereas, according to the theory indicated in this book, the different standards of beauty are due to racial differences. We have seen that the racial peculiarities stand in some connection with the external circumstances in which the various races live. But as we do not know that acquired characters are transmitted from parent to offspring, it is exceedingly doubtful whether the differences are the inherited effects of conditions of life to which previous generations have been subject. It seems most probable that they are due to natural selection, which has preserved and intensified such congenital variations as were most in accordance with the conditions under which the various races lived. Under the head of the law of similarity, we dealt with the powerful instinct which, as a rule, keeps animals from pairing with individuals belonging to another species, and found the origin of this aversion in the infertility of first crosses and hybrids. No such instinct can be said to keep the various human races apart from one another, and it is not known that the diversities even between the races which least resemble each other are not so great, but that under favorable conditions a mixed race may be produced. Closely akin to the horror of bestiality is the horror of incest, which, almost without exception, is a characteristic of the races of men, though the degrees within which intercourse is forbidden vary in an extraordinary degree. It is nearly universally abominated between parents and children, generally between brothers and sisters, often between cousins, and among a great many peoples uninfluenced by modern civilization, between all the members of the tribe or clan. We criticized the theories set forth by various writers as to the origin of such prohibitions. To each of these theories there are special objections, and all of them presuppose that men avoid incestuous marriages only because they are taught to do so. As a matter of fact, the home is kept pure from incestuous intercourse neither by laws, nor by customs, nor by education, but by an instinct which under normal circumstances makes sexual love between the nearest kin a psychical impossibility. Of course, there is no innate aversion to marriage with near relations, but there is an innate aversion to marriage between persons living very closely together from early youth, and as such persons are in most cases related, this feeling displays itself chiefly as a horror of intercourse between near kin. The existence of an innate aversion of this kind is proved, not only by common experience, but by an abundance of ethnographical facts, which show that it is not in the first place by degrees of consanguinity, but by close living together, that prohibitory laws against intermarriage are determined. Thus many peoples have a rule of local exogamy, which is quite independent of kinship. The extent to which, among various nations, relatives are not allowed to intermarry is obviously nearly connected with their close living together. There is so strong a coincidence as statistical data prove between exogamy and the classificatory system of relationship which system springs, to a great extent, from the close living together of considerable numbers of kinsfolk that they must, in fact, be regarded as two sides of one institution. Prohibitions of incest are very often more or less one-sided, applying more extensively either to the kinsfolk on the father's side or to those on the mother's, according as descent is reckoned through men or women, and we have seen that the line of descent is intimately connected with local relationships. In a large number of cases, however, prohibitions of intermarriage are only indirectly influenced by the close living together. Aversion to the intermarriage of persons who live in intimate connection with each other has provoked prohibitions of the intermarriage of relations, and as kinship is traced by means of a system of names, the name comes to be considered identical with relationship. Generally speaking, the feeling that two persons are intimately connected in some way or other may, through an association of ideas, give rise to the notion that intercourse between them is incestuous. There are exceptions to the rule that close living together inspires an aversion to intermarriage. But most of the recorded instances of intermarriage of brother and sister refer to royal families and are brought about simply by pride of birth. Incestuous unions may also take place on account of extreme isolation, and certain instances of such connection are evidently the results of vitiated instincts. Marriage between a half-brother and a half-sister, however, is not necessarily contrary to the principle here laid down, as polygyny breaks up each family into as many subfamilies as there are wives who have children. The question arose, why is a feeling of disgust associated with the idea of marriage between persons who have lived in a long-continued, intimate relationship from a period of life at which the action of desire is naturally out of the question? We found an answer in the evil effects resulting from consanguineous marriages. It seems to be necessary for the welfare of the species that the sexual elements which unite shall be somewhat different from, as it is necessary that they shall be in some way similar to one another. The injurious results of self-fertilization among plants and of close interbreeding among animals appear to prove the existence of such a law, and it is impossible to believe that it does not apply to man also. We stated several facts pointing in this direction and found reason to believe that consanguineous marriages are much more injurious in savage regions, where the struggle for existence is often very severe, than they have proved to be in civilized society. We also observed that no evidence which can stand the test of scientific investigation has hitherto been adduced against the view that consanguineous marriages, in some way or other, are more or less detrimental to the species. Through natural selection, an instinct must have been developed, powerful enough, as a rule, to prevent injurious unions. This instinct displays itself simply as an aversion on the part of individuals to union with others with whom they have lived. But as these are for the most part blood relations, the result is the survival of the fittest. We proceeded to consider sexual selection as influenced by affection, sympathy, and calculation. We found that love has only slowly become the refined feeling it is in the minds of cultivated persons in modern times, although conjugal affection is far from being unknown, even among very rude savages. The endogamous rules which prevent different races, nations, or tribes, hereditary castes, classes, and adherents of different religions from intermarrying are due to want of sympathy, and have gradually lost their importance according as altruism and religious toleration have increased, and civilization has diminished the barriers which separate different nations and the various classes of society. As regards the mode of contracting marriage, we infer it from the universality of the horror of incest, and from the difficulty a savage man has in procuring a wife in a friendly manner without making up for the loss he inflicts on her father. That marriage by capture must have been very common at that stage of social development when family ties had become stronger, and man lived in small groups of nearly related persons, but when the idea of barter had scarcely presented itself to his mind. We saw that marriage by capture was succeeded by marriage by purchase, as barter in general has followed upon robbery. Again, at a later stage, some feeling of shame was attached to the idea of selling a daughter, and marriage by purchase was abandoned. Its gradual disappearance took place in two different ways. On the one hand, the purchase became a symbol, appearing as a sham sale in the marriage ceremonies or as an exchange of presents. On the other hand, the purchasessum was trans 547 formed into the morning gift and the dotal portion, apart afterwards the whole being given to the bride, either directly by the bridegroom or by her father. These transformations of marriage by purchase have taken place, not only in the history of the great civilized nations, but among several peoples who are still in a savage or semi-civilized state. As a rule, however, the marriage portion plays no important part in savage life, being chiefly due to a feeling of respect and sympathy for the weaker sex, which, on the whole, is characteristic of a higher civilization. Very often, it is intended to be a settlement for the wife in case the marriage be dissolved through the husband's death or otherwise, although it may have the meaning of a return gift, or it may imply that the wife as well as the husband is expected to contribute to the expenses of the joint household. Having noted the growth of marriage ceremonies and religious rites, we pass to the forms of human marriage. Polygyny was permitted by most of the ancient peoples within the historic period, and is at present permitted by several civilized nations and by the majority of savage tribes. Yet, among not a few savage and barbarous races, it is almost unknown or even prohibited, and almost everywhere it is confined to the smaller part of the people, the vast majority being monogamous. Moreover, where polygyny occurs, it is modified as a rule in two ways that tend towards monogamy: through the higher position granted to one of the wives, generally the first married, and through the favor constantly shown by the husband to the wife he likes best. Among certain peoples, polyandry occurs, and like polygyny, is modified in a monogamous direction, the first husband usually being the chief husband. Among the causes by which the forms of marriage are influenced, the numerical proportion between the sexes plays an important part. In some countries, there are more men than women, in others more women than men. This disproportion is due to various causes, such as female infanticide, war, and disparity in the number of the sexes at birth. There are facts which seem to show that in rough mountainous countries more boys are born than girls, and that consanguineous marriages produce a considerable excess of male births. If this be so, it can hardly be a mere coincidence that polyandry occurs chiefly among mountaineers and peoples who are endogamous in a very high degree. As for polygyny, there are several reasons why a man may desire to possess more than one wife. Among many peoples, the husband has to live apart from his wife during her pregnancy and as long as she suckles her child. Female youth and beauty have for men a powerful attraction, and among peoples at the lower stages of civilization, women generally become old much sooner than in more advanced communities. The liking of men for variety is also a potent factor, and to have many wives is to have many laborers. The barrenness of a wife is another very common reason for the choice of a new partner, as desire for offspring, for various reasons, is universal in mankind. In a savage and barbarous state, a man's power and wealth are proportionate to the number of his offspring. Nevertheless, however desirable polygyny may be from the man's point of view, it is prohibited among many peoples, and among most of the others it is exceptional. Where the amount of female labor is limited and no accumulated property exists, it may be very difficult for a man to keep a plurality of wives. Again, where female labor is of considerable value, the necessity of paying the purchasessum for a wife is a hindrance to polygyny, which can be overcome only by the wealthier men. Polygyny implies a violation of the feelings of women. Hence, where due respect is paid to these, monogamy is considered the only proper form of marriage. The refined passion of love, which depends not only on external attractions, but on sympathy arising from mental qualities, forms a tie between husband and wife which lasts for life. And the true monogamous instinct, the absorbing passion for one, is a powerful obstacle to polygynous habits. It is certain that polygyny has been less prevalent at the lowest stages of civilization, where wars do not seriously disturb the proportion of the sexes, where life is chiefly supported by hunting and female labor is consequently of slight value, where there is no accumulation of wealth and no distinction of class than it is at somewhat higher stages, and it seems probable that monogamy prevailed almost exclusively among our earliest human ancestors. But though civilization up to a certain point is favorable to polygyny, its higher forms invariably and necessarily led to monogamy. We have noted that polygyny has, in many ways, become less desirable for the civilized man than it was for his barbarian and savage ancestors, and that other causes have cooperated to produce the same result. Again, polyandry, being due to an excess of men and presupposing an abnormally feeble disposition to jealousy, must at all times have been exceptional. There is no solid evidence for the theory that in early times it was the rule. On the contrary, this form of marriage seems to require a certain degree of civilization. It was probably, in most cases, an expression of fraternal benevolence on the part of the eldest brother, and if additional wives were afterwards acquired, it led to group marriages of the Toda type. As a general rule, human marriage is not necessarily contracted for life, and among most uncivilized and many advanced peoples, a man may divorce his wife whenever he likes. Nevertheless, divorce is an exception among a great many races, even among races of the lowest type, and numerous nations consider, or have considered, marriage a union which must not be dissolved by the husband, except for certain reasons stipulated by custom or law. We also noted instances in which the wife may separate from her husband. The causes by which the duration of human marriage is influenced are, on the whole, but not exactly the same as those which determine the form of marriage, and though monogamy frequently coexists with great stability of marriage, this is scarcely the case in the rudest condition of man. Marriage, generally speaking, has become more durable in proportion as the human race has advanced. Marriage has thus been subject to evolution in various ways, though the course of evolution has not been always the same. The dominant tendency of this process at its later stages has been the extension of the wife's rights. A wife is no longer the husband's property, and according to modern ideas, marriage is, or should be, a contract on the footing of perfect equality between the sexes. The history of human marriage is the history of a relation in which women have been gradually triumphing over the passions, the prejudices, and the selfish interests of men.